Section 26 of France in the 19th Century. France in the 19th Century, by Elizabeth Latimer. CHAPTER XV. The Commune. Part II. Here is the narrative of an English lady who was compelled to visit Paris on Easter Sunday, April 9, while it was under the administration of Cluseret. The streets she found for the most part silent and empty. There were a few omnibuses, filled with National Guards and men en blouse, and heavy ammunition wagons under the disorderly escort of men in motley uniforms, with guns and bayonets. Here and there were groups of "patriots" seated on the curbstones, playing pitch farthing, known in France by the name of bouchon. Their guns were resting quietly against the wall behind them, with, in many instances, a loaf of bread stuck on the bayonet. The sky was grey, the wind piercingly cold. The swarming life of Paris was hushed. There was no movement, and scarcely any sound. The shop windows were shut, many were boarded up. From a few hung shabby red flags, but the very buildings looked dead. She says, "I felt bewildered. I could see no traces of the siege, and all my previous ideas of a revolution were dispersed. I passed several churches, not then closed, and being a Catholic, I entered the Madeleine. The precious articles on the altar had been removed by the priests, but except the words Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité, deeply cut in the stone over the great door, the church had not, so far, been desecrated. I went also to mass at Notre Dame des Victoires, but before telling my cabman to drive me there, I hesitated, believing it to be in a bad part of the city. 'There are no bad parts,' he said, 'except towards the Arch of Triumph and Neuilly. The rest of Paris is as quiet as a bird's nest.' The church was very full of men as well as women. It was a solemn, devout crowd. Every woman wore a plain black dress, every face was anxious, grave, and grieved, but none looked frightened. As the aged priest who officiated read the first words of the Gospel for the day, 'Be not afraid, ye seek Jesus who was crucified,' the bombardment recommenced with a fearful roar, shaking the heavy leathern curtain over the church door, and rattling the glass in the great painted windows. I started, but got used to it after a while, and paid no more attention to it than did others. While I was in church, the citizen patriot who was my cab driver had brought me 3 newspapers, one of them the journal edited by M. Rochefort, which said that it was earnestly to be hoped that the old assassin, M. Thiers, would soon be disposed of; that all men of heart were earnestly demanding more blood, and that blood must be given them. I also learned that the Commune would erect a statue to Robespierre, out of the statues of kings, which were to be melted down for that purpose. In the Rue Saint Honoré I met a lady whom I knew, returning from the flower market with flowers in her hands. 'Then no one,' I said, pointing to these blooms, 'need be afraid in Paris?' 'No woman,' she answered, 'except of shells. But the men are all afraid and in danger. They are suspected of wanting to get away, but they will be made to stay and to fight for the Commune.' Indeed, profound gravity seemed expressed on all men's faces, and as a body, the patriots looked to me cold, tired, bored, and hungry, to say nothing of dirty, which they looked, to a man. I had expressed a wish to see a barricade, so we turned into a small street apparently closed in by a neatly built wall with holes in it, through which I saw the mouths of cannon. About this wall men were swarming both in and out of uniform. They were all armed, and 2 or 3 were members of the Commune, with red sashes and pistols stuck in them, after the fashion of the theatre. As I looked out of my cab window, longing to see more, a cheerful young woman, with a pretty, wan infant in her arms, encouraged me to alight, and a young man to whom she was talking, a clean, trim, fair young fellow, with a military look, stepped forward and saluted me. He seemed pleased at my admiration of the barricade, and having handed a tin can to the young woman, invited me to come inside. Thence I beheld the Place Vendôme. I had seen it last on August 15, 1868, on the emperor's fête day, filled with the glittering imperial troops. I saw it again, a wide, empty waste, bounded by 4 symmetrical barricades, dotted with slouching figures whose clothes and arms seemed to encumber them. I thanked my friend for his politeness, and returned to my carriage. The young woman smiled at me, as much as to say, 'Is he not a fine fellow?' I thought he was, and there may be other fine fellows as much out of place in the ruffianly mass with which they are associated. In the Rue de Rivoli I saw a regiment marching out to engage the enemy. Among them were some villainous looking faces. They passed with little tramp and a good deal of shuffle; shabby, wretched, silent. I did not hear a laugh or an oath. I did not see a violent gesture, and hardly a smile, that day. The roistering, roaring, terrible Reds, as I saw them, were weary, dull men, doing ill directed work with plodding indifference. I visited a lady of world wide reputation, who gave me a history of the past months in Paris so brilliantly and epigrammatically that I was infinitely amused, and carried away the drollest impressions of l'Empire Cluseret, but her manner changed when I asked her what I should say to her friends in England. "Tell them," she said, "to fear everything, and to hope very little. We are a degraded people. We deserve what we have got." In the street I bought some daffodils from a woman who was tying them up in bunches. As she put them into my hand, her face seemed full of horror. Seeing probably an answering sympathy in my face, she whispered, "It is said that they have shot the archbishop." I did not believe it, and I was right. He was arrested, but his doom was delayed for 6 weeks. That night the churches were all closed. There were no evening services that Easter day. I may add that I saw but one bonnet rouge, which I had supposed would be the revolutionary headdress. It was worn by an ill looking ruffian, who sat with his back to the quai, his legs straddled across the footwalk, his drunken head fallen forward on his naked, hairy breast, a broken pipe between his knees, his doubled fists upon the stones at either side of him." In the story of Louis Napoleon's abortive attempt at Boulogne to incite France against Louis Philippe's government, we were much indebted to the narrative of Count Joseph Orsi, one of the Italians who from his earliest days had attended on his fortunes. The same gentleman has given us an account of his own experiences during the days of the Commune. "One could not help being struck by the contrasts presented at that time in Paris itself. Destruction and death raging in some quarters, cannon levelling its beautiful environs, while at the same moment one could see its fashionable boulevards crowded with well dressed people loitering and smiling as if nothing were going on. The cafés, indeed, were ordered to close their doors at midnight, but behind closed shutters went on gambling, drinking, and debauchery. After spending a riotous night, fast men and women considered it a joke to drive out to the Arch of Triumph and see how the fighting was going on." The troops at Versailles, reinforced by the prisoners of war who had been returned from Prussia, began, by the 9th of April, to make active assaults on such forts as were held by the Federals. Confusion and despair began to reign in the council of the Commune. Unsuccessful in open warfare, the managing committee tried to check the advance of the Versaillais by deeds of violence and retaliation. They arrested numerous hostages, and the same night the palace of the archbishop was pillaged. The prefect of police, Raoul Rigaud, issued a decree that every one suspected of being a réactionnaire, that is, a partisan of the National Assembly, should be at once arrested. The delivery of letters was suspended, gas was cut off, and with the exception of a few places where lamp posts were supplied with petroleum, Paris was in darkness. The Commune also issued a decree that while all men under 60 must enter its army, women, children, and aged men could obtain passes to leave the city at the Prefecture of Police for 2 francs a head. The prefecture was besieged by persons striving to get these passes, many of whom camped out for 48 hours while waiting their turn. In the midst of this confused pressure on the prefect of police, Count Orsi took the resolution of visiting him. As a known adherent of the former dynasty and a personal friend of the late emperor, he did not feel himself safe. He therefore took the bull by the horns, and went to call on the terrible Raoul Rigaud in his stronghold. He did not see him, however; but after struggling for 3 hours in the crowd of poor creatures who were waiting to pay their 2 francs and receive a passport, he was admitted to the presence of his secretary, Ferré. Ferré was writing as his visitor was shown in, and waving his pen made him stand where he could see him. When he learned his name, he said, "Your opinions are well known to us. We also know that you have taken no active part against us. We fight for what we believe to be just and fair. We do not kill for the pleasure of killing, but we must attain our end, and we shall, at any cost. I recommend you to keep quiet, and as you are an Italian you shall not be molested. However, I must tell you that you have taken a very bold step in calling on me in this place. Your visit might have taken a different turn. You may go. Your frank declaration has saved you." On Easter Sunday, as the English lady to whom allusion has been made was leaving Paris, the population in the neighborhood of the Place de Grève was amusing itself by a public burning of the guillotine. It was brought forth and placed beneath a statue of Voltaire, where it was consumed amid wild shouts of enthusiasm. The Freemasons and Trades Unions sent deputies to Versailles to endeavor to negotiate between the contending parties. M. Thiers promised amnesty to all Communists who should lay down their arms, except to those concerned in the deaths of General Lecomte and Thomas, and he was also willing to give pay to National Guards till trade and order should be restored. But no persuasions would induce him to confer on Paris municipal rights that were not given to other cities. On the 12th of May the Commune issued the following decree: "Whereas the Imperial Column in the Place Vendôme is a monument of barbarism, a symbol of brute force and of false glory, an encouragement to the military spirit, a denial of international rights, a permanent insult offered to the conquered by the conquerors, a perpetual conspiracy against one of the great principles of the French Republic, namely fraternity, the Commune decrees thus: the column of the Place Vendôme shall be destroyed." 4 days later, this decree was carried into effect. Its execution was entrusted to the painter Courbet, who was one of the members of the Commune. He was a man who, up to the age of 50, had taken no part in politics, but had been wholly devoted to art. His most celebrated pictures are the Combat des Cerfs and the Dame au Perroquet. He was a delightful companion, beloved by artists, and a personal friend of Cluseret, who had caused his name to be put upon the list of the members of the Commune. The column of the Place Vendôme was 135 feet high. It was on the model of Trajan's column at Rome, but 1/12 larger. It was erected by Napoleon I. to celebrate the victories of the Grand Army in the campaign of 1805. He had caused it to be cast from cannon taken from the enemy. When erected, it was surmounted by a statue of Napoleon in his imperial robes. This, at the Restoration, gave place to a white flag. Under Louis Philippe, Napoleon was replaced, but in his cocked hat and his redingote, but Louis Napoleon restored the imperial statue. "On May 16," says Count Dorcy, "a crowd collected at the barricades which separated the Place Vendôme from the Rue de la Paix and the Rue Castiglione. To the Place Vendôme itself only a few persons had been admitted by tickets. At the four corners of the square were placed military bands. Ropes were fastened to the upper part of the column, and worked by capstans. The monument fell with a tremendous crash, causing everything for a few moments to disappear in a blinding cloud of dust. To complete the disgrace of this savage act, the Commune advertised for tenders for the purchase of the column, which was to be sold in 4 separate lots. This injudicious and anti national measure inspired the regular army at Versailles with a spirit of revenge, which led them on entering Paris to lose all self possession, so that they dealt with the insurrection brutally and without discrimination." It would be curious to trace the history of the various members of the Council of the Commune. A few have been already alluded to. But the majority came forth out of obscurity, and their fate is as obscure. 8 were professional journalists. Among these were Rochefort, Arnould, and Vermorel. Arnould was probably the most moderate man in the Commune, and Vermorel was one of the very few who, when the Commune was at its last gasp, neither deserted nor disgraced it. He sprang on a barricade, crying, "I am here, not to fight, but to die," and was shot down. 4 were military men, of whom one was General Eudes, a draper's assistant, and one had been a private in the army of Africa. 5 were genuine working men, 3 of whom were fierce, ignorant cobblers from Belleville. The other 2 were Assy, a machinist, and Thiers, a silver chaser, one of the few honest men in the council. 3 were not Frenchmen, although generals, namely Dombrowski, La Cecilia, and Da Costa, besides Cluseret, who claimed American citizenship. Rochefort was the son of a marquis who had been forced to write for bread. Deleschuze was an ex-convict. Blanqui had spent 2/3 of his life in prison, having been engaged from his youth up in conspiracy. He was also at one period a government spy. Raoul Rigaud also had been a spy and an informer from his boyhood. Mégy and Assy were under sentence for murder. Jourde was a medical student, one of the best men in the Commune, and faithful to his trust as its finance minister. Flourens, the scientist, a genuine enthusiast, we have seen was killed in the first skirmish with the Versaillais. Félix Pyat was an arch conspirator, but a very spirited and agreeable writer. He was elected in 1888 a deputy under the government of the Third Republic. Lullier had been a naval officer, but was dismissed from the service for insubordination. To such men, the best of them wholly without experience in the art of government, were confided the destinies of Paris, and, as they hoped, of France; but their number dwindled from time to time, till hardly more than 50 were left around the council board, when, about 2 weeks before the downfall of the Commune, 22 of this remainder resigned, some because they could not but foresee the coming crash, others because they would no longer take part in the violence and tyranny of their colleagues. In 7 weeks the Commune had 4 successive heads of the War Department. General Eudes was the first; his rule lasted 4 days. Then came Cluseret. The empire of Cluseret lasted 3 weeks. Then Cluseret was imprisoned, and Rossel was in place for 9 days, when he resigned. On May 9, Deleschuze, the ex convict, became head of military affairs. He was killed 2 weeks later, when the Commune fell. Cluseret was deposed April 30, some said for ill success, some because he was a traitor and had communications with the enemy, but probably because he made himself unpopular by an order requiring his officers to put no more embroidery and gold lace on their uniforms than their rank entitled them to. Rossel, who succeeded Cluseret, was a real soldier, who tried in vain to organize the defence and to put experienced military men in command as subordinate generals. To do this he had to choose 3 out of 5 from men who were not Frenchmen. Dombrowski and Wroblewski were Poles, and General Le Cecilia was an Italian. On May 9, after 9 days of official life, he resigned, in the following extraordinary letter: "Citizens, members of the Commune, having been charged by you with the War Department, I feel myself no longer capable of bearing the responsibility of a command where every one deliberates and nobody obeys. When it was necessary to organize the artillery, the commandant of artillery deliberated, but nothing was done. After a month's revolution, that service is carried on by only a very small number of volunteers. On my nomination to the ministry, I wanted to further the search for arms, the requisition for horses, the pursuit of refractory citizens. I asked help of the Commune. The Commune deliberated, but passed no resolutions. Later the Central Committee came and offered its services to the War Department. I accepted them in the most decisive manner, and delivered up to its members all the documents I had concerning its organization. Since then the Central Committee has been deliberating, and has done nothing. During this time the enemy multiplied his audacious attacks upon Fort Issy. Had I had the smallest military force at my command, I would have punished him for it. The garrison, badly commanded, took to flight. The officers deliberated, and sent away from the fort Captain Dumont, an energetic man who had been ordered to command them. Still deliberating, they evacuated the fort, after having stupidly talked of blowing it up, as difficult a thing for them to do as to defend it. My predecessor was wrong to remain, as he did, 3 weeks in such an absurd position. Enlightened by his example, and knowing that the strength of a revolutionist consists only in the clearness of his position, I have but 2 alternatives: either to break the chains which impede my actions, or to retire. I will not break my chains, because those chains are you and your weakness. I will not touch the sovereignty of the people. I retire, and have the honor to beg for a cell at Mazas. Rossel." He did not obtain the cell at Mazas. He escaped from the vengeance of his colleagues, and was supposed to be in England or Switzerland, while in reality he had never quitted Paris. He was arrested 2 weeks after the fall of the Commune, disguised as a railroad employee. He was examined at the Luxembourg, and then taken, handcuffed, to Versailles, where he was shot at Satory, though M. Thiers, the president, made vain efforts to save him. The members of the Commune, who by the first week in May were reduced to 53, met in the Hôtel de Ville in a vast room once hung with the portraits of sovereigns. The canvas of these pictures had been cut out, but the empty frames still hung upon the walls, while at one end of the chamber was a statue of the Republic dressed in red flags, and bearing the inscription, "War to Tyrants." Reporters were not admitted, and spectators could be brought in only by favor of some member. The members sat upon red velvet chairs, each girt with his red scarf of office, trimmed with heavy bullion fringe. The chairs were placed round a long table, on which was stationery for the members' use, carafes of water, and sugar for eau sucrée. It was an awe inspiring assembly, "for the men who talked held a city of 2 millions of inhabitants in their hands, and were free to put into practice any or all of the amazing theories that might come into their heads. Their speeches, however, were brief. They were not wordy, as they might have been if reporters had been present. Most of them wore uniforms profusely decorated with gold lace," and, says an Englishman, who saw them in their seats, "one had only to look in their faces to judge the whole truth in connection with the Commune, its causes, its prospects, and its signification. A citizen whom I had heard of as most hotly in favor of press freedom proposed in my hearing that all journals in Paris should be suppressed save those that were edited by members of the Council of the Commune. That there were 3 or 4 earnest men among them, no one can dispute; but as to the rest, I can only say that if they were zealous patriots devoted to their country's good, they did not, when I saw them, look like it." In the first week of May the Commune decreed the destruction of M. Thiers' beautiful home in the Rue St. Georges. The house was filled with objects of art and with documents of historical interest which he had gathered while writing his History of the Revolution, the Consulate, and the First Empire. The Commune had removed some of these precious things and sold them to dealers, from whom many were afterwards recovered; but the mob which assembled to execute the decree of destruction was eager to consume everything that was left. In the courtyard were scattered books and pictures waiting to feed the flames. "The men busy at the work looked," says an Englishman, "like demons in the red flame. I turned away, thinking not of the man of politics, but of the historian, of the house where he had thought and worked, of the books that he had treasured on his shelves, of the favorite chair that had been burned upon his hearthstone. I thought of all the dumb witnesses of a long and laborious life dispersed, of all the memories those rooms contained, destroyed." On the 16th of May, the day of the destruction of the column in the Place Vendôme, a great patriotic concert was given in the Palace of the Tuileries, which was thronged, but "by that date discord and despair were in the Council of the Commune, and its most respectable members had sent in their resignation. Versailles everywhere was gaining ground. The fort of Vauves was taken. That of Montrouge had been dismantled, and breaches were opened in the city walls. The leaders of the insurrection lost their senses, and gave way to every species of madness and folly. The army of Versailles soon entered the city from different points. The fight was desperate, the carnage frightful. Dombrowski, the only general of ability, was killed early in the struggle. Barricades were in almost every street. Prisoners on both sides were shot without mercy. The Communists set fire to the Tuileries, the Hôtel de Ville, the Ministry of Finance, the Palace of the Legion of Honor. The rest of the story is all blood and horror. The most pathetic part of it is the murder of the hostages, which took place on the morning of May 24, and which cannot be told in this chapter. The desperate leaders of the Commune had determined that if they must perish, Paris itself should be their funeral pyre. It was General Eudes who organized the band of incendiaries called pétroleuses, and gave out the petroleum. It was Félix Pyat, it was said, who laid a train of gunpowder to blow up the Invalides, while another member of the Commune served out explosives. On the night of May 24 the Hôtel de Ville was in flames. The smoke, at times a deep red, enveloped everything. The air was laden with the nauseous odors of petroleum. The Tuileries, the Palace of the Legion of Honor, the Ministry of War, and the Treasury were flaming like the craters of a great volcano. We have heard much of pétroleuses. They appear to have worked among private houses in the more open parts of the city. Here is a picture of one seen by an Englishman. "She walked with a rapid step under the shadow of a wall. She was poorly dressed, her age was between 40 and 50. Her head was bound with a red checked handkerchief, from which fell meshes of coarse, uncombed hair. Her face was red, her eyes blurred, and she moved with her eyes bent down to the ground. Her right hand was in her pocket, in the other she held one of the high, narrow tin cans in which milk is carried in Paris, but which now contained petroleum. The street seemed deserted. She stopped and consulted a dirty bit of paper which she held in her hand, paused a moment before the grated entrance to a cellar, and then went on her way steadily, without haste. An hour later that house was burning to the ground. Sometimes these wretched women led little children by the hand, who were carrying bottles of petroleum. There was a veritable army of these incendiaries, composed mainly of the dregs of society. This army had its chiefs, and each detachment was charged with firing a quarter." The orders for the conflagration of public edifices bore the stamp of the Commune and that of the Central Committee of the National Guard; also the seal of the war delegate. For private houses less ceremony was used. Small tickets of the size of postage stamps were pasted on the walls of the doomed houses, with the letters B.P.B. (Bon pour brûler). Some of these tickets were square, others oval, with a bacchant's head upon them. A pétroleuse was to receive 10 francs for every house which she set on fire. All the sewers beneath Paris had been strewn with torpedoes, bombs, and inflammable materials, connected with electric wires. "The reactionary quarters shall be blown up," was the announced intention of the Commune. Mercifully, these arrangements had not been completed when the Versailles troops obtained the mastery. Almost the first thing done was to send sappers and miners underground to cut the wires that connected electric currents with inflammable material in all parts of the city. The catacombs that underlie the eastern part of Paris were included in the incendiary arrangement. When Paris was at last in safety, and the Commune subdued, would that it had been only the guilty on whom the great and awful vengeance fell. End of Section 26. End of Chapter 15. Section 27 of France in the 19th Century. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. France in the 19th Century, by Elizabeth Latimer. Chapter 16. The Hostages. Part 1. About once in every 70 or 80 years some exceptionally moving tragedy stirs the heart of the civilized world. The tragedy of our own century is the execution of the hostages in Paris, May 24 and 26, 1871. At 1 o'clock on the morning of April 6, 3 weeks after the proclamation of the Commune, a body of the National Guard was drawn up on the sidewalk in the neighborhood of the Madeleine. A door suddenly opened, and a man came hastily out, followed by 2 National Guards, shouting to their comrades. The man was arrested at once, making no resistance. It was the Abbé Duguerry, curé of the Madeleine, the first of the so-called hostages arrested in retaliation for the summary execution of General Duval, who had commanded one of the 3 columns that marched out of Paris the day before to attack the Versaillais. Both the curé of the Madeleine and his vicaire, the Abbé Lamazou, were that night arrested. The latter, who escaped death as a hostage, published an account of his experiences; but he died not long after of heart disease, brought on by his excitement and suffering during the Commune. The same night Monseigneur Darbois, the Archbishop of Paris, his chaplain, and 8 other priests were arrested. One was a missionary just returned from China; another was the Abbé Croze, the admirable chaplain aumônier of the prison of La Roquette, a man whose deeds of charity would form a noble chapter of Christian biography. When Archbishop Darbois was brought before the notorious delegate Raoul Rigaud, he began to speak, saying, "My children." "Citizen," interrupted Rigaud, "you are not here before children; we are men." This sally was heartily applauded in the publications of the Commune. As it would not be possible to sketch the lives and deaths of all these victims of revolutionary violence, it may be well to select the history of the youngest among them, Paul Seigneret. His father was a professor in the high school at Lyons. Paul was born in 1845, and was therefore 26 years old when he met death, as a hostage, at the hands of the Commune. His home had been a happy and pious one, and he had a beloved brother, Charles, to whom he clung with the most tender devotion. Charles expected to be a priest. Paul was destined for the army, but he earnestly wished that he too might enter the ministry. Lamartine's Jocelyn had made a deep impression on him, but his father having objected to his reading it, he laid it aside unfinished. What he had read, however, remained rooted in his memory. When Paul was 18, his father gave his sanction to his entering the priesthood. He thought him too delicate, however, to lead the life of a country pastor, and desired him, before he made up his mind as to his vocation, to accept a position offered him as tutor in a family in Brittany. Present duties being sanctified, not hampered, by higher hopes and aspirations, Paul gained the love and confidence of the family in which he taught, and also of the neighboring peasantry. "He was," says the lady whose children he instructed, "like a good angel sent among us to do good and to give pleasure." When his time of probation was passed, he decided to enter a convent at Solesmes, and by submitting himself to convent rules make sure of his vocation. But before making any final choice, we find from his letters that, "if France were invaded," he claimed "the right to do his duty as a citizen and a son." He entered the convent at Solesmes, first as a postulant, then as a novice. "The Holy Gospels," said his superior, "St. Paul's epistles, and the Psalms were his favorite studies, the food on which his piety was chiefly nourished. He also sought Christ in history." Still, he was not entirely satisfied with life in a convent. He wished to be more actively employed in doing good. He therefore became a student for the regular ministry, a seminarist of Saint Sulpice. But when the Prussian armies were advancing on Paris, he offered himself for hospital service, as did also his brother. In a moment of passionate enthusiasm, speaking to that dear brother of the dangers awaiting those who had to seek and tend the wounded on the field of battle, he cried, Do you think God may this year grant me the grace of yielding up my life to him as a sacrifice? For to fall, an expiatory sacrifice beneath the righteous condemnation that hangs over France, would be to die for him." The war being over, he returned to the seminary, March 15, 1871. On March 18 the Commune was declared, and Lecomte and Thomas were murdered. Shortly after this the seminary was invaded, the students were dispersed, and the priests in charge made prisoners. Most of the young men thus turned out into the streets left Paris. Paul at first intended to remain, but thinking that his family would be anxious about him, he applied for a pass, intending to go to Lyons. At the Prefecture of Police he and a fellow student found a dense crowd waiting to pay 2 francs for permission to get away. They were shown into a room where a man in a major's uniform sat at a table covered with glasses and empty bottles, with a woman beside him. When he heard what they wanted, he broke into a volley of abuse, and assured them that the only pass he would give them was a pass to prison. Accordingly, Paul and his companion soon found themselves in the prison connected with the Prefecture. The cells were so crowded that they were confined in a corridor with 6 Jesuit fathers and some of their servants and lay brethren. A sort of community life was at once organized, with daily service and an hour for meditation. Paul esteemed it a privilege to enjoy the conversation of the elder and more learned priests. He conversed with them about the Bible, philosophy, and literature. "He was ready," says a companion who was saved, "to meet a martyr's death, but there was one horror he prayed to be spared, that of being torn into pieces by a mob." On May 13 a turnkey announced to the priests that they were to leave the Prefecture. "I fear," he said, "that you are to be taken to Mazas. I am not sure, but a man cannot have such good prisoners as you are in his charge without taking some interest in them." On being brought forth from their corridor, they found themselves in a crowd of priests, hostages like themselves, who were being sent to Mazas. The youth of the seminary students at once attracted attention, and the vicar general, Monseigneur Surat, said, "I can understand that priests and old men should be here, gentlemen, but not that you, mere seminarists, should be forced to share the troubles of your ecclesiastical superiors." The transfer to Mazas was in the voitures cellulaires. They were so low and narrow that every jolt threw the occupant against the sides or roof. In one of these cells the venerable and infirm archbishop had been transferred to Mazas a short time before. Each prisoner on reaching Mazas was shut up in a tiny cell. Paul wrote, for they were allowed writing materials, "I have a nice little cell, with a bit of blue sky above it, to which my thoughts fly, and a hammock, so that it is possible for me to sleep again. I hardly dare to tell you I am happy, and am trusting myself in God's hands, for I am anxious about you, and anxious for our poor France. I have my great comfort, work. I have already written an essay on St. Paul, which I have been some time meditating. I am expecting a Bible, and with that I think I could defy weariness for years. A few days ago I discovered that one of my friends was next to me. We bid each other good night and good morning by rapping against the wall, and this would make us less lonely, were we oppressed by solitude." At the close of this letter he adds, "I have at last received the dear Bible. You should have seen how I seized and kissed it. Now the Commune may leave me here to moulder, if it will." On Sunday, May 21, the Versailles army began to make its way into Paris, and the Commune, seeing its fantastic and terrible power about to pass away, tried to startle the world by its excesses. Orders were sent at once to Mazas to send the archbishop, the priests, Senator Bonjean, suspected spies, and sergents de ville to that part of the prison of La Roquette reserved for condemned criminals. Paul and his friend, the other seminarist, were of the number. Before the gates of La Roquette they found a fierce crowd shouting insults and curses. Many were women and children. "Here they come," the mob yelled. "Down with the priests! Shoot them! Kill them!" Paul preserved his composure, and looked on with a smile of serene hope upon his face. "The scene was like that horror from which he had prayed to be saved. His terror was gone, his prayer had been answered." The prisoners, on reaching La Roquette, were first passed into a hall, where they found the archbishop and several priests. The former was calm, but he was ill, and his features bore marks of acute suffering. After an hour's delay the prisoners were locked into separate cells, from which real malefactors had been removed to make room for them. In the next cell to Paul was the Abbé Planchet. By standing at the window they could hear each other's voices. The abbé could read Thomas à Kempis to his fellow prisoner, and they daily recited together the litany for the dying. One of the imprisoned priests was a missionary lately returned from China. and when they met at the hours allowed for fresh air in the courtyard, Paul was eager to hear his accounts of the martyrdom and steadfastness of Chinese converts. "Monsieur Paul," said an old soldier who was one of the hostages, "seemed to look on martyrdom as a privilege, regretting only the pain it would cause his family." On Wednesday, May 24, the execution of the archbishop and 5 others took place. Paul saw them pass by his window. One of the escort shook his gun at him, and pointing it at the archbishop, gave him to understand what they were going to do. The next day, Thursday, May 25, the order came. "Citizens," said the messenger who brought it, "pay attention, and answer when your names are called. 15 of you are wanted." As each was named, he stepped out of the ranks and took his place in the death row. Paul Seigneret was one of them. He seemed perfectly calm, and gently pressed the hand of his seminary friend, who was not summoned. In the courtyard they were joined by 35 ex-policemen, so-called hostages like themselves. The execution was to take place in the Rue Haxo, at the farthest extremity of Belleville, and the march was made on foot, so that the victims were exposed to all the insults of the populace. It has been said that when they reached the Rue Haxo, where they were placed against a wall, Paul was thrown down while attempting to defend an aged priest, and was maltreated by the crowd. But this account was not confirmed when, 4 days later, the bodies were taken from the trench into which they had been thrown. Paul showed no sign of violence. His eyes were closed, his face was calm. His cassock was pierced with balls and stained with blood. He is buried at Saint-Sulpice. His father received the news of his death calmly. He wrote, "Let us bear our poor child's death as much like Christians and as much like men as we can. May his blood, joined to that of so many other innocent victims, finally appease the justice of God." But when shortly afterwards Charles died of an illness brought on by excessive fatigue in serving the ambulances, the father sank under the double stroke, and died 15 days after his last remaining son. From the death of the youngest and the humblest of these ecclesiastical hostages, we will turn now to that of the venerable archbishop, and to his experiences during the 48 hours that he passed at La Roquette, after having been transferred to it from Mazas. With studied cruelty and insolence, a cell of the worst description was assigned to the chief of the clergy in France. It had been commonly appropriated to murderers on the eve of their execution. There was barely standing room in it beside the filthy and squalid bed. The beds and cells of the other priests were at least clean, but this treatment of the archbishop had been ordered by the Commune. On the morning of May 23 the prisoners had been permitted to breathe fresh air in a narrow paved courtyard, but the archbishop was too weak and ill for exercise. He lay half fainting on his bed. In addition to his other sufferings, he was faint from hunger, for the advance of the Versailles troops had cut off the Commune's supplies, and the hostages were of course the last persons they wished to care for. Père Oliverier, shot 3 days later in the same party as Paul Seigneret, in the Rue Haxo, had had some cake and chocolate sent him before he left Mazas. With these he fed the old man by mouthfuls. This was all the nourishment the archbishop had during the 2 days he spent at La Roquette. Mr. Washburne, the American minister, had with difficulty obtained permission to send him a small quantity of strengthening wine during his stay at Mazas. But a greater boon than earthly food or drink was brought him by Père Oliverier, who had received while at Mazas, in a common pasteboard box, some of the consecrated wafers used by the Roman Catholic Church in Holy Communion, and he had it in his power to give the archbishop the highest consolation that could have been offered him. It had been intended to execute the hostages on the 23rd, but the director of the prison, endeavoring to evade the horrible task of delivering up his prisoners, pronounced the first order he received informal. The accursed 24th of May dawned, brilliant and beautiful. The archbishop went down in the early morning to obtain the breath of fresh air allowed him. Judge Boulanger, who had never professed himself a believer, came up to him and prayed him for his blessing, saying that he had seen the truth, as it were, on the right hand of death, and he too was about to depart it in the true faith of a Christian. By this time the insurgents held little more of Paris than the heights of Belleville, Père Lachaise, and the neighborhood of La Roquette, which is not far from the Place de la Bastille. The communal government had quitted the Hôtel de Ville and taken refuge not far from La Roquette, in the mairie of the 11th arrondissement. At 6 in the morning of May 24th, a second order came to the director of the prison to deliver up all hostages in his hands. He remonstrated, saying he could not act upon an order to deliver up prisoners who were not named. Finally, a compromise was effected. 6 were to be chosen. The commander of the firing party asked for the prison register. The names of the hostages were not there. Then the list from Mazas was demanded. The director could not find it. At last, after long searching, they discovered it themselves. Genton, the man in command, sat down to pick out his 6 victims. He wrote Darbois, Bonjean, Jecker, Allard, Clerc, Ducoudray. Then he paused, rubbed out Jecker, and put in Duguerry. Darbois, as we know, was the archbishop; Bonjean, judge of the Court of Appeals; Allard, head chaplain to the hospitals, who had been unwearied in his services to the wounded; Clerc and Ducoudray were Jesuit fathers; Duguerry was pastor of the Madeleine. Jecker was a banker who had negotiated Mexican loans for the government. The next day the Commune made a present of him to Genton, who, after trying in vain to get a few 100,000 francs out of him for his ransom, shot him, assisted by 4 others, one of whom was Ferré, and flung his body into the cellar of a half-built house upon the heights of Belleville. When the order drawn up by Genton had been approved at headquarters, the director of the prison had no recourse but to deliver up his prisoners. Another man, wearing a scarf of office, had now joined the party. He was very impatient, and accused the others roundly of a want of revolutionary spirit. He landed afterwards in New York, where his fellow Communists gave him a public reception. One of the warders of the prison, Henrion by name, made some attempt to expostulate with the Vengeurs de Flourens, who had been told off for the execution. "What would you have?" was the answer. "Killing is not at all amusing. We were killing this morning at the Prefecture of Police; but they say that this is reprisal. The Versaillais have been killing our generals." Soon Henrion was called upon to open the 4th corridor. "I must go and get the keys," he answered. He had them in his hand at the moment. He went rapidly away, flung the keys into a heap of filth, and rushed out of the prison. By means of a 20-franc gold piece that he had with him, he passed out of the gates of Paris, and sought refuge with the Bavarians at Vincennes. Meantime another bunch of keys was found, and the executioners, led by Ferré, Lolive, and Mégy, that member of the Commune whom none of them seemed to know, hurried upstairs. In the crowd were gamins and women, National Guards, Garibaldians, and others, but chiefly the Vengeurs de Flourens, a corps of which an Englishman who served the Commune said, "They were to a man all blackguards." Up the prison stairs they swarmed, shouting threats and curses, especially against the archbishop, who was erroneously believed by the populace of Paris to have had provisions hidden in the vaults of Notre Dame and in his palace during the siege. A turnkey was ordered to summon the 6 prisoners, but when he found whom he was to call, he refused, and the officer in command had to call them himself. The archbishop's name was first. He came out of his cell at once, wearing his purple cassock. Then Gaspard Duguerry was summoned. He was 80 years old. He did not answer immediately, and was called a second time. Next Léon Ducoudray was called, a Jesuit father, head of a college, a tall, fine-looking man. He came forth with a proud smile. Alexis Clerc, also a Jesuit father, stepped forth briskly, almost gaily. Then came Michel Allard, the hospital chaplain, a gentle, kindly-looking man. The 3 weeks before his arrest had been spent by him in attending upon the wounded of the Commune. Finally the judge, Senator Louis Bonjean, was called. "In a moment," he replied. "I am putting my coat on." At this one of the leaders seized him. "You will want no coat where you are going," he cried. "Come as you are." The only one of the party who seemed to tremble was the aged curé of the Madeleine. But his nervous tremor soon passed off, and he was calm like the others. As they went down the winding stairs, the archbishop, being first, stepped rapidly before the rest, and turning at the bottom, raised his hand and pronounced the absolution. After this there was silence among the prisoners. "The chaplain Allard alone," said one of the Commune, "kept on muttering something." He was reciting, half aloud, the service for the dying. Père Ducoudray had his breviary in his hand. He gave it, as he passed, to the concierge of the prison. The captain of the firing party snatched it, and flung it on the fire. When the spot was reached where the shooting was to take place, the archbishop addressed some words of pity and forgiveness to the murderers. 2 of the firing party knelt at his feet, but he had not time to bless them before, with threats and blows, they were forced to rise, and the archbishop was ordered to go and place himself against the wall. But here, when the bitterness of death was almost past, occurred a difficulty. 2 of the leaders wanted to have the execution in a little inner courtyard, shut in by blank walls. So the procession was again formed, marched through long passages and up stairways, and halted while keys were searched for, before it came to the spot. On the way, a man crept up to the archbishop, uttering blasphemies into his ear. The good man's mild look of reproof and pain so moved one of the sub-officers that he drove the man off, saying, "We are here to shoot these men, not to insult them." The 6 victims were at last placed in a line, with their backs to the wall. As Ferré was giving the order to fire, the archbishop raised his right hand in order to give, as his last act, his episcopal blessing. As he did so, Lolive exclaimed, "That's your benediction, is it? Now take mine," and shot the old man through the body with a revolver. All were shot dead at once, save M. Bonjean. There was now a marble slab in the little court, inscribed with their names, and headed, "Respect this place, which witnessed the death of noble men and martyrs." The warder, Henrion, was put in charge of the place, and planted it with beds of flowers. The execution over, the leaders searched the cells of their victims. In most of them they found nothing. In 2 were worn cassocks, and in the archbishop's was his pastoral ring. One of the party said the amethyst in it was a diamond. Another contradicted him, and said it was an emerald. The bodies lay unburied until 2 o'clock in the morning, when 4 or 5 of those who had shot them despoiled them, one hanging the archbishop's chain and cross about his own neck, another appropriating his silver shoe buckles. Then they loaded the bodies on a hand-barrow and carried them to an open trench dug in Père Lachaise. There, 4 days later, when the Versaillais had full possession of the city, they were found. The archbishop and the Abbé Duguerry were taken to the archbishop's house with a guard of honor, and are buried at Notre Dame. The 2 Jesuit fathers were buried in their own cemetery, and Judge Bonjean and the hospital chaplain sleep in honored graves in Père Lachaise. After these executions, a large number of so-called hostages, ecclesiastics, soldiers of the line, sergents de ville, and police agents, remained shut up in La Roquette. It was Saturday, May 27, the day before Whit Sunday. Says the Abbé Lamazou, "It was a few minutes past 3, and I was kneeling in my cell saying my prayers for the day, when I heard bolts rattling in the corridor. We were no longer locked in with keys. Suddenly the door of my cell was thrown open, and a voice cried, 'Courage! Our time has come.' 'Yes, courage,' I answered. 'God's will be done.' I had on my ecclesiastical habit, and went out into the corridor. There I found a mixed crowd of prisoners, priests, soldiers, and National Guards. The priests and the National Guards seemed resigned to their fate, but the soldiers, who had fought the Prussians, could not believe it was intended to shoot them. Suddenly a voice, loud as a trumpet, rose above the din. 'Friends,' it cried, 'hearken to a man who desires to save you. These wretches of the Commune have killed more than enough people. Don't let yourselves be murdered. Join me. Let us resist. Sooner than give you up, I will die with you.' The speaker was Poiret, one of the warders of the prison. He had been horrified by what had been done already, and when ordered by his superiors to give up the prisoners in his corridor to a yelling crowd, he had shut the doors on the 3rd story behind him, and was advising us, at the risk of his own life, to organize resistance." The abbé joined him with, "Don't let us be shot, my friends. Let us defend ourselves. Trust in God. He is on our side." But many hesitated. "Resistance is mere madness," they said; and a soldier shouted, "They don't want to kill us. They want the priests. Don't let us lose our lives defending them." "The sergents de ville in the story below you," cried Poiret, "are going to defend themselves. They are making a barricade across the door of their corridor. We have no arms, but we have courage. Don't let us be shot down by the rabble." It was proposed to make a hole in the floor, and so to communicate with the sergents de ville. The prisoners armed themselves with boards and iron torn from their bedsteads, and in 5 minutes had made an opening through the floor. A non-commissioned officer from below climbed through it, and arranged with Poiret the plan of defence. By this time the inner courtyard of the prison was invaded by a rough and squalid crowd, come to take a hand in whatever murder or mischief might be done. The besieged put mattresses before their windows for protection. The man who led the mob was one Pasquier, a murderer who had been in a condemned cell in La Roquette till let out by the general jail delivery of the Commune. 2 barricades were built like that on the floor below. Pasquier and some of his followers had burst open the outer door, and were endeavoring to burn both the prison and the prisoners. "Never fear," cried a corporal who had superintended the hasty erection of the barricades. "I put nothing combustible into them. They can't burn floor tiles and wire mattresses. Bring all the water you can." The crowd continued to shout threats. The battery from Père Lachaise, they cried, was coming. And often a voice would shout, "Soldiers of the Loire, surrender. We will not hurt you. We will set you at liberty." A few soldiers trusted this promise, and as soon as they got into the crowd were massacred. In the midst of the tumult came a sudden lull. The besieged could see that something strange had taken place. The crowd had been informed that the government, alarmed by the advance of the Versailles troops, had abandoned its headquarters at the mairie of the 11th Arrondissement, and had gone to Belleville. Amazed and confused by this intelligence, the mob followed its leaders. Only a few minutes before it left, 2 guns and a mortar had been brought to fire on the prison. They were now dragged away in the wake of the government. The criminal prisoners at La Roquette were in a state of great excitement. They had been liberated, and such weapons as could be found were put into their hands. But they were not inclined either to kill their fellow captives or to fight for the Commune. They hastily made off, shouting, "Vive la Commune! Vive la République!" Section 28 of France in the 19th Century. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. France in the 19th Century, by Elizabeth Latimer. Chapter 16. The Hostages. Part 2. By this time the prison director and his officials had disappeared. The prison doors were open. Then came another danger. Soldiers of the Commune, fleeing from the vengeance of the Versaillais, might seek refuge in the prison. With much difficulty the Abbé Lamazou persuaded Poiret and some other warders who had stood with him to close the gates till the arrival of troops from Versailles. It was still more difficult, now that a way was open to escape, to persuade his fellow captives to remain in prison. Some priests would not take his advice, among them Monseigneur Surat, the vicar general. He had secured a suit of citizen's clothes, and hoped to escape in safety. In vain the Abbé Lamazou called out to him, "To go is certain death, to stay is possible safety." He was killed most cruelly, together with 2 priests and a layman. At 11 o'clock at night firing seemed to cease in the city, but outside of the prison the maddened crowd continued all night howling insults and curses. Hours seemed like ages to the anxious and now famished captives, shut up in the great building. The barricade of the Rue de la Roquette was near them, still defended by insurgents; but in the early dawn it was abandoned, and shortly after a battalion of marines took possession of La Roquette. The resistance of the prisoners, which had seemed at first so desperate, had proved successful. Innumerable other anecdotes have found their way into print concerning the last hours of the Commune; but I will rather tell of Mégy, the member of the council who, in his scarf of office, animated the party that slew the archbishop and his 5 companions. He reached New York in 1878, and, as I said, was received with an ovation by a colony of escaped Communists who had settled on our shores. A reporter connected with the New York World called upon Mégy, and here is his account of the interview. "I was born in Paris in 1844," said the ex member of the Commune, lighting a cigar. "I went through a primary school, and learned but little. I was apprenticed to a machinist. When I was 20 I found work on the Suez Canal. I was already a member of a secret society organized against the Empire, with Blanqui at its head. In 1866 I came back to Paris, and persuaded all my fellow workmen in the establishment where I was employed to become conspirators. We waited for a good opportunity to commence an insurrection. Some of us wanted to begin when Pierre Bonaparte murdered Victor Noir, but it was put off till February 7, when about 3,000 of us rushed into the streets, began raising barricades, and proclaimed a republic. The next day 2,000 Republicans were arrested. On February 11 6 police agents came to my house at 5:15 in the morning. I had a pistol, and when the first one entered my room to arrest me, I shot him dead. You should have seen how the others scampered downstairs. I am glad I killed him, but 5 minutes after I was overpowered, bound, and taken to prison. I was condemned to 20 years in New Caledonia, with hard labor. I was sent to Toulon, but before my embarkation the Republic was proclaimed, and a decree of the government set me at liberty. I came to Paris, and was named a member of the Municipal Council. In October 1870, during the siege, an order was passed for my arrest because I endeavored to deprive General Trochu of his command. I hid myself, enlisted under a false name, and fought the Prussians. Then I went to the south of France, and waited to see what would happen. I was there when the Commune was proclaimed. I arrested the prefect of Marseilles on my own responsibility, and put myself in his place. I was prefect of Marseilles for 8 days. Early in April I made my way to Paris, was made a general, and put in charge of Fort Issy. When Fort Issy fell, I was made commander in chief on the left bank of the Seine. I ordered the palace of the Legion of Honor to be set on fire. I defended the barricades on the Boulevard of Magenta, and when I left them on May 24, I found that Ferré and Deleschuze had given orders to shoot the hostages because the troops of Thiers had shot 8 of our officers. "Did you approve that order?" asked the World's reporter. "Yes, why not? Of course I approved it. I went at once to La Roquette, to be present at the execution. We were 150 men, but 120 of them slunk away, and only 30 remained for the work we came for." "And what did you do?" "Ma foi! I don't particularly care to say what I did. It might injure me here where I have got work. We called out the men we came to shoot, and we shot them as that kind of thing is generally done. We took them down into a courtyard, put them against a wall, and gave the order to fire. That was all." After a minute's silence, Mégy added: "It was all M. Thiers' fault. We offered to give him up the hostages if he would give us Blanqui, but he refused, and so we shot them. After the execution I fought to the last. I escaped from Paris in a coal cart and went to Geneva. I have had work in London and in Birmingham, and now I have got work in New York." He went on to affirm that there was a large colony of Communists in that city; that America needed revolutionizing as much as France; that Cardinal McCloskey might find himself in the same position as Monseigneur Darbois, and so on. I have quoted this interview with Mégy at some length, because it shows the Communists painted by one of their own number. Before the reporter left him, he chanced to pronounce the name of Mr. Washburne. "Washburne is a liar and a cur," cried Mégy angrily. Before the Commune ended, some of our people asked him what the Versailles Government would do with us if we surrendered or were conquered. "I assure you," he said, "you would be shot. During the siege of Paris, Washburne was a German spy. He is a villainous old rascal." In studying the history of the Commune, it is desirable to remember dates. The whole affair lasted 73 days. On March 18 the guns of Montmartre were taken by the populace, Generals Lecomte and Thomas were shot, and the Commune was proclaimed. Military operations were begun April 4. On April 9 Fort Valérien began to throw shells into Paris. From that day forward the Versailles troops continued to advance, taking possession one by one of the forts and the positions of the Federals. On Sunday, May 21, the Versailles troops began to enter Paris, and fought their way steadily from street to street till Sunday, May 27, when all was over. The hostages were not hostages in the true sense of the word. They had not been given up in pledge for the performance of any promise. They were persons seized for purposes of intimidation and retaliation, as in 1826 the Turks seized the most prominent Christians in Scio. During the last 5 days of the Commune, Dombrowski, its only general with military capacity, was killed, it is supposed, by one of his own men. The Tuileries, the Hôtel de Ville, and numerous other buildings were fired, the Dominican brothers were massacred, and the executions in the Rue Haxo took place, besides others in other parts of Belleville and at the Prefecture. One of the most diabolical pieces of destruction attempted was that of the Grand Livre. The Grand Livre is the book kept in the French Treasury in which are inscribed the names and accounts of all those who hold Government securities; and as the French Government is the proprietor of all railroads, telegraph systems, and many other things that in England and the United States are left to private enterprise, the loss of the Grand Livre would have involved thousands upon thousands of families in ruin. For a man to have his name on the Grand Livre is to constitute him what is called a rentier, rente being the French word for dividends from the public funds. The Grand Livre is kept at the Ministry of Finance, that building Ferré ordered to be summarily destroyed, uttering the words "Flambez Finance." The building was accordingly set on fire the day before the Commune fell, and for some days after it was thought throughout all France that the Grand Livre had perished. By heroic exertions some of it was saved, the officials in charge of it rushing into the flames and rescuing that portion of it which contained the names of living property holders, all while they let the records of past generations burn. There was in existence a duplicate copy of the Grand Livre, though this was known only to the higher officials of the Treasury. It was kept in a sort of registrar's office not far from the Tuileries, and was in the care of a M. Chazal. When the Tuileries and the Treasury were on fire, the object of M. Chazal and of all who knew of the precious duplicate was to save it, in case the building in which it was deposited should share in the conflagration. Of course the Grand Livre is of vast bulk. This copy was contained in great bundles of loose sheets. Luckily these papers were in stout oaken boxes on the ground floor of a detached building opening on a courtyard. The Versailles troops had reached the spot, and 90 sappers and miners, with 7 brave firemen, were at work with water buckets attempting to save the main building, which was blazing fiercely when M. Chazal arrived. Already the detached building in which the precious duplicate was stored was on fire. There was no place to which he could safely remove the precious papers, no means of transport to carry them away. During the siege orders had been given to have large piles of sand placed in the courtyards of all public buildings, to smother shells should any fall there. There were 3 of these sand piles lying in the yard of this record office. In them deep trenches were rapidly dug, and the boxes were buried. Then the pile was covered with all the incombustible rubbish that could be collected, and had the Grand Livre been really destroyed, as for some days it was believed to have been, every government creditor would have found his interests safe, through the exertions of M. Chazal and the intrepid band who worked under him. In somewhat the same manner, the gold and silver in the vaults of the Bank of France were saved from pillage. The narrow staircase leading to the vaults, down which only one man could pass at a time, was by order of the directors filled up with sand during the siege. Though my readers may be weary of sad tales of massacre, that of the Dominicans of Arcueil remains to be told. Their convent was in the suburbs of Paris. It had been turned by them into a hospital during the siege, and it continued to be so used during the Commune. After the fall of Fort Issy, the insurgent troops made their headquarters not far from the convent. They were commanded by a general of some ability, but of ferocious character, named Serizier. He was in the habit of saying, as he looked from his window into the garden of the Dominicans, "Those rascals ought to be roasted alive." On May 17, the roof of the building in which he lived caught fire. The Dominicans tucked up their own gowns and did their best to put it out. When all was over, they were ordered to wait upon the general. They supposed that they were going to be thanked for their exertions, and were amazed at finding themselves accused of having set the building on fire as a signal to the Versaillais. The next morning a battalion of Communist soldiers surrounded their convent. The prior, his monks, pupils, and servants were arrested and marched to a casemate of a neighboring fort. Their convent was stripped of everything. The building, however, was saved by a ruse on the part of an officer of the Commune, one of the better class. They were 2 days without food, and were then driven into Paris like a flock of sheep, their black and white dress exposing them to all the insults and ribaldry of the excited multitude. For the Versaillais were in Paris, and hope, among those who knew the situation, was drawing to an end. That night the Dominicans were confined in a prison on the Avenue d'Italie, where a friend of Serizier's, known as Bobêche, was instructed what to do with them. During the morning, however, Bobêche went to a drinking saloon, and while there the man he left in charge received orders to send the priests to work on a barricade. He affected to misunderstand the order, and sent instead 15 National Guards imprisoned for insubordination. When Bobêche came back, half drunk, he was furious. "What! Was the blood of priests to be spared, and that of patriots imperilled at a post of danger?" Before long the order was repeated. "We will tend your wounded, General," said the prior. "We will go after them under fire, but we will not do the work of soldiers for you." At this, soldiers were called out to shoot the Dominicans. They were reluctant to obey, and Serizier dared not risk obedience. The fathers were remanded to prison, but were soon called out one by one. Some volunteers had been found willing to do the shooting, among them 2 women, the fiercest of the band. As the fathers came into the street, all were shot at, but some were untouched, and soon succeeded a dreadful scene. Round and round the open square, and up side streets, they were hunted. 4 of the 20 escaped. Men laughed and women clapped their hands at seeing the priests run. Then Serizier went back to the prison, and was making preparations to shoot the remaining prisoners, who were laymen, when one of his subordinates leaned over him and whispered that the troops of Versailles were at hand. He dropped his papers and made off. The troops came on, and picked up the bodies of the dead Dominicans. Serizier was not arrested till some months after, when the wife of one of his victims, who had dogged him constantly after her husband's death, discovered him in disguise and gave him up to justice. The Prefecture of Police, which stands upon an island in the Seine, in the heart of Paris, had in those days a small prison in its main building, and an annex for women. These prisons were full of prisoners, réactionnaires as they were called in the last days of the struggle. On May 26, as has been said, nothing remained for the Commune to do but mischief. Raoul Rigaud was busy, with his corps of Vengeurs de Florence, getting through as many executions as possible. Félix Pyat was organizing underground explosions, Ferré the destruction of public buildings. A gentleman confined in the women's part of the Prefecture, chancing to look down from a high window on the offices of the main building, saw beneath him 8 men in the uniform of the Commune, one of them wearing much gold lace, who were saturating the window frames with something from a bottle, and bedaubing other woodwork with mops dipped in a bucket that he presumed contained petroleum. Their caps were pulled low over their eyes, as if they did not wish to be recognized. At last he saw the officer strike a match and apply it to the woodwork, which caught fire immediately. Then rose frightful shrieks from the prisons both of the men and the women, for many others had seen what was going on. An earnest appeal to a turnkey to go to the director of the prison and represent to him that all his prisoners would be burned was met by the answer that he did not take orders from prisoners. But all turnkeys were not Communists, though Communist officials were set over them. Some of them took advantage of the confusion to look into the cells and speak hope and comfort to the prisoners. But as the flames caught the great wooden porch of the Prefecture, the screams of the women were heartrending. They even disturbed Ferré, who sent orders "to stop their squalling." One warder, Braccon, ventured to remonstrate. "Bah!" said Ferré, "they are only women belonging to gendarmes and sergents de ville. We shall be well rid of them." Then Braccon resolved to organize a revolt, and save the prisoners. He ran to the corridor, and with a voice of authority ordered all the cell doors to be opened, thus releasing 400 prisoners. Braccon put himself at their head and led them on. But when they reached the outer gate, they were just in time to witness the departure of the last Vengeurs de Flourens. Ferré had just received news that the troops of Versailles were close at hand, and he and his subordinates fled, leaving the prisoners to shift for themselves. But though delivered from the Commune, not only was the Prefecture and all in it in peril, but every building and every life upon the island. Quantities of ammunition had been stored in the Prefecture. If that caught fire, the Cité, as that part of Paris is called, and all its inhabitants would be blown into the air. The citizens of the quarter, the turnkeys, and the prisoners had nothing but their hands with which to fight the flames. In the midst of the fire they began to carry out the gunpowder. They had to make all speed, yet to be very careful. One train of powder escaping from a barrel, one sack of cartridges, with a rent in it, falling on the pavement, where sparks were dropping about, might have destroyed the whole Cité. There was a brave, stout woman, mistress of a coal and wood yard, named Madame Saint-Chély. She was a native of Auvergne, whence all porters and water carriers in Paris come. With her sleeves tucked up and her hair flying, she kept carrying out sack after sack of cartridges, undaunted, though her clothes caught fire. Bending beneath the weight upon her back, she emptied them into the basin of the fountain that stands in the middle of the Place, then rushed back for more, while the flames poured from the windows of the upper story. Her activity and cheerfulness animated every one. There was also a barber named Labois, who distinguished himself by his courage and activity in rolling barrels of powder out of the cellar of the Prefecture, and plunging them into the Seine. When several tons of powder and 20 millions of cartridges had been carried out, danger from that source was over. The next thing was to fight the flames. Then they discovered that all the fire engines had been sent away. Every basin, pitcher, bucket, or saucepan on the island was put into requisition. Surrounded by the Seine, they had plenty of water. All worked with a will. At last an engine came, sent in to their help from Rambouillet. One part of the Prefecture, whose burning caused innumerable sparks, was the depot for lost property. It contained, among other things, 20,000 umbrellas. It was above all things desirable to remove the straw bedding of the prisoners, stored by day in one large room, and while those busy with powder and cartridges worked below, Pierre Braccon, the turnkey, took this task upon himself, assisted by some of his late prisoners. The difficulty of escaping from the island was great, for the insurgents would fire on fugitives from the right bank of the river, the Versailles troops from the left. A warder, at the risk of his life, crept to the water's edge opposite to the Versaillais, and waved a white handkerchief. As soon as he was seen, the troops ceased firing. Every moment it was expected that the roof of the prison would fall in, when suddenly the reservoir on the top of the building gave way, and the flames were checked by a rush of water. Braccon had said to Juge Bonjean a few days before he was sent from the Prefecture to Mazas, "I can stay here no longer. I am going to escape to Versailles." M. Bonjean replied, "As a magistrate I command you to remain. As a prisoner I implore you. What would become of those under your care if the friends of the Commune were set over them?" The Ministry of Marine, that is, the Navy Department, is situated in the Rue Saint Florentin, near the Rue Royale and the Place de la Concorde, the most beautiful part of the city. The officer who held it for the Commune was Colonel Brunel. an excellent middle‐aged man, far too good for his associations. There was no stain of any kind on his past life, but he had been disappointed when peace was made with the Germans, and had joined the Commune in a moment of patriotic enthusiasm. Once in its service, there was no way to escape. On May 23 the Versaillais were gaining every moment. There was a man named Matillion, charged by the Central Committee to do anything or to burn anything to prevent their advance. That night, when houses that he had set on fire were blazing in the Rue Royale, he had had petroleum pumped upon them by fire engines. There was a fierce orgy held by the light of the flames before the Church of the Madeleine. A wild, demon-like dance was led by 3 women who had done duty all day as pétroleuses: Florence, Aurore, and Marie. Marie had been publicly thanked at the Hôtel de Ville for sending a cannon ball through one of the statues before the Chamber of Deputies. 3 battalions of Communist soldiers stationed in the Ministry of Marine, which had been converted into a hospital, took advantage of the fact that the general attention was fixed upon this orgy to quit their post and steal away, leaving the Ministry undefended. It was 11 at night. Colonel Brunel was sending to the Central Committee for fresh soldiers and fresh orders, when a paper was given him. He read it, turned pale, and sent for the doctor. "The Central Committee," he said, "orders me to blow up this building immediately." "But my wounded?" cried the doctor. There were 107 wounded soldiers of the Commune in the hospital. There was no place to which they could be moved, and no means of transportation. Colonel Brunel sent an orderly to represent the case to the committee. All he could obtain was a detail of National Guards to assist in carrying away the wounded, together with a positive order to burn down the building. As the sick men were being very slowly carried out, a party arrived, commanded by a drunken officer, and carrying buckets of coal oil and other combustibles, which they scattered about the rooms. By this time the fires of the Versaillais gleamed through the trees in the Champs Élysées. The Rue Royale, near at hand, was in flames. Across the Seine, the Rue de Lille was burning. The Ministry of Finance and the Palace of the Tuileries seemed a sea of flame. In the Ministry of Marine were 2 clerks, long attached to that branch of the Government service, who had been requested by Admiral Pothereau, the Minister for Naval Affairs, to remain at their post and endeavor to protect the papers and property. Their names were Gablin and Lesage. M. Lesage had his wife with him in the building. These men resolved to save the Ministry or perish. While Lesage, who was expert in gymnastics, set out to see if he could reach the general in command of the Versaillais, Gablin turned all his energies to prevent the impending conflagration. Putting on an air of haste and terror, he rushed into the room where the soldiers were refreshing themselves, and cried out lustily that the Versaillais were upon them, but that if they followed him he would save them. Under pretext of showing them a secret passage, he led them into a chamber and locked the door. Then he turned his attention to their commander. He represented to him that the Versaillais were close at hand, and promised him safety and a handsome reward if he would not set fire to the building. "But I have my orders," objected the half-tipsy officer. "I have the order that you had better obey," replied Gablin, pointing a pistol at his head. "Now, shall I fire, or shall I reward you?" The officer gave in. He helped M. Gablin to pour the buckets of coal oil into the gutters in the courtyard, to clear away the powder, and to drench the floors with water. Then Gablin took him to a chamber, gave him plain clothes, and locked him in. He fell asleep upon the bed in a moment. Lesage, meanwhile, had made his way over the roofs of neighboring houses, and then descended to the Champs Élysées. He was arrested several times by sentries, but at last made his way to General Douai. The general heard his story, and then put a paper into his hand, saying, "The Ministry of Marine is already ours." Admiral Pothereau himself, at 3 o'clock in the morning, was looking towards his old offices and residence from the Champs Élysées. He remarked to an aide de camp and to another officer, "All looks very quiet. Suppose we go and reconnoitre, and see how near we can approach my official home." They held their swords in their hands, and, followed by 3 gendarmes, cautiously drew near the Ministry. They met with no opposition, and finally walked in. "Where's Lesage?" was the admiral's first question. "He is out looking for you, Monsieur le Ministre," cried Lesage's wife, shedding tears of anxiety. Thus the Ministry of Marine was captured by the minister, but the building itself and all its valuable documents had been preserved by the fidelity of 2 young men. As for the Communist officer, when he came to himself, he sincerely repented his connection with the Commune. He was pardoned, became a respectable citizen, and found a true friend in M. Gablin. Chapter 16. End of Section 28. Section 29 of France in the 19th Century. This recording is in the public domain. France in the 19th Century, by Elizabeth Latimer. Chapter 17. The Great Revenge. Part 1. The Commune cost Paris 14,000 lives. 8,000 persons were executed, 6,000 were killed in open fight. Before the siege, Paris had contained 2 millions and a quarter of inhabitants. She had not half that number during the Commune, notwithstanding the multitude of small proprietors and peasants who flocked thither from devastated homes. Monday, May 29, found the city in the hands of the Versaillais. The Provisional Government and its Parliament were victorious. The army, defeated at Sedan, had conquered its insurgent countrymen. All that remained of the Commune was wreck and devastation. The Tuileries, the column of the Place Vendôme, the Treasury, the Palace of the Legion of Honor, and the Hôtel de Ville, or City Hall, were destroyed, besides 2 theatres, the Law Courts, or Palais de Justice, the offices of the Council of State and the Court of Accounts, the State Safe Deposit, Caisse des Dépôts et de Consignation, the Library of the Louvre, the manufactory of Gobelin's tapestry, the Prefecture of Police, 8 whole streets, and innumerable scattered private houses. The vengeance of the soldiers as they made their way from street to street, from barricade to barricade, was savage and indiscriminate. Every man arrested whose hands were black with powder was carried to a street corner or a courtyard and summarily shot. Of course many wholly innocent persons perished, for the troops of the Commune had been of 2 kinds, the National Guard and the Volunteers. Most of the latter were devils incarnate. Among them were the Vengeurs de Flourens, who were foremost in executions, and bands called by such names as Les Enfants du Père Duchesne et Les Enfants Perdus. The National Guards were of 3 classes: genuine Communists, workmen whose pay was their only resource for the support of their families, and pressed men, forced to fight, of whom there were a great many. I have before me 3 narratives written by gentlemen who either suffered or participated in the Great Revenge. One was a resident in Paris who had taken no part either for or against the Commune. One had served it on compulsion as a soldier, and one was an officer of the Versailles army, who on May 21 led his troops through a breach into the city, and fought on till May 27, when all was over. It seems to me that such accounts of personal experience in troubled times give a far more vivid picture of events than a mere formal narration. I therefore quote them in this chapter in preference to telling the story in my own words. The first is by Count Joseph Orsi, whose visit to Raoul Rigaud's office at the Prefecture of Police has already been told. He was left unmolested by the Commune, most probably because in early life he had been a member of those secret societies in Italy to which Louis Napoleon himself belonged. He says, "On May 22, Paris was entering the last stage of its death struggle. The army of Versailles had entered it from 4 different points. The fight was desperate. Barricades were erected in almost every street. Prisoners on both sides were shot in scores at the street corners. 3 of the largest houses in the Rue Royale, where I lived, were on fire. Soldiers of the regular army were beginning to appear in our quarter, and early on Thursday, May 25, I heard the bell of my apartment ring violently. I opened it, and found myself face to face with 12 voltigeurs of the Versailles army, commanded by a lieutenant, who ordered the soldiers to search the house and shoot any one wearing a uniform. He told me that he must occupy my drawing room, which looked on the Rue Royale, for the purpose of firing on the insurgents, who were holding a barricade where the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré joins the Rue Royale. My wife was seated on her sofa. He ordered her to leave the room. She resisted, and was removed by force. The soldiers then began firing on the insurgents from the windows. The insurgents had possession of the upper floors of some houses facing mine, and fired with such effect that the soldiers were driven from their position. The officer withdrew his men from the drawing room and asked for a map of Paris, for he did not know exactly where he was. I made a friend of him by pointing to my pictures, every one of which proved me to be a friend and follower of the emperor. He asked me if I had any wine to give his men, who had had nothing to eat or drink since the previous night. While they were partaking of bread and wine in the kitchen, and I was talking with the officer in the dining room, a shot fired from across the street struck the officer on the temple. He fell as if struck dead. His soldiers rushed in and seized me. They were about to shoot me on the spot, when luckily my servant, with water and vinegar, brought the officer to his senses, so that he could raise his hand and make a sign to the soldiers, who had me fast by both arms, to keep quiet. By God's mercy the officer had only been stunned. He had been hit, but not by a bullet, but by a piece of brick forced out of the wall by a shot. I was released, but the soldiers were far from satisfied, believing their officer had accepted this explanation only to spare my life. They left my house at nightfall, and afterwards the fire of the insurgents became so hot that the front wall of the house fell in, and everything I had was smashed to pieces. The next morning, May 26, as I was searching for some valuable papers among the ruins, 2 men in plain clothes entered and ordered me to follow them to the Prefecture of Police, temporarily located on the Quai d'Orsay. As Paris was by this time completely under military rule, I was examined by an officer. I told him that, not knowing for what purpose I was wanted, I had left my papers at home, and was sent under charge of 2 men to fetch them. I was also given to understand that I had better make any arrangements I thought necessary for my wife, which led me to think it probable I should be shot or imprisoned. It was a reign of terror of a new kind, of which I could never have expected to be a victim. As we were crossing the Place de la Concorde, we saw half a dozen soldiers who had seized 4 Federals on the barricade close by. A struggle was going on for life or death. The soldiers, having at last the upper hand, strove to drag the Federals to the wall of the Ministry of Marine to be shot. The poor wretches were imploring for mercy, and refused to stand erect. Seeing this, the soldiers shot them one after the other as they lay upon the ground. I was finally disposed of, in company with other prisoners, in some large stables and carriage houses. Some of us were in plain clothes, some in uniform. We were all packed together so closely that there was not even the possibility of lying down upon the stones. Bread and water alone were given us. On the approach of night we were shut in like cattle, with the intimation that any attempt to revolt or escape would be followed by instant execution. The next morning, May 27, at dawn, 10 soldiers, with an officer at their head, began calling by name 8 or 10 prisoners at a time from one of our places of confinement, and they were dragged away, God knows where. Utter dejection and despair were depicted on the face of every man, especially on those who had been seized on the barricades or in uniform. That afternoon I was called out, being part of a batch of 9 prisoners, mostly in plain clothes. On that day rain fell incessantly. We thought as we marched through the mud and drizzle that we were going to be shot en masse without any further trial. But on reaching the Champ de Mars, our escort was ordered to take us to the barracks that are near it. There our names were taken down by an officer, and we were locked up in a room where 7 other prisoners had already been confined. It would be too horrible to relate the filth and closeness of that place, which might have held 7 or 8 people, and we were 16. There was a board fitted between 2 walls where 7 people could lie. This was appropriated before we got there. We were forced to stand up or to lie down on the stones, which were damp and inexpressibly dirty. We remained thus for 2 days. On the 29th the door opened at 7 a.m. 8 soldiers were drawn up outside. The sergeant called out one of the prisoners named Lefebvre, who wore a National Guards uniform. The poor fellow stepped out between the 2 lines of soldiers, and the door closed on him. He was taken before the colonel, who was instructed to examine the prisoners, and had the discretionary power of ordering them to be shot on the spot, or of sending them to Versailles to appear before the Superior Commission, by whom they were either set at liberty or sentenced to transportation. Poor Lefebvre was not heard of again. We thought we heard a brisk volley of musketry in the large courtyard, but we had been so accustomed to such noises that it did not attract general attention. Later in the day another prisoner was called out in the same manner, and he came back no more. This time the noise of the discharge was distinct, and made us alive to the imminence of our fate. On the 3rd prisoner being called out, he refused to go. 2 soldiers had to take him by force. He fought desperately for his life. The door was shut. We had not long to wait. The discharge of musketry re-echoed in our cell, and caused within it such a scene of despair as baffles description. Next day 4 men were taken out and executed, which reduced our number to 9. By this time we had recovered from the shots and heeded little what was going to take place, as every one of us had bidden adieu to this world and made his peace with God. On May 31 our door was opened again. 12 soldiers were drawn up before it. We were all ordered out. We thought we were going to be shot en masse, to make quicker work of us. To my amazement, we saw a large column of about 400 prisoners, 4 abreast, between 2 lines of grenadiers. Evidently we were intended to form the last contingent to it. The soldiers having been drawn up in 2 long lines on both sides of the column, an officer drew his sword, and standing up on a wine hogshead, shouted, "Soldiers, load arms." This being done, he added, "Fire on any prisoner who attempts to revolt or escape." We then took the road to the Western Railroad, where we were put into cattle vans and goods vans, with scarcely room to breathe, and reached Versailles about 6 P.M. A detachment of soldiers escorted us to Satory. The column marched into the artillery depot, and the gates were closed. I happened to be the right-hand man of the 4 last prisoners in the column, so that I stood only 3 or 4 yards from the officer in command of the place, who stood looking at the prisoners, with his arms folded and his officers beside him. I saw him staring at me, which I attributed to my being the best dressed man of the party. Presently he walked slowly up to me, and measuring me from head to foot with what I took to be a diabolical sneer, cried, "Ho, ho! The ribbon of the Legion of Honor! You got it, I suppose, on the barricades?" With that I felt a sharp pull at my coat. Quick as thought, I brought my hand down, and caught his firmly as he was trying to tear the ribbon from my breast. In my agitated state of mind I had not been aware I was wearing a coat that had it on. "You may shoot me, Captain," I said, "but you shall not wrest that ribbon from me." "Where did you get it?" "The Prince President of the Republic, Louis Napoleon, gave it to me." "When?" "On September 23, 1853. "How is it, then, that you were arrested? Was it on a barricade?" "No, Captain, in my own apartment. It is not likely I should fight for the Commune after having been a devoted friend of the Emperor for 40 years." "Your name?" "Count Joseph Orsi." He looked at me again, and having joined his officers, to whom he related what had taken place, he turned round and in a loud voice said to me, "Come out of the ranks." Then, seeing a gendarme close by, he said, "Do not lose sight of this prisoner." For 2 days the captain kept Count Orsi in his office, and encouraged him to write to any friends he might have in Versailles. Count Orsi named M. Grévy, afterwards president, as having been for years his legal adviser, and he wrote a few lines to various other persons. But there were no posts, and in the confusion of Versailles at that moment there seemed little chance that his notes would reach their destination. 2 days later an order came to Satory to send all prisoners to Versailles, and the kind-hearted captain was forced to return Count Orsi to the column of his fellow prisoners. At Versailles they were shut up in the wine cellars of the palace, 45 feet underground. The prisoners confined there were the very dregs and scum of the insurrection. The cellars had only some old straw on the floors, left there by the Prussians. There were 600 men confined in this place, and the torture they endured from the close air, the filth, and the impossibility of lying down at night was terrible. Count Orsi was 10 days in this horrible prison. At last, one evening, he heard his name called. His release had come. On going to the door he was taken before a superior officer, who expressed surprise and regret at the mistake that had been committed, and at once set him at liberty. A brave little boy, charged with one of his notes, had persevered through all kinds of difficulties in putting it into the hands of the English lady to whom it was addressed. This lady and the Italian ambassador had effected Count Orsi's release. He was ill with low fever for some weeks in consequence of the bad air he had breathed during his confinement. Subsequently he discovered that personal spite had caused his arrest as a friend of the Commune. My next account of those days is drawn from the experience of the Marquis de Compiègne, one of the Versailles officers. He was travelling in Florida when the Franco-Prussian War broke out, but hastened home at once to join the army. He fought at Sedan and was taken prisoner to Germany, but returned in time to act against the Commune. Afterwards he became an explorer in the Soudan, and in 1877 was killed in a duel. On the 20th of May, news having reached Versailles that the first detachment of regular troops had made their way into Paris, M. de Compiègne hastened to join his battalion, which he had that morning quitted on a few hours' leave. As they approached the Bois de Boulogne at midnight, the sky over Paris seemed red with flame. They halted for some hours, the men sleeping, the officers amusing themselves by guessing conundrums. But as day dawned, they entered Paris through a breach in the defences. The young officer says, "I shall never forget the sight. The fortifications had been riddled with balls. The casemates were broken in. All over the ground were strewn haversacks, packets of cartridges, fragments of muskets, scraps of uniforms, tin cans that had held preserved meats, ammunition wagons that had been blown up, mangled horses, men dying and dead, artillerymen cut down at their guns, broken gun carriages, disabled siege guns, with their wheels splashed red from pools of blood, but still pointed at our positions, while around were the still smoking walls of ruined private houses. A company of infantry was guarding about 600 prisoners, who with folded arms and lowering faces were standing among the ruins. They were of all ages, grades, and uniforms: boys of 15 and old men, general officers covered with gold lace, and beggars in rags; avengers of Flourens, children of Père Duchesne, chasseurs and zouaves, lascars, turcos, and hussars. We halted a little farther in the city. We were very hungry, but all the shops were closed. I got some milk, but some of my comrades, who wanted wine, made a raid into the cellar of an abandoned house, and were jumped upon by an immense negro dressed like a turco, whom they took for the devil. Glad as we all were to be in Paris, the sight as we marched on was most melancholy. Fighting seemed going on in all directions, especially near the Tuileries and the Place de la Concorde. The Arch of Triumph was not seriously injured. On the top of it were 2 mortars, and the tricolored flag had been replaced by the drapeau rouge. Detachments were all the time passing us with prisoners. They were thrust for safe keeping wherever space could be found. I am sorry to say that they were cruelly insulted, and, as usual, those who had fought least had the foulest tongues. There was one party of deserters still in uniform, with their coats turned inside out. I saw one of the prettiest girls I have ever seen among the prisoners. She was about 14, dressed as a cantinière, with a red scarf round her waist. A smile was on her lips, and she carried herself proudly. That morning, May 22, I saw nobody shot. I think they wanted to take all the prisoners they could to Versailles as trophies of victory. About 1 o'clock we received orders to march, and went down the Boulevard Malesherbes. All the inhabitants seemed to be at their windows, and in many places we were loudly welcomed. It was strange to me to be marching with arms in my hands, powder stained and dirty, along streets I had so often trodden gay, careless, and in search of pleasure. On the march we passed the Carmelite convent, where my sister was at school, and as we halted I was able to run in a moment and see her. Only an hour or two before, the nuns had had a communist picket in their yard. We marched on to the Parc Monceau, once Louis Philippe's private pleasure garden. There our men were shooting prisoners who had been taken with arms in their hands. I saw 15 men fall, and then a woman. That night volunteers were called for to defend an outlying barricade which had been taken from the insurgents, and of which they were endeavoring to regain possession. Our captain led a party to this place, and in a tall house that overlooked the barricade he stationed 3 of us. There, lying flat on our faces on a billiard table, we exchanged many shots with the enemy. A number of National Guards came up and surrendered to us as prisoners. As soon as one presented himself with the butt of his musket in the air, we made him come under the window, where 2 of us stood ready to fire in case of treachery, while the 3rd took him to the lieutenant. In the course of the night I was slightly wounded in the ear. A surgeon pinned it up with 2 black pins. It was now May 23, an ever memorable day. We were pushing on into Paris, and were to attack Montmartre, but first we had to make sure of the houses in our rear. Then began that terrible fighting in the streets, when every man fights hand to hand, when one must jump, revolver in hand, into dark cellars, or rush up narrow staircases with an enemy who knows the ground, lying in wait. 2 or 3 shots well aimed come from one house, and each brings down a comrade. Exasperated, we break in the door and rush through the chambers. The crime must be punished, the murderers are still on the spot. But there are 10 men in the house. Each swears that he is innocent. Then each soldier has to take upon himself the office of a judge. He looks to see if the gun of each man has been discharged recently, if the blouse and the citizen's trousers have not been hastily drawn over a uniform. Death and life are in his hands. No one will ever call him to account for his decision. Women and children fall at his feet imploring pity. Through all the house resound sobs, groans, and the reports of rifles. At the corner of every street lie the bodies of men shot, or stand prisoners about to be executed. I was thankful when the moment came to attack the heights of Montmartre, and to engage in open warfare. General Pradier, our brigadier general, marched at our head, greatly exposed, because of the gold lace on his uniform. An insurgent, whom we had taken prisoner, suddenly sprang from his guards, seized the general's horse, and presented at him a revolver that he had hidden in his belt. The general, furious, cried, "Shoot him! Shoot him!" But we dared not, they were too close together. Suddenly the man sprang back, gained the street, and though 20 of us fired in haste at once, every ball missed him. Leaping like a goat, he made his escape. The general was very angry. Step by step we made our way, slowly, it is true, but never losing ground. About 200 yards from Montmartre were tall houses and wood yards where many insurgents had taken refuge. These sent among us a shower of balls. We had sharp fighting in this place, but succeeded in gaining the position. Then we halted for about 2 hours, to make preparations for an attack upon the heights. Some of us, while we halted, fired at the enemy, some raided houses and made prisoners, some went in search of something to eat, but seldom found it. I was fortunate, however, while taking some prisoners to the provost marshal, to be able to buy a dozen salt herrings, 4 pints of milk, 9 loaves of bread, some prunes, some barley sugar, and a pound of bacon. I took all I could get, and from the colonel downward, all my comrades were glad to get a share of my provisions. The heights at Montmartre had been riddled by the fire from Mont Valérien. Sometimes a shell from our mortars would burst in the enemy's trenches, when a swarm of human beings would rush out of their holes and run like rabbits in a warren." The punishment of the unfortunate, as well as of the guilty, was very severe. Their imprisonment in the great orangery at Versailles, where thousands of orange trees are stored during the winter, involved frightful suffering. A commission was appointed to try the prisoners, but its work was necessarily slow. It was more than a year before some of the captured leaders of the Commune met their fate. Those condemned were shot at the Buttes of Satory, an immense amphitheatre holding 20,000 people, where the emperor on one of his fêtes, in the early days of his marriage, gave a great free hippodrome performance, to the intense gratification of his lieges. Some prisoners were transported to New Caledonia. Cayenne had been given up as too unhealthy, and this lonely island in the far Pacific Ocean had been fixed upon as the Botany Bay for political offenders. Some of the leaders in the Council of the Commune were shot in the streets. Raoul Rigaud was of this number. Some were executed at Satory, some escaped to England, Switzerland, and America. Some were sent to New Caledonia, but were amnestied, and returned to France to be thorns in the side of every government up to the present hour. Some are now legislators in the French Chamber, some editors and proprietors of newspapers. Among those shot in the heat of vengeance at Satory was Valin, who had vainly tried to save the hostages. Deleschuze, in despair at the cowardice of his associates, quietly sought a barricade when affairs grew desperate, and standing on it with his arms folded, was shot down. Cluseret, who had real talent as an artist, had an exhibition a few years since of his pictures in Paris, and writing to a friend concerning it speaks thus of himself: "You can tell me the worst. When a man has passed through a life full of vicissitudes as I have done, during 17 years of which I have seen many campaigns, fighting sometimes 365 days in a year, or marching and countermarching, without tents or anything, when one has been 3 times outlawed and under sentence of death, when one has known much of imprisonment and exile, when one has suffered from ingratitude, calumny, and poverty, one is pretty well seasoned, and can bear to hear the truth." 1,031 women were among the prisoners at Versailles and Satory. Many of them were women of the worst character. 850 were set at liberty. 4 were sent to an insane asylum, but doctors declared that nearly every woman who fought in the streets for the Commune was more or less insane. The most important of all captures was that of Rochefort. He had been a leading man in the Council of the Commune, but was so great a favorite with men of literature, besides having strong friends and an old schoolfellow in Thiers' cabinet, that he escaped with transportation to the Southern Seas. On May 20, when he saw that the end of the Commune was at hand, he procured from the delegate for foreign affairs passports for himself and his secretary. It is thought that the delegate, enraged at Rochefort's purpose of deserting his colleagues, betrayed him to the Prussians, who held the fort of Vincennes. The Prussians sent word to the frontier, and there the fugitives were arrested. Rochefort had no luggage, but in his pocket was a great deal of miscellaneous jewelry, a copy of Monte Cristo, and some fine cigars. Escorted by Uhlans, he was brought to Saint Germain, and delivered over to the Versailles Government. For a long time his fate hung in the balance, and it seemed improbable that even the exertions of M. Thiers, the president, and Jules Favre, the minister for Foreign Affairs, could save him. Section 30 of France in the 19th Century. This recording is in the public domain. France in the 19th Century, by Elizabeth Latimer. Chapter 17. The Great Revenge, Part 2. Having told of the last days of the Commune as seen by Count Orsi and the Marquis de Compiègne, there remains one more narrative, the experiences of a man still more intimately connected with the events of that terrible period, though, like a soldier in battle, he seems to have been able to see only what was around him, and could take no general view of what went on in other parts of the field. The writer was an English gentleman who published his narrative immediately after he returned to England in September and October, 1871, in Macmillan's Magazine. "The writer," says the editor, "is a young gentleman of good family and position. His name, though suppressed for good reasons, is known to us, and we have satisfied ourselves of the trustworthiness of the narrative." He says, "I left England very hurriedly for France on March 29, 1871. I had neglected to procure a passport, and had no papers to prove my identity. I travelled from Havre to Paris without trouble, and on the train met two men whom I saw afterwards as members of the Council of the Commune. The first thing that struck me on my arrival in Paris was the extreme quietness of the streets. During the first week of my stay I was absorbed in my own business, and saw nothing. But on Monday, April 10, my own part in the concerns of the Commune began. I was returning home from breakfast about 1 o'clock in the day, when I met a sergeant and 4 men in the street, who stopped me, and the sergeant said, 'Pardon, citizen, but what is your battalion?' I answered that, being an Englishman, I did not belong to any battalion. 'And your passport, citizen?' On my replying that I had none, he requested me to go with him to a neighboring mairie, and I was accordingly escorted thither by the 4 men. On my arrival I was shown into a cell, comfortable enough, though it might have been cleaner. Having no evidence of my nationality, I felt it was useless to apply to the embassy. All the friends I had in Paris who could have identified me as an Englishman had left the city some days before, and as I reflected, it appeared to me that if required to serve the Commune, no other course would be left to me. One thing, however, I resolved: to keep myself as much in the background as possible. In 3 or 4 hours I was conducted before the members of the Commune for that arrondissement. They received me civilly, asked my name, age, profession, etc., and then one of them, taking up a paper, proceeded to say that I must be placed in a battalion for active service, as I was under 40 years of age. 'Gentlemen,' I replied, 'your political affairs are of no interest to me, and it is my misfortune to be placed in this unpleasant predicament. But I tell you plainly, you may shoot me if you will, but I absolutely refuse to leave Paris to fight the Versaillais, who are no enemies of mine in particular, and I therefore demand to be set at liberty.' Upon this they all laughed, and told me to leave the room. After a little time I was recalled, and told I should be placed in a compagnie sédentaire. I again remonstrated, and demanded to be set at liberty, when they said I was drunk, and ordered me to be locked into my cell, whence I was transferred to my battalion the next morning. I found my captain a remarkably pleasant man, as indeed were all my comrades in my company, and I can never forget the kindness I met with from them. My only regret is my utter ignorance of their fate. I can scarcely hope they all escaped the miserable fate that overtook so many. But I should rejoice to know that some were spared. On entering the captain's office and taking off my hat, I was told to put it on again, as we are all equal here, citizen; and after the captain had said a few words to me, I was regaled with bread, sardines, and wine, the rations for the day. The captain was a young man of 26, with a particularly quiet, gentlemanly manner. He was, I believe, a carpet weaver. He had been a soldier, and had served in Africa with distinction. The account of my daily duties as a member of this company from April 10 to May 23 may be here omitted. I became orderly to one of the members of the Commune, and being supplied with a good horse, for as an Englishman I was supposed to be able to ride, I spent much of my time in carrying messages. On the morning of Tuesday, May 23, our colonel told us of the death of Dombrowski, who had been shot during the night, though particulars were not known. I was sorry to hear of his end, for he had been disposed to be kind to me, and I knew then that the cause of the Commune was utterly lost, as he was the only able man among them. The night before, we had seen such a fire as I never saw before, streaming up to the sky in 2 pillars of flame. I was told it was the Tuileries. The Versaillais were already within the walls of Paris, but this we in the centre of the city did not know. The news spread during the day, however, and there was a great panic in the evening. Everybody began to make preparations for flight, the soldiers being anxious to get home and change their uniforms for plain clothes. No one knew with any degree of certainty where the enemy really was, nor how far he had advanced. Only one thing was certain, that the game was played out, and that the sauve qui peut must be the order of the day. Men, women, and children were rushing frantically about the streets, demanding news, and repeating it with 100 variations. The whole scene was lit up by fires which blazed in all directions. At last the night gave place to dawn, and the scene was one to be remembered for a lifetime. The faces of the crowd wore different expressions of horror, amazement, and abject terror. Early in the morning of Wednesday, 24th, I, with some others, was ordered to the barricade of La Roquette. My companions were very good fellows, with one exception: a grumpy old wretch who had served in Africa, and could talk about nothing but the heat of Algeria and the chances for plunder he had let slip there. Finding nothing to do at the barricade, I tied my horse and fell asleep upon the pavement. I dreamed I was at a great dinner party in my father's house, and could get nothing to eat, though dishes were handed to me in due course. Many times afterwards my sleeping thoughts took that direction. I really believe that there were times when I and many others would willingly have been shot, if we could have secured one good meal. When I awoke, about midday, in the Rue de la Roquette, I found my companions gone to the mairie of the 11th Arrondissement, and I followed them. Our uniform was not unlike that of the troops of the line in the French army, so we were taken by the crowd for deserters, and hailed with, "Ah, les bons garçons! Ah, les bons patriotes!" And we shouted back in turn with all our might, "Vive la Commune! Vive la République!" Those words were in my mouth the whole of the next 3 days. The people never saw a horseman without shrieking to him, "How is all going on at present?" To which the answer was invariably, "All goes well. Vive la Commune! Vive la République!" though the enemy might at that moment be within 500 yards. Indeed, the infatuation and credulity displayed by the French, not only during the insurrection, but the whole war, was absurd. Tell them on good authority that they had lost a battle or been driven back, they would answer that you were joking, and you might think yourself lucky to escape with a whole skin; but say nothing but "All goes well, we have won," and without stopping to inquire, they would at once cheer and shout as if for a decisive victory." The next duty of our Englishmen was to act as mounted orderly to captains who were ordered to visit and report on the state of the barricades, also to command all citizens to go into their houses and close the doors and windows. There was little enthusiasm at the barricades, and everywhere need of reinforcements. The army of the Commune was melting away. The most energetic officer they saw was a stalwart negro lieutenant, possibly the man who, as de Compiègne tells us, had scared some Versaillais in a cellar on the 22nd of May. On the night of Thursday, May 25, the column of July was a remarkable sight. It had been hung with wreaths of immortelles, and those caught fire from an explosive. Elsewhere, except for burning buildings, there was total darkness. There was no gas in Paris, of course, and here our Englishman goes on to say that, so far as his experience went, he saw no pétroleuses nor fighting women, nor did he believe in their existence. By Friday, May 26, provisions and fodder were exhausted, and it was hard for the soldiers of the Commune to get anything to eat. Our Englishman, in the general disorganization, became separated from his comrades, and joined himself to a small troop of horsemen wearing the red shirt of Garibaldi, who swept past him at a furious gallop. They were making for the cemetery of Père Lachaise. "All is lost," they cried. "To get there is our only chance of safety." Yet they still shouted to the men and women whom they passed, "All goes well. Vive la Commune! Vive la République!" By help of an order to visit all the posts, which the Englishman had in his pocket, they obtained admittance into Père Lachaise. There were 5 Poles in the party, 1 Englishman and 1 Frenchman. "And certainly," adds the narrator, "they were no credit to their respective nations. It was on their faces that I remarked for the first time that peculiar hunted down look which was afterwards to be seen on every countenance, and, I presume, upon my own." Our Englishman rode up to a battery in Père Lachaise, planted on the spot made famous by a celebrated passage in Le Père Goriot, in which Balzac describes Rastignac, on the eve of finally selling himself to Satan, as standing and gazing down on Paris, to conquer a high place in which is to be his reward. The observer who saw the city from the same spot on the 26th of May, 1871, says, "Beneath me lay stretched out like a map the once great and beautiful city, now, alas, given over a prey to fire and sword. I could see smoke rising from many a heap of ruins that but a few short hours before had been a palace or a monument of art. It was impossible, however, to decide what buildings were actually burning, for a thick, misty rain had set in, which prevented my seeing distinctly. In my descent I passed the place where the body of Dombrowski was lying. He had been shot from behind, and the ball had passed through his body. At the gate of the cemetery I found a man waiting for me with news that Belleville was to be our rendezvous. words cannot paint the spectacle that Belleville presented. It was the last place left, the only refuge remaining; and such an assemblage as was collected there it would be difficult to find again. There were National Guards of every battalion, chasseurs fédérés in their wonderful uniform, a sort of cross between zouaves, linesmen, and riflemen; enfants perdus in their green coats and feathers (very few of these were to be seen, as they had no claim to quarter, nor did they expect any); chasseurs à cheval of the Commune, in their blue jackets and red trousers, leaning idly against the gates of their stables; éclaireurs de la Commune in blue; Garibaldians in red; hussars, cantinières, sailors, civilians, women, and children, all mixed up together in the crowded streets, and looking the picture of anxiety. In the afternoon, about 4 o'clock, we were ordered to mount and escort "ces coquins," as the officer called a party of prisoners. They were 45 gendarmes and 6 curés, who were to be shot in the courtyard of a neighboring building. We obeyed our orders and accompanied them to their destination. I was told off to keep back the crowd. The men about to die, 51 in all, were placed together, and the word was given to fire. Some few, happier than the rest, fell at once; others died but slowly. One gendarme made an effort to escape, but was shot through the stomach, and fell, a hideous object, to the ground. One old curé, with long hair, white as snow, had the whole of one side of his head shot away, and still remained standing. After I had seen this, I could bear it no longer, but, reckless of consequences, moved away and left the ground, feeling very sick. As I was in the act of leaving, I observed a lad, a mere boy of 14 or 15, draw a heavy horseman's pistol from his belt and fire in the direction of the dead and dying. He was immediately applauded by the mob, and embraced by those who stood near as "a good patriot." And here let me remark that those who have thought it cruel and inhuman, on the part of the conquerors, to arrest and detain as prisoners gamins of from 12 to 16, are quite mistaken. Those who remained at the barricades to the last, and were most obstinate in their defence, were the boys of Paris. They were fierce and uncontrollable, and appeared to be veritably possessed of devils. The difference between the irregular corps and the National Guard was that the latter had, with very few exceptions, been forced to serve, like myself, under compulsion, or by the stern necessity of providing bread for their wives and children, while the irregulars were all volunteers, and had few married men in their ranks." Later in the day 2 mounted officers in plain clothes, one of them a captain, whom our friend had served as orderly, called him and an artilleryman out of the ranks, and ordered them to accompany them. After a devious course through obscure streets of Paris, the officers gave them some money, and ordered them to go into the next street and see if they could procure plain clothes. Having done so, they returned to the place where their officers had promised to wait for them, but they had disappeared. This was, in truth, a good-natured ruse to save the lives of the 2 privates, though at the time it was not so understood. Not knowing what to do, they attempted to return to their regiments, but at the first outpost they were challenged by the sentry. They had been away 5 hours, and the countersign had been changed. They were arrested, and carried to the nearest mairie. They were led upstairs and taken before a member of the Commune who was sitting at a table covered with papers, busily writing, surrounded by men of all ranks and uniforms. On hearing their story, he turned round and said, in excellent English, "What are you doing here, an Englishman and in plain clothes?" The Englishman had grown angry. He answered recklessly, "Yes, I am English, and I have been compelled to serve your Commune. I don't know what your name is or who you are, but I request that you give me a paper to allow me to quit Paris without further molestation." The member of the Commune smiled, and answered, "There is only one thing to be done with you. Here, sergeant," and the Englishman and the artillerymen were escorted to the guard room. There everything of value was taken from them. The Englishman lost his watch, his money, and, what he valued more, his note book and papers. He wore a gold ring, the gift of his mother, and as it was difficult to get off, some of the soldiers proposed amputating the finger. Next, a species of court martial was held, which in a few minutes passed sentence that they were to be shot at 9 the next morning, for "refusing to serve the Commune." They had been asked no questions, no evidence had been heard, and no defence had been allowed them. Says the Englishman, "We were conducted to the Black Hole. There we found 9 others who were to suffer the same fate in the morning. I was too tired to do anything but throw myself on a filthy mattress, and in a few minutes I was sleeping what I thought was my last sleep on earth. I was roused at daybreak by a tremendous hammering of my companions on the door of our cell. I was irritated, and asked angrily why they could not allow those who wished to be quiet to remain so. They answered by telling me to climb up to the window and look into the courtyard. I found it strewn with corpses. The mairie had been evacuated during the night, and it was evident we should not be executed. In vain we tried to force the door of our cell; all we could do was to make as much noise as possible to attract attention. At last a sergeant of the National Guard procured the keys, the heavy door was opened, and we were free. I avoided a distribution of rifles and ammunition, and passed out into the street, hoping that my troubles were over. Alas, they were only just begun, for the first sight that met my eyes as I stepped into the street was a soldier of the Government, calling on all those in sight to surrender and to lay down their arms. I gave myself up as a prisoner of war. It was Whit Sunday, May 28. Happily my name was written down as one of those taken without arms. I was placed in a party of prisoners, and we were marched to the Butte de Chaumont, passing in our way many a barricade, or rather the remains of them. Here the body of a man shot through the head was lying stiff and cold upon the pavement. There was a pool of coagulated blood. There a corpse of a gentleman in plain clothes, apparently sleeping, with his head buried in his arms; but a small red stream issuing from his body told that he slept the sleep of death. Some, as we marched on, kept silence; some congratulated themselves that all was over, while some predicted our immediate execution. All had the same hunted down, wearied look upon their faces that I have before alluded to. At last we were halted and given over to the charge of a regiment of the line. The first order given was, "Fling down your hats." Luckily I had a little silk cap, which I contrived to slip into my pocket, and which was afterwards of great comfort to me. We stood bareheaded in the blazing sun some time, till our attention was called to a sound of shooting, and a whisper went round, "We are all to be shot." The agonized look on the faces of some I can never forget. But these were men of the better sort, and few in number. The greater part looked sullen and stolid, shrugged their shoulders, and said, "It won't take long; a shot, and all is over." A boy about 4 files behind me was a pitiable object. His cries and his frantic endeavors to attract notice to a document of some sort he held in his hand were silenced at last by a kick from an officer and a "Tais toi, crapaud." Very different was it with a poor child of 9 who stood next to me. He never cried nor uttered a word of complaint, but stood quietly by my side for some time, looking furtively into my face. At last he ventured to slip his little hand into mine, and from that time till the close of that terrible day we marched hand in hand. Meantime the executions went on. I counted up to 20, and afterwards I believe some 6 or 7 more took place. Those put to death were nearly all officers of the National Guard. One who was standing near me, a paymaster, had his little bag containing the pay of his men, which he had received the day before, but had not been able to distribute among them. He now gave it away to those standing round him, I among them getting a few francs, saying, "I shall be shot, but this money may be of use to you, my children, in your sad captivity." He was led out and shot a few minutes afterwards. They all, without exception, met their fate bravely and like men. There was no shrinking from death, or entreaties to be spared, among those I saw killed. After an hour we resumed our march, the mob saluting us with the choicest selection of curses and abusive epithets I ever heard. We passed down the Rue Royale, the bystanders calling on us to look upon the ruin we had caused, through the Champs Elysées to the Arch of Triumph, marching bareheaded, under a burning sun. At length, in the Avenue de l'Impératrice, an order to halt was given. There, weary and footsore, many dropped down on the ground, waiting for death, which we were now convinced was near at hand. For myself, I felt utterly numbed and contented to die, and I think I should have received with equal indifference the news of my release. I remember plotting in my mind how I could possibly get news of my fate conveyed to my parents in England. Could I ask one of the soldiers to convey a message for me, and would he understand what to do? With such thoughts, and mechanically repeating the Lord's Prayer to myself at intervals, I whiled away more than an hour, until an order, "Get up, all of you," broke the thread of my meditations. Presently, General the Marquis de Gallifet, he who had served the emperor in Mexico, passed slowly down the line, attended by several officers. He stopped here and there, selecting several of our number, chiefly the old or the wounded, and ordered them to step out of the ranks. His commands were usually couched in abusive language. A young man near me called out, "I am an American. Here is my passport. I am innocent." "Silence! We have foreigners and riffraff more than enough. We have got to get rid of them," was the general's reply. All chance was over now, we thought. We should be shot in a few minutes. Our idea was that those who had been placed aside were to be spared, and those about me said, "It is just. They would not shoot the aged and the wounded." Alas, we were soon to be undeceived. Again we started, and were ordered to march arm in arm to the Bois de Boulogne. There those picked out of our ranks by General de Gallifet, over 80 in number, were all shot before our eyes. Yet so great was our thirst that many, while the shooting was going on, were struggling for water, of which there was only a scant supply. I was not fortunate enough to get any. The execution being over, we proceeded, now knowing that our destination was Versailles. Oh, the misery and wretchedness of that weary march! The sun poured fiercely down on our uncovered heads, our throats were parched with thirst, our blistered feet and tired legs could hardly support our aching bodies. Now and again a man utterly worn out would drop by the wayside. One of our guard would then dismount, and try by kicks and blows to make him resume his place in the line. In all cases those measures proved unavailing, and a shot in the rear told us that one of our number had ceased to exist. The executioner would then fall into his place, laughing and chatting gaily with his comrades. Towards 8 o'clock in the evening we entered Versailles. If the curses we had endured in Paris were frightful and numerous, here they were multiplied tenfold. We toiled up the hill leading to Satory. "There stand the mitrailleuses, ready for us," said one of my companions. Then, indeed, for the first time I felt afraid, and wished I had been among those who had been executed in the daytime, rather than be horribly wounded and linger in my misery; for no sure aim is taken by a mitrailleuse. The order came to halt, and I waited for the whirring sound, but, thank God, I waited in vain. We set ourselves in motion once more, and soon were in an immense courtyard surrounded by walls, having on one side large sheds in which we were to pass the night. With what eagerness did we throw ourselves on our faces in the mud, and lap up the filthy water in the pools! There was another Englishman, as well as several Americans, among our number, also some Dutch, Belgians, and Italians. The Englishman had arrived in Paris from Brest on May 14 to "better himself," and had been immediately arrested and put in prison by the Commune. Being released on the 21st of May, he was captured the next day by the Versaillais. I remained all the time with him till my release. On Wednesday, May 31, we were dispatched to Versailles to be examined at the Orangerie. The Orangerie is about 700 feet long and 40 broad, including 2 wings at either end. It is flagged with stone, on which the dust accumulates in great quantities. According to my experience, it is bitterly cold at night, and very hot in the daytime. Within its walls, instead of fragrant orange trees, were 4,000 to 5,000 human beings, now herded together in a condition too miserable to imagine, a prey to vermin, disease, and starvation. The general appearance of the crowd of captives was, I must confess, far from prepossessing. They were very dirty, very dusty, and worn out, as I myself was probably, and no wonder. The floor was several inches thick in dust, no straw was attainable, and washing was impossible. I gained some comparative comfort by gathering up dust in a handkerchief and making a cushion of it. Thursday, June 1, dragged on as miserably as its predecessor, the only event being the visit of a deputy, which gave rise to great anticipations, as he said, in my hearing, that our condition was disgraceful, and that straw and a small portion of soup ought to be allowed us. The terrible scenes and sufferings we had gone through had deprived many of our number of their reason. Some of the madmen were dangerous, and made attempts to take the lives of their companions; others did nothing but shout and scream day and night. The second night we passed in the Orangerie, the Englishman and I thought we had secured a place where we might lie down and sleep in the side gallery; but at midnight we were attacked by one of the most dangerous of the madmen. It was useless to hope to find any other place to lie down in, and we had no more rest that night, for several maniacs persisted in following us wherever we went, and would allow us no repose. I counted that night 44 men bereft of reason, wandering about and attacking others, as they had done ourselves. The next day we found ourselves at last in the ranks of those who were to leave the Orangerie. Our names were inscribed at 11 o'clock, and we stood in rank till 7 in the evening, afraid to lose our places if we stirred. What our destination might be was to us unknown, but there was not a man who was not glad to quit the place where we had suffered such misery." Their destination proved to be Brest, which they reached at midnight of the next day, after travelling in cattle cars for about 30 hours. They were transferred at once to a hulk lying in the harbor. Clean shirts and water to wash with were given them, which seemed positive luxuries. Their treatment was not bad; they had hammocks to sleep in, and permission to smoke on deck every other day. But the sufferings they had gone through, and the terribly foul air of the Orangerie, had so broken them down that most of them were stricken by a kind of jail fever. Many, without warning, would drop down as if in a fit, and be carried to a hospital ship moored near them, to be seen no more. Our Englishman remained 3 weeks on board this hulk, and then escaped; but by what means he did not, in October, 1871, venture to say. He concludes his narrative with these words: "When I think of those who were with me who still remain in the same condition, and apparently with no chance of release, my heart grows sick within me, and I can only be thankful to Almighty God for my miraculous and providential escape. In conclusion, let me say, as one who lived and suffered among them, that so far from speaking hardly of the miserable creatures who have been led astray, one ought rather to pity them. The greater part of those who served the Commune, for all in Paris, with but few exceptions, did serve, were pressed men, like myself; but those who had wives and children to support, and were without work, nay, even without means of obtaining a crust of bread, for the siege had exhausted all their little savings, were forced by necessity to enroll themselves in the National Guard for the sake of their daily pay. In the regular army of the Commune, if I may so style the National Guard, there were but few volunteers, and these were in general orderly and respectable men. But the irregular regiments, such as the Enfants Perdus, Chasseurs Fédérés, Défenseurs de la Colonne de Juillet, etc., were nothing but troops of blackguards and ruffians, who made their uniforms an excuse for robbery and pillage. Such men deserved the vengeance which overtook the majority of them." End of Section 30. End of Chapter 17. Section 31 of France in the 19th Century. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. France in the 19th Century, by Elizabeth Latimer. Chapter 18. The Formation of the Third Republic. Part 1. The fall of the Commune took place in the last week of May, 1871. We must go back to the surrender of Paris in the last week of January of the same year, and take up the history of France from the election of the National Assembly called together at Bordeaux to conclude terms of peace with the Prussians, to the election of the first president of the Third Republic, during which time France was under the dictatorship of M. Thiers. Adolphe Thiers was born in Marseilles, April 16, 1797. He was a poor little baby, whose father, an ex-Jacobin, had fled from France to escape the counter revolution. The doctor who superintended his entrance into the world recorded that he was a healthy, active child, with remarkably short legs. These legs remained short all his life, but his body grew to be that of a tall, powerful man. His appearance was by no means aristocratic or dignified, if seen from a distance, but his defects of person were redeemed by the wondrous sparkle in his eyes. The family of his mother, on the maternal side, Lomassa, and was of Greek origin. It came from the Levant, and its members spoke Greek among themselves. Madame Thiers' father was named Arnic, and his descent was also Levantine. Mademoiselle Arnic made a love match in espousing Thiers, a widower, who after the 9th Thermidor had taken refuge under her father's roof. A writer who obtained materials for a sketch of Thiers from Thiers himself says, "She pitied him, she was dazzled by his brilliant parts, charmed by his plausible manners, and regardless of his poverty and his encumbrance of many children, she insisted on marrying him. Her family was indignant and cast her off. Nor did she long find comfort in her husband. She was a Royalist, and remained so to the end of her days. He was a Jacobin. Moreover, she soon found that his tastes led him to drink and dissipation." This man, the father of Thiers, was small of stature, mercurial in temperament, of universal aptitudes, much wit, and a perennial buoyancy of disposition. His weakness, like his son's, was a passion for omniscience. Some one said of him, "He talks encyclopaedia, and if anybody asked him, would be at no loss to tell you what was passing in the moon." He had been educated for the bar, and belonged to a family of the haute bourgeoisie of Provence. But everything was changed by the revolutionary see-saw, and shortly before his son was born he had been a stevedore in the docks of Marseilles. His father, the statesman's grandfather, had been a cloth merchant and a man of erudition. He wrote a history of Provence, and died at the age of 95. The Thiers who preceded him lived to be 97, and was a noted gastronome, whose house at Marseilles in the early part of the 18th century was known far and wide for hospitality and good cheer. He was ruined by speculative ventures in the American colonies. Thiers' grandfather, the cloth merchant, was a Royalist, who brought down upon himself the wrath of the Jacobins by inciting the more moderate party in Marseilles to seize the commissioners sent to them by the Convention, and imprison them in the Château d'If. His son, Thiers' father, being himself a Jacobin, helped to release the prisoners, and accepted an office under them in Marseilles. This was the reason why he had to conceal himself during the reaction that followed the fall of Robespierre. But all his life he bobbed like a cork to the surface of events, or with equal facility sank beneath them. He seems to have been "everything by turns, and nothing long." Among other employments he became an impresario, and went with an opera troupe to Italy. There, for a time, he kept a gaming table, and finally turned up at Joseph Bonaparte's court at Naples. He became popular with King Joseph, and followed him to Madrid. He was a French Micawber, without the domestic affections of his English counterpart, but with far more brilliant chances. His wife was left to struggle at Marseilles with her own boy to support, and with a host of step–children. What she would have done but for the kindness of her mother, Madame Arnic, it is hard to tell. Meantime, Adolphe was adopted and educated by Madame Arnic. She had provided him from his birth with influential patrons in the person of two well–to–do godfathers. The boy was brought up in one of those beautiful bastides, or sea and country villas, which adorn the shores of Provence. There he ran wild with the little peasant boys, and subsequently in Marseilles with the gamins of the city. His cousin, the poet André Chénier, got him an appointment to one of the lycées, or high schools, established by Napoleon; but his grandmother would not hear of his "wearing Bonaparte's livery." The two godfathers had to threaten to apply to the absent Micawber on the subject, if the boy's mother and grandmother stood in the way of his education. They yielded at last, and accepted the appointment offered them. Adolphe passed with high marks into the institution, and it cost him no trouble to keep always at the head of his classes. But in play hours there was never a more troublesome boy. He so perplexed and annoyed his superiors that they were on the eve of expelling him when a new master came to the Lycée from Paris, and all was changed. This master had ruined his prospects by writing a pamphlet against the Empire. A warm friendship sprang up between him and his brilliant pupil. The good man was an unbending republican. When Thiers became Prime Minister of France under Louis Philippe, he wrote to his old master and offered him an important post in the Bureau of Public Instruction. But the old man refused it. He would not accept Louis Philippe as "the best of republics," and ended his letter by saying, "The best thing I can wish you is that you may soon retire from office, and that for a long time." The influence of this new teacher roused all Thiers' faculties and stimulated his industry. From that time forward he became the most industrious man of his age. The bulletins and the victories of Napoleon excited his imagination. He would take a bulletin for his theme, and write up an account of a battle, supplementing his few facts by his own vivid imagination. His idea was that France must be the strongest of European powers, or she would prove the weakest. She could not hold a middle place in the federation of European nations. When Thiers had finished his school course, his grandmother mortgaged her house to supply funds for his entrance into the college at Aix. He could not enter the army on account of his size, and he aspired to the bar. His family was very poor at that period. Thiers largely supported himself by painting miniatures, which it is said he did remarkably well. At Aix he found good literary society and congenial associations. His friendship with his fellow historian, Mignet, began in their college days. At Aix, too, where he was given the full liberty to enjoy the Marquis d'Alberta's gallery of art and wonderful collection of curiosities and bronzes, he acquired his lifelong taste for such things. Aix was indeed a place full of collections, of antiquities, of cameos, of marbles, etc. Thiers' first literary success was the winning a prize at Nîmes for a monograph of Vauvenargues, a moralist of the 18th century, called by Voltaire the master mind of his period. He won this prize under remarkable circumstances. The commission to award it was composed, largely of Royalists, who did not like to assign it to a competitor, who, if not a Republican, was at least a Bonapartist. Thiers had read passages from his essay to friends, and the commissioners were aware of its authorship. They therefore postponed their decision. Meantime, Thiers wrote another essay on the same subject. Mignet had it copied, and forwarded to Nîmes from Paris, with a new motto. This essay won the first prize, and Thiers' other essay won the second prize, greatly to his amusement and delight, and to the annoyance and discomfiture of the Committee of Decision. With 600 francs in his pocket, or $120, he went up to Paris, making the journey on foot. Having arrived there, he made his way to his friend Mignet's garret, weary and footsore, carrying his bundle in his hand. Mignet was not at home, but in the opposite chamber, which Thiers entered to make inquiries for his friend, was a gay circle of Bohemians who were enjoying a revel. The traveller who broke in upon their mirth is thus described: "He wore a coat that had been green and was faded to yellow, tight buff trousers too short to cover his ankles, and dusty and glossy from long use, a pair of clumsy blucher boots, and a hat worthy of a place in the cabinet of an antiquary. His face was tanned a deep brown, and a pair of brass rimmed spectacles covered half his face." That was about 1821. Thiers was then not a profound politician, nor was he very clear as to theories about republicanism. But he was an enthusiast for Napoleon, an enthusiast for France. He employed his leisure in making notes in the public libraries on the events between 1788 and 1799, the year of the 18th Brumaire. His future History of the Revolution, Consulate, and Empire began, unconsciously to himself, to grow under his hand. He had hoped to be called to the bar in Paris, but as his want of height had prevented his entering the army, so his want of money prevented his entrance to the ranks of the lawyers of the capital. The council which recommends such admissions required at that period that the person seeking admittance should show himself possessed of a well furnished domicile and a sufficient income. Thiers' resources fell far short of this. For a while he supported himself in Paris as best he could, partly by painting fans. He then returned to Aix, where he was admitted to the bar. But he could not stay long away from Paris. He returned, and again struggled with poverty, painting and making applications for literary and newspaper work in all directions. At last, about the time of Louis XIII.'s death, Manuel, the semi-republican deputy from Marseilles, took him up. He was then engaged upon his history, and was private secretary to the Duc de Liancourt, to whose notice he had been brought by Talleyrand in a letter which said, "Two young men have lately brought me strong recommendations. One is gentlemanly and appears to have the qualifications you desire in a secretary. The other is uncouth to a degree, but I think I can discern in him sparks of the fire of genius." The duke's reply was brief: "Send me the second one." In 1826 Thiers began to attract public notice as a clever and somewhat turbulent opponent of the priest party under Charles X. He got his first journalistic employment from the editor of a leading paper in Paris, the Constitutionnel. He had a letter of introduction to the editor, who, nowise impressed by his appearance, and wishing to get rid of him, politely said he had no work vacant on the paper except that of criticising the pictures in the Salon, which he presumed M. Thiers could not undertake. On the contrary, Thiers felt sure he could do the work, which the editor, confident of his failure, allowed him to try. The result was a review that startled all Paris, and Thiers was at once engaged on the Constitutionnel as literary, dramatic, and artistic critic. He proved to have a perfect genius for journalism, and all his life he considered newspaper work his profession. Before long he aspired to take part in the management of his paper, and to that end saved and scraped together every cent in his power, assisted by a German bookseller named Schubert, the original of Schmuck in Balzac's Cousin Pons. The Constitutionnel grew more and more popular and more powerful. But still Thiers' means were very small, and he was bent on saving all he could to establish a new newspaper, the National. He was engaged to be married to a young lady at Aix, whose father thought he was neglecting her, and came up to Paris to see about it. Thiers pleaded for delay. He had not money enough, he said, to set up housekeeping. A second time the impatient father came to Paris on the same errand, and on receiving the same answer, assaulted Thiers publicly and challenged him. The duel took place. Thiers fired in the air, and his adversary's ball passed between his little legs. Nobody was hurt, but the match was broken off, and the young lady died of the disappointment. Thiers kept every memorial he had of her sacredly to the day of his death, and in the time of his power sought out and provided for the members of her family. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about M. Thiers was the unusual care he took to prepare himself fully before writing or speaking. He had every subject clearly and fully in his own mind before he put pen to paper, and when he began to write, he did so with extraordinary rapidity. Nor would he write any account of anything, either in a newspaper or in his history, till he had visited localities, conversed with eye witnesses, and picked up floating legends. By an accident he became acquainted before other Parisian journalists with the signing of the Ordinance by Charles X., July 26, 1830. He had also good reason to think that Louis Philippe, if offered the crown of France or the lieutenant generalship of the kingdom, would accept it. While fighting was going on in Paris, he and Ary Scheffer, the artist, were the two persons deputed to go to Neuilly and sound the Duc d'Orléans. As we have seen, Marie Amélie, the duke's wife, indignantly refused their overtures in the absence of her husband, while Madame Adélaïde, his sister, encouraged them. Thiers, Laffitte, and Lafayette became the foremost men in Paris at this crisis, and at the end of some days Louis Philippe became King of the French. He wanted to make Thiers one of his ministers, but Thiers characteristically declined so high an office until he should have served an apprenticeship to ministerial work in an under secretaryship, and knew the machinery and the working of all departments of government. Thus far I have not spoken of Thiers' History of the Revolution. It appeared first in monthly parts. Up to the publication of the first number, in 1823, no writer in France had dared to speak well of any actor in the Revolution. Thiers' History, as it became known, created a great sensation. Thiers himself was supposed by the general public, both of his own country and of foreign nations, to be a wild revolutionist. At first the critics knew not how to speak of a book that admired the States General and defended the Constitutional Convention. But by the time the third volume was completed, in 1827, it was bought up eagerly. The work was published afterwards in 10 volumes, and the History of the Consulate and Empire, which appeared between 1845 and 1861, is in 20 volumes, but it is only fair to say that the print is very large, and the illustrations are very numerous, and that the portraits especially are beyond all praise. From 1831 to 1836 Thiers was one of Louis Philippe's ministers, and from 1836 to 1840 he was prime minister, or president of the Council. As soon as Thiers rose to power, his mercurial father made his appearance in Paris. Thiers was disposed to receive him very coldly. "What have you ever done for me that you have any claim on me?" he asked. "My son," replied the prodigal parent, "if I had been an ordinary father, and had stayed by my family and brought up a houseful of children in obscurity, do you suppose you would have been where you are now?" At this Thiers laughed, and gave his father a postmastership in a small town in the south of France called Carpentras. There the old gentleman lived, disreputable and extravagant to the last, surrounded by a large family of dogs. Thiers provided at the earliest possible moment for his mother and grandmother, buying for the latter a pretty little property which she had always coveted, near Esch, and taking his mother to preside over his own home. But Madame Thiers felt out of place in her son's life, and preferred to return to the property given to Madame Arnic, where she spent the rest of her days with the old lady. Lamartine tells a pretty anecdote of Thiers' relations with his mother. The poet and the statesman had been dining together at a friend's house, in 1830, when Thiers was already a cabinet officer. On leaving together after dinner, they found in the ante room an elderly woman plainly and roughly dressed. She was asking for M. Thiers, who, as soon as he saw her, ran to her, clasped her in his arms, kissed her, and then, leading her by both hands up to the poet, cried joyously, "Lamartine, this is my mother." In 1834 Thiers married a beautiful young girl fresh from her pension, Mademoiselle Donne, who was co-heiress with her mother and her father to a great fortune. Unhappily, Thiers had fallen first in love with the mother, but he accepted the daughter instead. The early married life of Madame Thiers was saddened by her knowledge of this state of things. She was devoted to the interests of her husband, and watched over him as a mother might have watched over a child. She was an accomplished woman and most careful housekeeper, and had received an excellent education. She knew many languages, and turned all English or German documents required by her husband into French. She was also a charming hostess, but she lived under the shadow of a great sorrow. When Thiers was to be married, he paid his father 12,000 francs (about $2,500) for the legal parental consent which is necessary in a French marriage. But he was by no means anxious to have his irrepressible parent at his wedding. For 3 weeks before the event he hired all the places in all the stage coaches running through Carpentras to Lyons. In 1840 M. Thiers went out of office, in consequence of a dispute with England about the Eastern question. The only charge that his enemies ever brought against him affecting his honor as a politician was that of employing the Jew Deutz to act the part of Judas towards the Duchesse de Berry. But for that he could plead that it solved a difficulty, and probably saved many lives. During the Second Empire he kept much in retirement. At first he had thought that Prince Louis Napoleon, seeing in him the historian and panegyrist of the great emperor, would call him to his councils, but he was quite mistaken. He could not, nor would he, have served Louis Napoleon's turn as did such men as Persigny, Saint Arnaud, de Maupas, and de Morny. When the coup d'état came, Thiers was imprisoned with the other deputies, the only favor allowed him being a bed, while the other deputies had no couch but the floor. In 1869 there was a general election in France, which was carefully manipulated by the Government, in order that, if possible, no deputy might be sent to the Chamber who would provoke discussion on the changes in the Constitution submitted by the emperor. Thiers thought it time for him to re enter public life, and to speak out to his countrymen. At this time, one of the gentlemen attached to the English embassy in Paris had a conversation with him. "For a man," he says, "of talents, learning, and experience, I never met one who impressed me as having so great an idea of his own self importance." But the visitor was at the same time impressed by his frankness and sincerity. Speaking of the Emperor Napoleon III., and foreseeing his downfall, he said, "What will succeed him, I know not. God grant it may not be the ruin of France. For a long time I kept quiet. It was no use breaking one's head against the wall. But now we have revolution staring us in the face as an alternative with the Empire. And do you think I should be doing well or rightly by my fellow citizens were I to keep in the background? If I am wanted, I shall not fail." As he spoke, the fire in his eyes sparkled right through the glass of his spectacles, and all the time he talked he was walking rapidly up and down. When greatly animated, he seemed even to grow taller and taller, so that on some great occasion a lady said of him to Charles Greville, "Did you know Thiers is handsome, and is 6 feet high?" When the fall of the Empire occurred, in September, 1870, M. Thiers was in Paris. But when the Committee of Defence was formed, he quitted the capital, before the arrival of the Prussians, to go from court to court, to London, to St. Petersburg, Vienna, to implore the intervention of diplomacy, and to prove how essential to the balance of power in Europe was the preservation of France. His feeling was that France ought promptly to have made peace after Sedan, that her cause then was hopeless, for the moment, and that by making the best terms she could, and by husbanding her resources, she might rise in her might at a future day. These views were not in the least shared by Gambetta, who believed, as indeed most Frenchmen and most foreigners believed, in 1870, that a general uprising in France would be sufficient to crush the Prussians. Thiers knew better. His policy was to save France for herself, and from herself at the same time. We already know the story. Gambetta escaped from Paris in a balloon, and joined Crémieux and Garnier Pagès, the other 2 members of the Committee of Defence who were outside of Paris. At Tours they had set up a sort of government, and there, in virtue of being the War Minister of the Committee of Defence, Gambetta proceeded to take all power into his own hands, and to become dictator of masterless France. It was like a shipwreck in which, captain and officers being disabled, the command falls to the most able seaman. Gambetta had no legal right to govern France, but he governed it by right divine, as the only man who could govern it. This is how a newspaper writer speaks, and justly, of Gambetta's government. "From the moment when he dropped, tired out with his journey by balloon, into his chair in the archiepiscopal palace at Tours, and announced that he was invested with full powers to defend the country, no one throughout France seriously disputed his authority. His colleagues became his clerks. The treasury was empty, but he refilled it. The arsenal was half empty, but in 6 weeks 1 great army, and almost 2, were supplied with artillery, horses, gunners, and breech-loaders. The Lyons Reds had been told that they were wicked fools, and Communists and Anarchists ripe for revolt in Toulouse, Lyons, and Marseilles had been put down. The respectables everywhere rose at his summons. Anarchy and military disobedience quailed." The fortunes of war forced Gambetta and his government from the banks of the Loire to Bordeaux. There, at the close of January, 1871, Jules Favre arrived from the Central Committee in Paris to announce, with shame and grief, that resistance was over. Paris had capitulated to the Prussians, and it only remained to elect a General Assembly which would create a regular government empowered to make peace with the enemy. For a few hours that night the fate of France hung trembling in the scales. Thiers was in Bordeaux. He was known to think that France could only save what was left by accepting the armistice. Gambetta was known to be for no surrender. Which should prevail? Would the dictator lay aside his power without a struggle? Gambetta rose to the occasion during the night. But here the histories of Thiers and Gambetta run together. Therefore, before I tell of what happened the next day, let me say a few words about the personal history of Léon Gambetta. He was only 33 years old at this time, having been born in 1838, when Thiers was 41 years of age. Gambetta's birthplace was Cahors, that city in the south of France stigmatized by Dante as the abode of usurers and scoundrels. His family was Italian and came from Genoa, but he was born a Frenchman, though his Italian origin, temperament, and complexion were constantly cast up against him. In his infancy he had been intended for the priesthood, and was sent, when 7 years old, to some place where he was to be educated and trained for it. He soon wrote to his father that he was so miserable that if he were not taken away he would put out one of his eyes, which would disqualify him for the priestly calling. His father took no notice of the childish threat, and Gambetta actually plucked out one of his own eyes. In 1868 he was a young lawyer in Paris, but his eloquence and ability were known only at the Café Procope to a circle of admiring fellow Bohemians. On All Saints' Day, 1868, the press, presuming on the recent relaxation of personal government by the emperor, applauded the crowds who went to cover with funeral wreaths the grave of Baudin at Père Lachaise. Baudin had been the first man killed on December 2, 1851, when offering resistance to the coup d'état. The press was prosecuted for its utterances on this occasion. Gambetta defended one of the journals. Being an advocate, he could say what he pleased without danger of prosecution, and all Paris rang with the bitterness of his attack upon the Empire. From that moment he was a power in France. In person he was dark, short, stout, and somewhat vulgar, nor was there any social polish in his manners. Not long after his great speech in defence of the press, in the matter of Baudin, Gambetta was elected to the Chamber by the working men of Belleville, and at the same time by Marseilles. He entered the Chamber as one wholly irreconcilable with the Empire or the Emperor. His eloquence was heart-stirring, and commanded attention even from his adversaries. When on September 4, 1870, the downfall of the Empire was proclaimed, Gambetta was made a member of the Council of Defence, and became Minister of the Interior. He remained in Paris until after the siege had begun, but he burned to be where he could act, and obtained the consent of his colleagues to go forth by balloon and try to stir up a warlike spirit in the provinces. He was made Minister of War in addition to being Minister of the Interior. From November 1, 1870, to January 30, 1871, his efforts were almost superhuman, and but for Bazaine's surrender at Metz they might have been successful. Gambetta raised two armies, one under General Aurelle des Paladines and General Chanzy, the other under Bourbaki and Garibaldi. The first was the army of the Loire, the second of the Jura. When the plan of co operation with Bazaine's 175,000 well-trained troops had failed, and the army of the Loire had been repulsed at Orleans, Gambetta, with his provisional government, moved to Bordeaux. Thither came Thiers, returned from his roving embassy, a mission of peace whose purpose had been defeated by the warlike movements of Gambetta's armies. Gambetta in the early days of his dictatorship wrote to Jules Favre, "France must not entertain one thought of peace." He sincerely believed any effort at negotiation with the Prussians an acknowledgment of weakness, and he fondly fancied that a little more time and experience would turn his raw recruits into armies capable of driving back the Prussians, when the experienced generals and soldiers of France had failed. And now we have reached that terrible hour when news was received at Bordeaux that all Gambetta's efforts had been useless, that Paris had consented to an armistice, that an Assembly was to be elected, a national government to be formed, and that to resist these things, or to persist longer in fighting the Prussians, would be to provoke civil war. No wonder that Gambetta and Thiers, both devoted Frenchmen, both leaders of parties with opposing views, the one resolved on no surrender, the other urging peace on the best terms now procurable, passed a terrible night after Jules Favre's arrival at Bordeaux, Gambetta debating what was his duty as the idol of his followers and as a provisional dictator, Thiers dreading lest civil war might be kindled by the decision of his rival. Hardly less anxious were the days while a general election was going on. Bordeaux remained feverish and excited till February 13, when deputies from all parts of France met to decide their country's fate in the Bordeaux theatre. Notabilities from foreign countries were also there, to see what would be done at that supreme moment. 750 deputies had been sent to the Assembly, and it was clear from the beginning that that body was not Republican. But the anti-Republicans were divided into three parties: Imperialists, Legitimists, and Orleanists, each of which preferred an orderly and moderate republic to the triumph of either of the other two. Moreover, that was not the time for deliberations concerning a permanent form of government. The deputies were met to make a temporary or provisional government, qualified to accept or to refuse the hard terms of peace offered by the Prussians. The two leaders of the Assembly were Thiers and Gambetta, the one in favor of peace, the other of prolonging the war. We can see now how much wiser were the views of the elder statesmen than those of the younger; but we see also what a bitter pang Gambetta's patriotic spirit must have suffered by the downfall of his dictatorship. Section 32 of France in the 19th Century. This recording is in the public domain. France in the 19th Century, by Elizabeth Latimer. Chapter 18. The Formation of the Third Republic, Part 2. The Assembly had been 3 days in session, clamorous, riotous, and full of words, when in the middle of the afternoon of February 16, 1871, two delegates from Alsace and Lorraine appeared, supported by Gambetta. The Speaker, that is the President of the Assembly, was M. Jules Grévy, who had held the same office in 1848. He found it hard to restrain the excitement of the deputies. The delegates came to implore France not to deliver them over to the Germans; to remember that of all Frenchmen the Alsatians had been the most French in the days of the Revolution, and that in all the wars of France for more than a century they had suffered the most of all her children. No wonder the hearts of all in the Assembly were stirred. At this moment there appeared in the middle aisle of the theatre a small man, with wrinkled face and stubbly white hair. He seemed to have got there by magic, for no one had seen him spring into that place. He looked around him for an instant, much as a sailor glances over the sky in a storm, then, stretching out his short right arm, he made a curious downstroke which conveyed an impression of intense vitality and will. Profound silence was established in a moment. The elderly man then made another gesture, throwing his arm up, as if to say, "Good. Now you will listen." He then, in a thin, piping, but distinctly audible voice, began a sharp practical address. Every one listened with the utmost attention; none dared to interrupt him. He spoke for 5 minutes, nervously pounding the air from time to time, and sometimes howling his words at the listeners in a manner that made them cringe. He counselled moderation, accord, decency, but, above all, instant action. "The settlement of the Alsace Lorraine question," said he, "will virtually decide whether we have peace or continued war with Prussia." Then, with an imperious gesture of command, he turned away. "Come," he said, "let us to our committee rooms, and let us say what we think." 2 hours later, the committee appointed to recommend a chief of the executive power announced that its choice had fallen on this orator, M. Thiers. At once he was proclaimed head of the French Republic, but not before he had hurried out of the theatre. Then the session closed, and a quarter of an hour after, Lord Lyons, the English ambassador, had waited on M. Thiers to inform him that Her Majesty's Government recognized the French Republic. From that moment, for more than 2 years, M. Thiers was the supreme ruler of France. His work was visible in every department of administration. Ministers, while his power lasted, simply obeyed his commands. There were some amusing, gossipy stories told in Bordeaux of Thiers' entrance into possession of Gambetta's bachelor quarters at the Prefecture. "Pah! What a smell of tobacco!" he is said to have cried, as he strutted into his deposed rival's study. All his family joined him in bewailing the condition of the house; and until it could be cleansed and purified, they were glad to accept an invitation to take refuge in the archbishop's palace. In a few days all was put to rights, and a guard of honor was set to keep off intruders on the chief's privacy. On the first day of this arrangement, M. Thiers addressed some question to the sentinel. The man was for a moment embarrassed how to answer him. M. Thiers was for the time the chief executive officer of the Republic, but he was not formally its president. The soldier's answer, "Oui, mon exécutif," caused much amusement. At this time there was no suspicion in men's minds that it was the intention of M. Thiers to form a permanent republic. The feeling of the country was royalist. The difficulty was what royalty? It seemed to all men, and very probably to Thiers himself, that that question would be answered in favor of Henri V., the Comte de Chambord. Gambetta, resigning his power without a word, retired to San Sebastian, just over the Spanish frontier. There he lived in 2 small rooms over a crockery shop. "He is jaded for want of sleep," writes a friend, "and distressed by money matters." Much of his time he spent in fishing, no doubt meditating deeply on things present, past, and future. No pains were spared to induce him to give in his adhesion to one of the candidates for royalty. His best friend wrote thus to him: "Those wretches the Communists have destroyed all my illusions, but perhaps I could have forgiven them but for their ingratitude to you. See how their newspapers have reviled you. A time may come when a republic may be possible in France, but that day is not with us yet. Let us acknowledge that we have both made a mistake. As for you, with your unrivalled genius, you have now a patriotic career open before you, if you will cast in your lot with the men who are now going to try and quell anarchy." Besides this, offers were made him of the prime ministership, a dukedom, a grand cordon, and other preferment. But Gambetta only laughed at these proposals. He was a man who had many faults, but he was always honest and true. Both he and M. Thiers were devoted Frenchmen, patriots in the truest sense of the word, and each took opposite views. That Thiers was right has been proved by time. On March 16 the Government of the Provisional Republic removed from Bordeaux to Versailles. Nobody dreamed of the pending outbreak of the Commune; all the talk was of fusion between the elder Bourbon branch and the House of Orleans. Thiers was decidedly opposed to taking the seat of government to Paris, nor did he wish a new election for an Assembly. He preferred Fontainebleau for the seat of government, but fortunately, looking at the matter in the light of events, Versailles was chosen. Then, to the great indignation of Madame Thiers, the Royalists at once took measures to prevent M. Thiers from installing himself in Louis XIV.'s great bedchamber. The Château, they said, was to become the abode of the National Legislature, the State rooms must be devoted to the use of members, and the private apartments should be occupied by M. Grévy, the president of the Assembly. "M. Thiers would no doubt have liked very much to sleep in Louis XIV.'s bed, and to have for his study that fine room with the balcony from which the heralds used to announce in the same breath the death of one king and the accession of another. His secretary could not help saying that it seemed fit that the greatest of French national historians should be lodged in the apartments of the greatest of French kings. But as this idea did not make its way, M. and Madame Thiers yielded the point, saying that the chimneys smoked, and that the rooms were too large to be comfortable." On seeing a caricature in which some artist had represented him as a ridiculous pigmy crowned with a cotton nightcap and lying in an enormous bed, surrounded by the majestic ghosts of kings, Thiers was at first half angry; then he said, "Louis XIV. Was not taller than I, and as to his other greatness, I doubt whether he ever would have had a chance of sleeping in the best bed of Versailles if he had begun life as I did." So M. Thiers went to reside where the Emperor William had his quarters, at the Prefecture of Versailles, and soon the palace was filled with refugees from Paris. Many of the state apartments were turned into hospital wards. Louis XIV.'s bedchamber was given up to the Finance Committee. The thing to be done, with speed and energy, as all men felt, was to besiege Paris and put down the Commune. All parties united in this work, but the Conservatives confidently believed that when this was done, Thiers and the moderate Republicans would join them in giving France a stable government under the Comte de Chambord. On September 19, 1821, when that young prince was a year old, a public subscription throughout France had presented him with the beautiful old Château de Chambord, built on the Loire by Francis I., and from which he adopted his title when in exile. After the young prince had been removed from his mother's influence, he was carefully brought up in the most Bourbon of Bourbon traditions. When he became a man, he travelled extensively in Europe. In 1841 he broke his leg by falling from his horse, and was slightly lame for the rest of his life. In 1846 he married Marie Thérèse Béatrix of Modena, who was even more strictly Bourbon than himself. He and his wife retired to Frösdorf, a beautiful country seat not very far from Vienna. There they were constantly visited by travelling Frenchmen of all parties, and on no one did the prince fail to make a favorable impression. He was good, upright, cultivated, kindly, but inflexibly wedded to the traditions of his family. He loved France with his whole soul, and was glad of anything that brought her good and glory. But France was his by divine right, and this right France must acknowledge. After that, there was not anything he would not do for her. But France was not willing to efface all her history from 1792 to 1871, with the exception of the episode of the Restoration, when school histories were circulated mentioning Marengo, Austerlitz, etc., as victories gained under the king's lieutenant general, M. de Bonaparte. During the Empire, under Napoleon III., the Comte de Chambord had remained nearly passive at Frösdorf. His life was passed in meditation, devotion, the cultivation of literary tastes, and a keen interest in all the events that were passing in his native country. During the Franco-Prussian War he sent words of encouragement to his suffering countrymen, and nobly refrained from embarrassing the affairs of France by any personal intrigues; but when the war and the Commune were over, and his chances of the throne grew bright, he issued a proclamation which has been called "an act of political suicide." On May 3, 3 weeks before the downfall of the Commune, he put forth his first manifesto. Here is what an English paper said of it a few days before his next, the suicidal, proclamation appeared: "The Comte de Chambord does not, of course, surrender his own theory of his own place on earth, but he does offer some grave pledges intended to diminish suspicion as to the deduction he draws from his claim to be king by right divine. He renounces formally and distinctly any intention of exercising absolute power, and pledges himself, as he says, to submit all acts of his government to the careful control of representatives freely elected. He declares that if restored he will not interfere with equality, or attempt to establish privileges. He promises complete amnesty, and employment under his government, to men of all parties, and finally he pledges himself to secure effectual guarantees for the Pope, then trembling on his temporal throne in Italy." The English journalist continues: "The tone of this whole paper is that of a man who believes that a movement will be made in his favor which may succeed, if only the factions most likely to resist can be temporarily conciliated. There is no especial reason that we can see that he should not be chosen. He has neither sympathized with the Germans nor received support from them. He has not bombarded Paris. He is not more hated than any other king would be, perhaps less; for Paris has no gossip to tell of his career. Indeed, there are powerful reasons in favor of the choice. His restoration, since the Comte de Paris is his heir, would eliminate two of the dynastic parties which distract France, and would relink the broken chain of history. To a people so weary, so dispirited, so thirsty for repose, that of itself must have a certain charm." But all these advantages he destroyed for himself by a new proclamation issued 5 weeks later. In it he said: "I can neither forget that the monarchical right is the patrimony of the nation, nor decline the duties which it imposes on me. I will fulfil these duties, believe me, on my word as an honest man and as a king." So far was good; but proceeding to announce that thenceforward he assumed the title of Henri V., he goes on to apostrophize the white flag of the Bourbons. He says: "I received it as a sacred trust from the old king my grandfather when he was dying in exile. It has always been for me inseparable from the remembrance of my absent country. It waved above my cradle, and I wish to have it shade my tomb. Henri V. cannot abandon the white flag of Henri IV." This manifesto, written without consulting those who were working for his cause in France, settled the question of his eligibility. France was not willing, for the sake of Henri V., to give up her tricolore, the flag of so many memories. Its loss had been the bitterest humiliation that the nation had had to suffer at the Restoration. The Comte de Chambord's own friends were cruelly disappointed. The moderate Republicans, who had been ready to accept him as a constitutional monarch, said at once that he was far too Bourbon. There was no longer any hope unless he could be persuaded, on some other convenient occasion, to renounce the white flag. This matter being settled by the Comte de Chambord himself, all M. Thiers' attention was turned to two things: the disposal of the Communist prisoners, and the payment of the indemnity demanded by the Germans, the 5 milliards. We are glad to know that Thiers disapproved of the revengeful feeling that pervaded politicians and society regarding the Communist prisoners. He tried to save General Rossel, and failed. Rochefort and others he protected. He wished for a general amnesty, excluding only the murderers of Thomas, Lecomte, and the hostages. He said when someone was speaking to him of the sufferings of those Communists, or supposed Communists, who were confined at Satory and in the Orangerie at Versailles, "It was dreadful, but it could not be avoided. We had 20,000 prisoners, and not more than 400 police to keep guard over them. We had to depend on the rough methods of an exasperated soldiery." As to the indemnity, the promptness with which it was paid was marvellous. The great bankers all over Europe, especially those of Jewish connection, came forward and advanced the money. In 18 months the 5 milliards of francs were in the coffers of the Emperor William, and the last Prussian soldier had quitted the soil of France. The loan raised by the government for the repayment of the sums advanced for the indemnity was taken up with enthusiasm by all classes of the French people. The horrible year of 1871 was followed by one of perfect peace and great prosperity. The title of President of the French Republic was conferred on M. Thiers for 7 years. "The The nation seemed reflowering like a large plantation in a spring which follows a hard winter." Trade revived. The traces of war and civil strife were effaced with amazing promptness from the streets of Paris. The army and all public services were reorganized, and to crown these blessings, the land yielded such a harvest as had not been seen for half a century. M. Thiers was never much addicted to religious emotion, but when on a Sunday in July, 1872, the news came to him by telegram of the glorious ingathering of the harvest of the south of France, he was quite overcome. "Let us thank God," he cried, clasping his hands. "He has heard us. Our mourning is ended." M. Thiers was by that time living in Paris in the Élysée. He had continued to reside at the Prefecture of Versailles while the Assembly was in session, but he came to the Élysée during its recess, and kept a certain state there. Yet he never would submit himself to the restraints of etiquette. One who knew him well says, "He was bourgeois to the finger tips. His character was a curious effervescing mixture of talent, learning, vanity, childish petulance, inquisitiveness, sagacity, ecstatic patriotism, and ambition. He was a splendid orator, with the voice of an old coster woman; a savant, with the presumption of a schoolboy; a kind-hearted man, with the irritability of a monkey; a masterly administrator, with that irresistible tendency to intermeddle with everything which is intolerable to subordinates. He had a sincere love of liberty, with the instincts of a despot." M. Thiers had during his long life been a collector of pictures, bronzes, books, manuscripts, and curious relics. His house in the Place Saint Georges was a museum of these treasures, but a museum so arranged that it contributed to sociability and the enjoyment of his visitors. He had acquired this taste for collecting in his early days at Aix. During the Commune his house was razed to the ground, not one stone being left upon another. When the Commune put forth its decree for this act of vandalism, Thiers' consternation was pathetic. The ladies of his family did everything that feminine energy and ingenuity could suggest to avert the calamity. But when the destruction had taken place, Thiers bore his loss with dignity. His collections were very fine, but he had always been afraid of their being damaged, and did not show them to strangers. When the Commune sent the painter Courbet to appraise their value, he estimated the bronzes alone at $300,000. M. Thiers' collection of Persian, Chinese, and Japanese curios was also almost unique. After the overthrow of the Commune, Madame Thiers and her sister did their utmost to recover such of these treasures as had passed into the hands of dealers. Many of these men gave back their purchases, and none demanded extravagant prices. A great deal was recovered, and the house on the Place Saint Georges was rebuilt at the public cost. It was on the 5th of September, 1872, that the last German soldier quitted France and the 5 milliards of francs (in our money 1,000 millions of dollars) had been paid. I borrow the words of another writer speaking of this supreme effort on the part of France: "After the most frightful defeat of modern times, with 1/3 of her territory in the enemy's hands, with her capital in insurrection, and her available army all required to restore order, France, in 18 months, paid a fine equal to 1/4 of the English national debt; elected a bourgeois of genius to her head; obeyed him on points on which she disagreed with him; and endured a foreign occupation without giving one single pretext for real severity. The people of France had no visible chiefs. The only two men who rose to the occasion were M. Thiers and Gambetta. If M. Thiers showed tact, wisdom, and, above all, courage and firmness, in probably the most difficult position in which man was ever placed, surely we may pause to admire Gambetta. Daring in all things, under the Empire he denounced Napoleonism, and by his eloquence and courage he guided timid millions and rival factions from the day when Napoleon III was deposed. Under the Empire he had yearned to restore the true life of the nation. When the Empire was overturned, he could not believe that that life was impaired. He thought it would be easy for France to rise as one man and drive out the invader. As each terrible defeat was experienced, he regarded it as only a momentary reverse. He had such abounding faith in his cause, the cause of France, the cause of French republicanism, that he could not believe in failure. Of course, to have been a more clear-sighted statesman, like M. Thiers, would have been best, but there is something very noble in the blind zeal of this disappointed man." It moves one to pity to think of Gambetta weeping in the streets of Bordeaux, as we are told he did, when the bitter news of the surrender of Paris made all his labors useless, and dashed to the ground his cherished hopes. Without one word to trouble the flow of events that were taking a course contrary to all his expectations, he resigned his dictatorship when it could no longer be of service to his country, and took himself out of the way of intrigues in his favor, passing over the Spanish frontier. As soon as the Germans were out of France, M. Thiers also was prepared to resign his power. He called a National Assembly to determine the form of government. There were several points of primary importance to be settled at once. First, should France be a monarchy or a republic? That she would again become a monarchy was generally anticipated, but the Comte de Chambord had, as we have seen, forfeited his chances for the moment. If France were a republic, who should be her president? Should there be a vice president? Should the president be elected by the Chamber, or by a vote of the people? Should there be one Chamber, or two? M. Thiers was opposed to having any vice president, and was in favor of two Chambers. He vehemently urged the continuance of the Republic, saying that a monarchy was impossible. There was but one throne, and there were three dynasties to dispute it. On one occasion he said, "Gentlemen, I am an old disciple of the monarchy." He was probably alluding to the opinions which his mother and his grandmother had endeavored to instil into him. "I am what is called a monarchist who practises republicanism, for two reasons. First, because he agreed to do so; secondly, because practically he can do nothing else." The Assembly proclaimed the continuance of the Republic, and likewise the continuance of M. Thiers as its president for 7 years. On several occasions after this, M. Thiers carried his point with the Assembly by threatening to resign, and as the Assembly was quite aware how difficult it would be to put any one in his place, the threat always resulted in his victory. The immediate cause which led to the fall of M. Thiers on May 24, 1873, after he had sat for 2 years and a month in the presidential chair, was a dispute concerning the election of M. Charles de Rémusat, son of the lady who has given her Memoirs to the world. M. de Rémusat was the Government candidate for a deputyship vacant in the Paris representation. He was at the time Thiers' Minister for Foreign Affairs, a personal friend of the president, a distinguished man of letters, and an old Orleanist, converted to republicanism. The opposing candidate was M. Barodet, a radical of extreme opinions. The Monarchists also brought forward their candidate. He had only 27,000 votes, but these succeeded in defeating M. de Rémusat, who had 135,000, while the Radicals voted solidly for Barodet, giving him 155,000. The blame of this defeat was thrown on M. Thiers. The Monarchists, who had once called him "that illustrious statesman," now spoke of him as "a fatal old man." They attacked him in the Assembly. The Radicals supported them. M. Thiers was defeated on some measure that he wished should pass, and sent in his resignation. It was accepted by 362 votes against 348. He had fallen, and yet a plébiscite throughout the country would have given a large popular vote in favor of the man "who had found France defeated, her richest provinces occupied, her capital in the hands of savages, and had concluded peace and restored order, and found the stupendous sum required for the liberation and organization of the country, founding the Republic, and bringing order and prosperity back once more." Indeed, the peasants even credited him with their good harvests and the revival of spirit in the army, till they almost felt for him a sentiment of personal loyalty. Expelled from power when 78 years of age, M. Thiers retired to a little sunny, dusty entresol on the Boulevard Malesherbes, where the noise and glare greatly disturbed him. At Tours, in the lull of events before the surrender of Paris, he had collected books and studied botany. As soon as he was installed in the Boulevard Malesherbes, he asked Leverrier, the astronomer, to continue with him the astronomical studies with which at Versailles he had indulged himself in brief moments of leisure, remarking that he had seen a good deal of the perversity of mankind, and that he now wished to refresh himself with the orderly works of God. Shortly after this he removed to better quarters, where his rooms opened on a garden. In this garden he received his friends on Sunday mornings from 7 to 9, attired in a wadded brown cashmere dressing gown, a broad-brimmed hat, a black cravat, patent leather shoes, and black gaiters. As he talked, he held his magnifying glass in his hand, ready to examine any insect or blade of grass that might come under observation. One more great service he rendered to his country. Prince Bismarck, alarmed by the state of things in France, showed symptoms of intending to seize Belfort, that fortress of the Vosges which had never surrendered to the Germans, and which France had been permitted to retain. Thiers induced Russia to intervene, and went to Switzerland to thank Prince Gortschakoff personally for his services on the occasion. Thiers died at Saint Germain 4 years after his downfall, at the age of 82. His last earthly lodging was in the Pavillon Henri IV., now an hotel, where Louis XIV. Was born. By his will he left the state not only all his collections, which so far as possible he had restored, but the numerous historical materials which he had gathered for his works, as well as his house, after his wife's death, in the Place Saint Georges. The collections are there as he left them; the historical documents have been removed to the archives. To Marseilles, his native city, he left his water color copies of the chief works of the great masters in Italy. Thiers was childless. Whatever may have been the personal relations in which he stood to his wife, no woman was ever more truly devoted to the interests of her husband. She seems to have lived but for him. People in society laughed at her plain dressing and her careful housekeeping; but "her heart dilated with gladness when she felt that the eyes of the world were fixed with admiration on M. Thiers." Her manner to him was that of a careful and idolizing nurse, his to her too often that of a petulant child. She always called him M. Thiers; he always addressed her as Madame Thiers. Indeed, he is almost unknown by his name of Adolphe, nor do men often speak of him simply as Thiers. M. Thiers he was, and will always be in history, whose tribunal he said he was not afraid to face. Even his cards were, contrary to French custom, always printed M. Thiers. Both M. and Madame Thiers were very early risers, and both had an inconvenient habit of falling asleep at inopportune times. To the last, Madame Thiers took a loving interest in Belfort, because her husband had saved it from the Germans. Its poor were objects of her especial solicitude. Only an hour before her death, hearing that the maire of Belfort had called, she expressed a wish to see him, and endeavored to address him, pointing to a bust of M. Thiers. But she was unable to make herself understood; her powers of speech had failed her. Two rules M. Thiers had never departed from. One was, as he said himself, "to defend ferociously the public purse;" the other, never to give house room to any but first rate objects of art. Some of his pictures were very dear to him. Several of his bronzes, which were pillaged by the Commune and never recovered, were mourned by him as if they had been his friends. He had been wont to call them "the schoolmasters of his soul." Chapter 18. Section 32. Section 33 of France in the 19th Century. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. France in the 19th Century, by Elizabeth Latimer. Chapter 19. 3 French Presidents. Part 1. Marshal MacMahon, the Duke of Magenta, was of Irish descent, his ancestors having followed James II. Into exile, and distinguished themselves at the battle of the Boyne. Their descendant, Patrice, or Patrick, the subject of this sketch, was the 16th of 17 children. He was born when French glory was at its height, under the First Empire, in the summer of 1806. When he was 17, he was sent to the military school at Saint Cyr. There his Irish dash and talent soon won him renown. In Algeria he acquired fame and fortune and the Cross of the Legion of Honor. In 1830 he went to the siege of Antwerp, at the time when the French insisted on promoting a revolution in Belgium, and the moment that enterprise was over he retired to Algeria. At 25 he was a captain, and had distinguished himself at the siege of Constantine, fighting side by side with the Duc de Nemours and that other French officer of Irish descent, Marshal Niel. At 44 he was a general of division, and had seen 27 years of service. The Arabs called him the Invulnerable. He went to the Crimean War, and there led the attack on the Malakoff, holding his post until the place was won. Devoted to his profession, he was diffident in society. He was named a senator by Napoleon III. After his return from the Crimea, but declined to take his seal, refusing at the same time some other proffered honors. He was sent back to Algeria at his own request, and stayed there, fighting the Arabs, for 5 years. Then, returning to Paris, he took his seat in the Senate, where he opposed some of the arbitrary decrees of the emperor. In the Italian War in 1859 he fought with distinguished bravery, and on the battlefield of Magenta was made a Marshal of France and Duke of Magenta. After being ambassador at Berlin, he was sent to bear the emperor's congratulations to King William on his accession, and to attend his coronation. He was again sent to Algeria as its governor general. He had already married Marie, daughter of the Duc de Castries. She was very rich, and connected with some of the most opulent bankers in Vienna. Marshal MacMahon came back to France at the outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War, and was given the command of the First Army Corps. But the emperor insisted on commanding his own armies as general in chief. The day before the surrender at Sedan, Marshal MacMahon had been badly wounded, and had to resign his command to General Ducrot. Ducrot being also wounded, It became the sad duty of General Wimpfen to sign the capitulation. Marshal MacMahon was taken as a prisoner to Wiesbaden, where he remained till the close of the war. He got back to Paris 48 hours before the outbreak of the Commune. A commander was needed for the forces of France. M. Thiers chose Marshal MacMahon, who with tears in his eyes thanked him for the opportunity of retrieving his lost reputation and doing service for France. After he had collected his army, which it took some weeks to bring back from Germany, to equip, and to reorganize, his men fought desperately for 7 days, pushing their way step by step into the heart of the capital, till on May 28, 1871, the marshal addressed a proclamation to France, informing Frenchmen that the Commune was at an end. He then passed out of public sight, eclipsed by the superior radiance of Thiers and Gambetta. But as time went on, and it was determined by the Monarchists to coalesce with the extreme Radicals and get rid of M. Thiers, who was laboring to establish a law and order republic, the newspapers of both the Conservative and Radical parties began to exalt the marshal's merits at the expense of "that sinister old man," M. Thiers. After 6 months of this trumpet blowing by the opposition press, the idea was planted in the minds of Frenchmen that Marshal MacMahon was the statesman who might bring France out of all her difficulties. It was ascertained by the Monarchists that Marshal MacMahon would accept the presidency if it were offered him, and would consider himself a stop-gap until such time as France should make up her mind whether the Comte de Chambord or some one else should be her king. The attack on M. Thiers was then organized. M. Thiers was defeated. He sent in his resignation, and it was accepted by a small majority in the Chamber. A moment after, Marshal MacMahon was proposed as his successor, and immediately elected, May 24, 1873. At this time the parties in the French Chamber were 7, and their policy was for 2 or more of them to combine for any temporary object. Legitimists, Orleanists, and Bonapartists formed the Right; Anarchists, Red Republicans, and decided Republicans formed the Left; while the Centre was made up of men of moderate opinions of all parties who were willing to accept an orderly and stable government of any kind. This party may be said to represent to the present hour the prevailing state of public feeling in France. The 3 parties on the Left quarrelled fiercely among themselves. The 3 parties on the Right did the same. Both Left and Right, however, were eager to rally the Centre to their side. The coalitions, hatreds, and misunderstandings of these 7 parties constitute for 18 years almost the entire history of the Third Republic. In 1873 the Monarchists, that is, the 3 parties on the Right, were stronger than the combined parties on the Left, but not so strong if the moderates of the Centre voted with the Left Republicans. Again, if the Legitimists, Orleanists, and the Centre should unite, and the Bonapartists should go over to the Left would be the stronger. The Duc de Broglie, an excellent man, grandson of Madame de Staël, was made President MacMahon's prime minister. So far the Monarchists had prospered. They had command of the President, the Assembly, and the army. These were all prepared to accept Henri V, provided he would retreat from the position he had taken up in 1871, consent to become a constitutional sovereign, give up his white flag, and accept the tricolor. The Monarchists appointed a committee of 9 to negotiate this matter with the prince at Fröhsdorf. But Marshal MacMahon gave them this warning: "If the white flag is raised against the tricolor, the chassepots will go off of themselves, and I cannot answer for order in the streets or for discipline in the army." With great difficulty the 9 succeeded in procuring an assurance from the Comte de Chambord that he would leave the question of the flag to be decided in concert with the Assembly after his restoration. Meantime he came to Versailles and remained hidden in the house of one of his supporters. Everybody urged him to accept the conditions on which alone he could reign, and fulfil the hopes of his faithful followers. They implored him to ascend the throne as a constitutional sovereign, and to accept the tricolor, in deference to the wishes of the people and his friends. He passed an entire night in miserable indecision, walking up and down his friend's dining room, debating with himself whether he would give way. It had been arranged that the next day he should present himself suddenly in the Assembly, be hailed with acclamation by his supporters, and be introduced by the Marshal President himself as Henri V. The building was to be guarded by faithful troops, the telegraph was prepared to flash the news through France, the very looms at Lyons were weaving silks brocaded with fleurs de lis. But Henri V could not bring himself to comply. He fled away from Versailles before dawn. "He is an honest man," said M. Thiers, "and will not put his flag in his pocket." A few days later he published at Salzburg a letter in which he protested against the pressure his friends had brought to bear on him. "Never," he said, "will I become a revolutionary king," by which he meant a king who reigned under a constitution. Never, he protested, would he sacrifice his honor to the exigencies of parties. "And," he concluded, "never will I disclaim the standard of Arques and of Ivry." "The count," said an English newspaper, "seems to have forgotten that Arques and Ivry were Protestant victories." "My person," continued the count, "is nothing; my principle is everything. I am the indispensable pilot, the only man capable of guiding the vessel into port, because for this I have mission and authority." Thus ended all chances for Henri V. The Orleans princes, having concluded a compact with him as his heirs, felt themselves bound in honor to refuse to accept any compromise which "the head of the family" did not approve. It can be easily imagined how provoked and disappointed were all those who had rallied to the king's party. There remained nothing to do but to strengthen the Republic and to provide it with a permanent constitution. A committee of 30 was appointed to draw up the document. The constitution was very conservative. It has now been in force 19 years, but it has never worked smoothly, and the object of the extreme Republicans, who have clamored for "revision," has been to eliminate its conservative elements and make it Red Republican. It is impossible for a people who change their government so often to have much respect or love for any constitution. The Marshal Duke of Magenta had accepted the presidency without any great desire to retain it. Nevertheless, he established his household on a semi royal footing, as though he intended, as some thought, that there should be at least a temporary court, to prepare the way for what might be at hand. M. Thiers had been a bourgeois president, the marshal was a grand seigneur. M. Thiers' servants had been clothed in black, the marshal's wore gay liveries of scarlet plush and gray and silver. When M. Thiers took part in any public ceremony, he drove in a handsome landau with a mounted escort of Republican guards, and his friends he never called them his suite followed as they pleased in their own carriages. But the marshal's equipages were painted in 3 shades of green, and lined with pearl gray satin. They were drawn by 4 gray horses, with postilions and outriders. To see M. Thiers on business was as easy as it is to see the president at the White House. Anybody could be admitted on sending a letter to his secretary. To journalists he was always accessible, believing himself still to belong to their profession. But to approach the marshal was about as hard as to approach a king, and he hated above all things newspaper writers. In 1873 the Shah of Persia came to Paris, and the marshal entertained him magnificently. He gave him a torchlight procession of soldiers, a gala performance at the Grand Opera, and a banquet in the Galerie des Glaces at Versailles. The Parisians regretted that the visit had not been made in M. Thiers' time, when society might have been amused by stories of how the omniscient little president had instructed the Shah, through an interpreter, as to Persian history and the etymology of Oriental languages. But society had a good story connected with the visit after all. During the state banquet at Versailles, the Shah turned to the Duchess of Magenta and asked her, in a French sentence some one had taught him for the occasion, why her husband did not make himself emperor. The marshal was content to hold his place as president, and the Duc de Broglie governed for him, except in anything relating to military affairs. On these the marshal always had his way. The Duc de Broglie's government, which was all in the interest of the monarchical principle, became distrusted and unpopular. In 1 year 21 Republicans and 6 Bonapartists gained seats in the Assembly, while the Orleanist and Legitimate parties gained not one. By 1874 the cause of royalty in France was at a low ebb. In this year, a year after the downfall of M. Thiers, the Duc de Broglie was defeated in the Chamber on some measure of small importance; but his defeat turned him summarily out of office. The Left Centre, that is, the Republicans from conviction, was the strongest of the 7 parties. The Republic seemed established on a basis of law and order. According to the Constitution, the president was chosen for 7 years, with the chance of re election. The Chamber of Deputies was elected for 7 years by universal suffrage, but every year 1/3 of its members had to retire into private life or stand for a new election. The Senate was chosen by a complicated arrangement, partly by the Chamber, partly by a sort of electoral college, the members of which were drawn from the councils of departments, the arrondissements, and the municipalities of cities. As Gambetta said, "So chosen, it could not be a very democratic assemblage." Arrondissement, in the political language of our Southern States, would be translated electoral districts, either in town or country. In the Northern States it would mean districts for the cities, townships, and the country. The Speaker, or President of the Chamber, at Tours, at Bordeaux, and at Versailles, until a month before the downfall of M. Thiers, had been the immaculately respectable M. Jules Grévy, who had entered public life in 1848. He had been deposed during the period when the Monarchists had strength and felt sure of the throne for Henri V., and he had been replaced by a M. Buffet. It was M. Buffet who became prime minister on the downfall of the Duc de Broglie. Marshal MacMahon by no means relished being governed by a cabinet composed of men of more advanced republican opinions than his own. But it is useless to go deeper into the parliamentary squabbles of this period. Then began the quarrel of which we have read so often in Associated Press telegrams, the dispute concerning the scrutin de liste and the scrutin d'arrondissement. Scrutin means ballot. Scrutin de liste means that electors might choose any Frenchman as their candidate. Scrutin d'arrondissement, that they must confine their choice to some man living in the district for which he wished to stand. The Left disapproved the scrutin d'arrondissement, which gave too much scope, it said, for local interests to have weight over political issues. In our own country, local interests are provided for by state legislatures, and in elections for Congress the scrutin d'arrondissement is adopted. On the last day of December, 1875, the National Assembly was dissolved. Confused, uninteresting, factious as it had been on points of politics, it had at least taught Frenchmen something of parliamentary tactics and the practical system of compromise. The American government is said to be based on compromise. In France, all or nothing had been the cry of French parties from the beginning. The leader of the Left was now Gambetta, who managed affairs with discretion and in a spirit of compromise. From this policy his immediate followers have been called opportunists, because they stood by, watching the course of events, ready to promote their own plans at every opportunity. The new Assembly proved much too republican to please the marshal. In every way his situation perplexed and worried him. He was not a man of eminent ability, and had never been trained to politics. He had been used to govern as a soldier. His head may have been a little turned by the flattery so freely showered on him before his election, and he had come to entertain a belief that he was indispensable to France. He saw himself the protector of order against revolutionary passions, and conceived himself to be adored as the sole hope of the people. Believing this, he could hardly have been expected to conform to the simple formulas which govern the councils of constitutional kings." Moreover, behind the marshal was his friend the Duc de Broglie, "now counselling compromise and now resistance, but always meditating a sudden blow in favor of monarchy." By the close of 1876, it became so evident that the government of France could not be carried on upon strictly conservative principles that even the Duc de Broglie advised the marshal to form a cabinet from the Left, under the prime ministership of M. Jules Simon. This gentleman had been one of the 5 Jules in the Committee of Defence in 1870. He was an upright man, very liberal in his opinions, and philosophic in his tendencies, which made him especially unacceptable to Marshal MacMahon. Simon formed a ministry which governed, with perpetual parliamentary disputes, till May 16, 1877. On that day Marshal MacMahon sent a letter to his prime minister, telling him that he did not appear to have sufficient support in the Chamber to carry on the government, and reproaching him with his radical tendencies. Of course the minister and his colleagues at once resigned. The marshal then dissolved the Chamber, and appealed to the people, placing the Duc de Broglie ad interim at the head of affairs. In spite of all the marshal and his friends could do to secure a conservative majority in the new Chamber, it was largely and strongly republican. There was no help for it. As Gambetta said, the marshal must either se soumettre ou se démettre, choose submission or dismission. He had a passing thought of again dissolving the unruly Chamber, and governing by the Senate alone. He found, however, that the country did not consider him indispensable, and was prepared to put M. Thiers in his place if he resigned. But M. Thiers did not live to receive that proof of his country's gratitude. He died, as we have seen, in the summer of 1877, and the next choice of the Republican party was M. Jules Grévy. For 2 years longer the marshal held the reins of government, but he resigned on being required to sign a resolution changing the generals who commanded the 4 army corps. "In a letter full of dignity," says M. Gabriel Monod, "and which appeared quite natural on the part of a soldier more concerned for the interests of the army than for those of politics, he tendered his resignation. The 2 Chambers met together, and in a single sitting, without noise or disturbance, M. Jules Grévy was elected, and proclaimed president of the French Republic for 7 years." It is said that in 1830, when Charles X. published his ordinances and placarded his proclamation on the walls of Paris, a young law student, who was tearing down one of them, was driven off with a kick by one of the king's officers. The officer was Patrice MacMahon, the law student Jules Grévy. M. Grévy was preeminently respectable. He was born in the Jura Mountains, August 15, 1813. His father was a small proprietor. Diligence and energy rather than brilliancy distinguished the young Jules in his college career. When his college life ended, he went to Paris and studied for the bar. MacMahon's kick roused his pugnacity. He went home, took down an old musket, and joined the insurgents, leading an attack upon some barracks where the fighting was severe. The Revolution having ended in a constitutional monarchy, he went into a lawyer's office, and plodded on in obscurity for 18 years. In 1848 he rendered services to the Provisional Government, and the farmers of his district in the Jura elected him their deputy. He went into the Chamber as an advanced Republican, and voted for the banishment of the Orleans family, for a republic without a president, and for other extreme measures. Before long he was elected vice president of the Chamber. Then came the Empire, and M. Grévy went back to his law books. He and his brother must have prospered at the bar, for in 1851 they had houses in Paris, in which after the coup d'état Victor Hugo and his friends lay concealed. When the emperor attempted constitutional reforms, in 1869, Grévy was again elected deputy from the Jura. He acted with dignity and moderation, though he voted always with the advanced party. Gambetta he personally disliked, having an antipathy to his dictatorial ways. When the National Assembly met at Bordeaux to decide the fate of France, Grévy was made its speaker, or president; but when the coup d'état in favor of Henri V. was meditated, he was got rid of beforehand, after he had presided for 2 turbulent years over an Assembly distracted and excited. Every one respected M. Grévy. There was very little of the typical Frenchman in his composition. He was of middle height, rather stout, with a large, bald, well-shaped head. He was no lover of society, but was a diligent worker, and his favorite amusements were billiards and the humble game of dominoes. His wife was the good woman suited to such a husband, but his daughter, his only child, was considered by Parisian society pretentious and a blue stocking. She married, after her father's elevation to the presidency, M. Daniel Wilson, a Frenchman, in spite of his English name. M. Grévy's Eli-like toleration of the sins of his daughter's husband caused his overthrow. In Marshal MacMahon's time there were 2 points on which he as president insisted on having his own way, that is, anything related to army affairs, or to the granting civilians the Cross of the Legion of Honor. He did not object to the decoration of civilians, but he insisted upon knowing the antecedents of the gentlemen recommended for the distinction. Well would it have been for M. Grévy had he followed the example of his predecessor. The marshal would never give the cross to a man whom he knew to be a free thinker. His reply to such applications always was, "If he is not a Christian, what does he want with a cross?" It is said that in 1877, when the marshal thought of resigning rather than accepting such an advanced republican as M. Jules Simon as chief of his cabinet, he sent for M. Grévy and asked him point blank, "Do you want to become president of the Republic?" "I am not in the least ambitious for that honor," replied M. Grévy. "If I was sure you would be elected in my place, I would resign," continued the marshal, "but I do not know what would happen if I were to go." "My strong advice to you is not to resign," said M. Grévy; "only bring this crisis to an end by choosing your ministers out of the Republican majority, and you will be pleased with yourself afterwards for having done your duty." "Well, you are an honest man, M. Grévy. I wish there were more like you," said the marshal; and having shaken hands with M. Grévy, he dismissed him, though without promising to follow his advice. He reflected on it that night, however, and adopted it the next morning. But when advised to take Gambetta for his minister, he replied, "I do not expect my ministers to go to mass with me or to shoot with me, but they must be men with whom I can have some common ground of conversation, and I cannot talk with ce monsieur-là." Indeed, Gambetta was often shy and awkward in social intercourse, seldom giving the impression in private life of the powers of burning eloquence with which he could in public move friend or foe. Nor had M. Grévy been by any means always in accord with the fiery Southerner. At Tours he objected to Gambetta's measures as wholly unconstitutional. "You are one of those men," retorted Gambetta, "who expect to make omelettes without breaking the eggs." "You are not making omelettes, but a mess," retorted M. Grévy. Both the marshal and his successor were sportsmen, and gave hunting parties. those of the marshal being as much in royal style as possible. M. Grévy preferred republican simplicity. When he was allowed, as Speaker of the House, to live in Marie Antoinette's apartments in the Château of Versailles, he might have been seen any day sauntering about the streets with his hands in his pockets, or smoking his cigar at the door of a café. He had a brougham, but he rarely used it. His coachman grumbled at having to follow him at a foot pace when he took long walks in the country. His servants did not, like the marshal's, wear grey and scarlet liveries, but his household arrangements were more dignified and liberal than those of M. Thiers. He had a curious way of receiving his friends sans cérémonie. 3 mornings in the week his old intimate associates, artists, journalists, deputies, etc., entered the presidential palace unannounced, and went straight to an apartment fitted up for fencing. There, taking masks and foils, they amused themselves, till presently M. Grévy would come in, make the tour of the room, speak a few words to each, and invite 1 or 2 of them to breakfast with him. Both M. Grévy and Marshal MacMahon held their cabinet meetings in that salle of the Élysée which is hung round with the portraits of sovereigns. Opposite to M. Grévy's chair hung a portrait of Queen Victoria, and it was remarked that he always gazed at her while his ministers discoursed around him. But his happiness, poor man, was in his private apartments, where his daughter, her husband, M. Wilson, and his little grandchild made part of his household. M. Grévy gave handsome dinners at the Élysée, and Madame Grévy and Madame Wilson gave receptions, and occasionally handsome balls. Everything was done "decently and in order," much like an American president's housekeeping, but without show or brilliancy. Having divulged in this gossip about the courts of the presidents, for much of which I am indebted to a writer in Temple Bar, we will turn to graver history. When M. Grévy became president, Gambetta succeeded to his place as president of the Chamber. He did not desire the post of prime minister. His new position made him the second man in France, and seemed to point him out as the future candidate for the presidency. M. de Favre became chief of the cabinet, and M. Waddington minister for foreign affairs. But Gambetta, whether in or out of office, was the leader of his party, and a sense of the responsibilities of leadership made him far more cautious and less fiery than he had been in former days. Yet even then he had said emphatically, "No republic can last long in France that is not based on law, order, and respect for property." In August 1880, however, 18 months after M. Grévy's elevation to the presidency, Gambetta became prime minister. He flattered himself that he might do great things for France, for he believed that he could count on the support of every true republican. He was mistaken. 3 months after he accepted office, the Radicals and the Conservatives combined for his overthrow. He was defeated in the Chamber on a question of the scrutin de liste, and resigned. Gambetta's disappointment was very great. He had counted on his popularity, and had hoped to accomplish great things. He was a man of loose morals and of declining health, for, unsuspected by himself, a disorder from which he could never have recovered was undermining his strength. This made him irritable. On the 30th of August, 1882, he was visiting, at a country house near Paris, a lady of impaired reputation. There he was shot in the hand. The wound brought on an illness, of which he died in December. It has never been known whether the shot was fired by the woman, as was generally suspected, or whether his own pistol, as he asserted, was accidentally discharged. He was buried at Père Lachaise, without religious services; but his coffin was followed by vast crowds, and all Frenchmen, even his enemies, and they were many, felt that his country had lost an honest patriot and a great man. On the centennial anniversary of the opening act of the French Revolution, a statue of Gambetta was unveiled in the Place du Carrousel, the courtyard of French kings. No future king, if any such should be, will dare to displace it. Gambetta's life was a sad one, and his death was sadder still. With all his noble qualities, and there are few things nobler in history than the manner in which he effaced himself to give place to his rival, how great he might have been had he learned early to apply his power of self-restraint to lesser things. Gambetta wanted Paris to remain the city of cities, the centre of art, fashion, and culture, and he took up the Emperor Napoleon's policy of beautifying and improving it by costly public works. Je veux ma République belle, bien parée. I want my Republic beautiful and well dressed, was a sentence which brought him into trouble with the Radicals, who said he had no right to say my Republic, as if he were looking forward to being its dictator. He voted for the return of the Communists from New Caledonia, and during the last 2 years of his life these returned exiles never ceased to thwart him and revile him. Some one had prophesied to him that this would be the case. "Bah!" he answered, "the poor wretches have suffered enough. I might have been transported myself, had not matters turned out differently in 1870." Had he lived, it is probable that in 1886 he would have supplanted M. Grévy. "Nor," says one of his friends, "can it be doubted that, loving the Republic as he did, and having served it with so much devotion and honesty, he would have found in his love a power of self restraint to keep him from courses that might have been hurtful to his own work." For the establishment of the Republic was principally his own work. He proclaimed its birth, standing in a window of the Hôtel de Ville in 1870. He gave it a baptism of some glory in the fiery, though hopeless, resistance he opposed to the German invasion, and he kept it standing at a time when it needed the support of a sturdy, vigilant champion. To the end it must be believed that he would, as far as in him lay, have preserved it from harm. Not long before his death, during a lull in his pain, which for a moment roused a hope of his recovery, he said to his doctor, "I have made many mistakes, but people must not imagine I am not aware of them. I often think over my faults, and if things go well I shall try the patience of my friends less often. On se corrige." Section 34. Of France in the 19th Century. This recording is in the public domain. France in the 19th Century, by Elizabeth Latimer. Chapter 19. The Three French Presidents. Part 2. When Gambetta was dead, the man who stepped into his place was Jules Ferry. He was a lawyer, born in the Vosges in 1832. He had never been personally intimate with Gambetta, but he succeeded to his political inheritance, became chief of his party, secured the majority that Gambetta never could get in the Chamber, and did all that Gambetta had failed to do. His attention when prime minister was largely devoted to the development of French industry in colonies. He began a war in Tonquin, he annexed Tunis, and commenced aggressions in Madagascar. All of these enterprises have proved difficult, unprofitable, and wasteful of life and money. The position of France with relation to other powers has become very isolated. Her best friend, strange to say, is Russia, the young Republic and the absolute Czar. Germany, Austria, and Italy form the alliance called the Dreibund. But their military force united is not quite equal to that of France and Russia combined. If Russia ever attacks the three powers of Central Europe on the east, it is not to be doubted that France will rush upon Alsace and Lorraine. The mob of Paris in 1884 put M. Grévy to much annoyance and embarrassment by hissing and hooting the young King of Spain on his way through the French capital, because he had accepted the honorary colonelcy of a German regiment, and M. Grévy and his foreign minister had profoundly to apologize. The incident was traceable, it was said at the time, to the indiscretions of M. Daniel Wilson, the president's son-in-law, whose melancholy story remains to be told. Shortly before Gambetta's death occurred that of the Prince Imperial of Zululand, and that of the Comte de Chambord in Austria. The son of Napoleon III had been educated at Woolwich, the West Point Academy of England. When the Zulu War broke out, all his young English companions were ordered to Africa, and he entreated his mother to let him go. He wanted to learn the art of war, he said, and perhaps, too, he wished to acquire popularity with the people of England, in view of a future alliance with a daughter of Queen Victoria. The general commanding at the seat of war was far from glad to see him. He knew the dangers of savage warfare, and felt the responsibility of such a charge. For some time he kept the prince working in an office, but at last permitted him to go on a reconnoitring expedition, where little danger was anticipated. There is no page in history so dishonorable to the valor and good conduct of an English gentleman as that which records how, when surprised by Zulus, the young prince was deserted by his superior officer and his companions, and while trying to mount his restive horse, was slain. He left a will leaving his claims, such as they were, to the imperial throne of France, to his young cousin Victor Napoleon, thus overlooking the father of that young prince, Jérôme Napoleon, the famous Plon Plon. The reconciliation which in 1873 took place between the Comte de Chambord and his distant cousins of the House of Orleans never resulted in cordial relations, though the Comte de Paris, as his cousin's heir, visited the Comte de Chambord at Frösdorf. The Comtesse de Chambord despised and disliked the family of Orleans, and the monarchist party in France still remained divided into Legitimists and Orleanists, the latter protesting that they only desired a constitutional sovereign, and did not hold to the doctrine of right divine. The Comte de Chambord died August 24, 1883. His malady was cancer in the stomach, complicated by other disorders. The Orleanist princes hastened to Fröhsdorf to attend his funeral, but they were so disdainfully treated by his widow that they deemed it due to their self respect to retire before the obsequies. This is how Figaro, a leading Legitimist journal in Paris, speaks of the Comte de Chambord: "He had noble qualities and great virtues. What most distinguished him was an intense feeling of royal dignity, which he guarded most jealously by act and word. But we may be permitted to doubt whether the 53 years he had passed in exile had qualified him to understand and to sympathize with the great changes in public opinion in his own country, and the true tendencies of the present and the rising generation. In his youth he was entirely guided by others, but after the coup d'état of 1851 he took things into his own hands, and directed his course up to the last moment with a firmness which admitted of neither contradiction nor dispute. He sincerely wished to promote liberty. There was nothing in him of the despot, but he lived all his life out of France, and could not comprehend the preferences and the habits which had grown into national feeling. He was kindly, genial, intelligent, witty, dignified, and affable. He only needed to have been brought up among his people to have made an admirable sovereign. Had the first plan of the Revolution of 1830 been carried out, and the young prince been made king, with Louis Philippe lieutenant general till his majority, it is possible that France might have been spared great tribulations. For our own part," continues the Figaro, "we have always looked upon monarchy as the best government for the peace, prosperity, and liberty of France, but with the personal politics of the Comte de Chambord we could not agree. After all France had gone through, it was necessary to nationalize the king and to royalize the nation. M. le Comte de Chambord utterly refused to yield anything to constitutional ideas, and to become what he called the king of the Revolution." It is true that the white flag of the Bourbons had been associated with a long line of glories in France, but for 100 years the tricolor had been the flag under which French soldiers had marched to victory. It was this matter of the flag that prevented the success of the plan of restoration in 1873, 2 months after the Comte de Paris had so patriotically sacrificed some of his own most cherished feelings by his reconciliation, for his country's sake, with his cousin at Fröhsdorf. The party could do nothing without its head. The Orleanist princes would not act without their chief, and the opportunity passed, perhaps never to return. "Henri V. never hesitated about the matter of the flag," says another writer. "He regarded its color as above everything important. The question of white or tricolor was to him a vital thing. He said kings have their private points of personal honor like mere citizens. I should feel myself to be sacrificing my honor, since I was born a king, if I made any concessions on the subject of the white flag of my family. With respect to other things I may concede, but as to that, never, never. The only thing for which I have ever reproached Louis XVI. Was for having for one moment suffered the bonnet rouge to be placed upon his head to save his royalty. Now you are proposing to me to do the same thing. No." The count had drawn up a constitution for France after his own ideas, but he would show it to no man. No human being had any power to influence him. But he was heard to say more than once, "I will never diminish the power of the sovereign. I desire liberty and progress to emanate from the king. Royalty should progress with the age, but never cease to be itself in all things." He deemed the authority he claimed to be his by right divine, but one may be permitted to think, concludes this writer, that this authority, if it came from heaven, has been recalled there." 4 months before his death he had a touching interview with his heir, the Comte de Paris, at Fröhsdorf. The count little expected then that he would be prevented from taking the part of chief mourner at the funeral, which took place September 1, 1883, at Göritz, when the king, who had never reigned, was laid beside Charles X., his grandfather. We may best conclude this account of the Comte de Chambord with some touching words which he addressed to his disappointed supporters in 1875. "Sometimes I am reproached for not having chosen to reign when the opportunity was offered me, and for having perhaps lost that opportunity forever. This is a misconception. Tell it abroad boldly. I am the depositary of legitimate monarchy. I will guard my birthright till my last sigh. I desire royalty as my heritage, as my duty, but never by chance or by intrigue. In other times I might have been willing, as some of my ancestors have been, to recover my birthright by force of arms. What would have been possible and reasonable formerly is not so now. After 40 years of revolution, civil war, invasion, and coup d'état, the monarchy I represent can only commend itself to Europe and the French people as one of peace, conciliation, and preservation. The King of France must return to France as a shepherd to his fold, or else remain in exile. If I must not return, divine Providence will bear me witness before the French people that I have done my duty with honest intentions. in the midst of the prevailing ignominies of the present age, it is well that the life and policy of an exiled king should stand out white in all their loyalty." There was little of general interest in French politics during the remaining years of M. Grévy's first administration, which ended early in 1886. He was the first French president who had reached the end of his term. He was quietly re elected by the joint vote of the two Chambers, not so much because he was popular, as because there seemed no one more eligible for the position. He had not had much good fortune in his administration. M. Ferry's colonization schemes had cost great sums of money, and had led to jealousies and disputes with foreign nations. French finances had become embarrassed. The French national debt in 1888 was almost twice as great as that of England, and the largest additions to it were made during M. Grévy's presidency, when enormous sums were spent on public works and on M. Ferry's colonial enterprises. The mere interest on the debt amounts annually to $50 millions, and every attempt at reduction is frustrated by the Chambers, which are unwilling to approve either new taxes or new loans. The two principal points of interest during the latter years of M. Grévy's first term of office concerned the persecution of the Church and the persecution of the princes of the House of Orleans. The Republic began by taking down the crucifixes in all public places, such as court rooms, magistrates' offices, and public schools; for in France men swear by holding up a hand before the crucifix, instead of by our own irreverent and dirty custom of kissing the book. Then the education of children was made compulsory, but schools were closed that had been taught by priests, monks, or nuns. Next, sisters of charity were forbidden to nurse in the hospitals, their places being supplied by women little fitted to replace them. As to the Orleans princes, in 1886, the year of M. Grévy's second election, they were summarily ordered to quit France, not that they had done anything that called for exile, but because Prince Napoleon, who called himself the Prince Imperial and head of the Bonaparte dynasty, had put forth a pamphlet concerning his pretensions to the imperial throne. This led to the banishment of all members of ex-royal families from French soil, and their erasure from any army list, if they were serving as French soldiers. This decree was particularly hard upon the Duc d'Aumale, who was a French general and had done good service under Chanzy and Gambetta in the darkest days of the calamities of France. The Comte de Paris deeply felt the outrage. He gave the world to understand that he had never conspired against the French Republic while living on his estates in France, but felt free to do so after this aggression. The Duc d'Aumale avenged himself by an act of truly royal magnificence. He published part of his will, bequeathing to the French Institute, of which he was a member, that splendid estate and palace of Chantilly, which he had inherited from his godfather, the old Duc de Bourbon. With its collections, its library, its archives, and its pictures, the gift is valued at from 35 to 40 millions of francs. The revenue of the estate is to be spent in enriching the collections, in encouraging scientific research, in pensioning aged authors, artists, and scientific discoverers. "It is the grandest gift," says M. Gabriel Monod, "ever given to a country. It is worthy of a prince who joins to the attractive grace of noble breeding and the finest qualities of a soldier, the talents of a man of letters, the learning of a scholar, and the taste of an artist." M. Grévy, le vieux, "the old fellow," as his Parisians irreverently called him, was deeply attached to his daughter, whose husband, M. Daniel Wilson, a presumptuous, speculative person, had made himself obnoxious to society and to all the political parties. This man lived at the Élysée with his family, and made free use of presidential privileges. It is said that by using the president's right of franking letters for his business affairs, he saved himself in postage 40,000 francs per annum. He also made use of information that he obtained as son-in-law of the president to further his own interests, and once or twice he got M. Grévy into trouble by the unwarrantable publication of certain matters in a newspaper of which he was the proprietor. Besides this, he was at the head of a great number of financial schemes, whose business he conducted under the roof of the Élysée. Before he married Mademoiselle Grévy, a conseil de famille had deprived him of any control over his property till he came of age, on account of his recklessness, but he was what in America we call "a smart man," and M. Grévy was very much attached to him. In the early days of 1887, a person who considered himself defrauded in a nefarious bargain he was trying to make with an adventuress, denounced to the police of Paris a Madame Limousin, to whom he had paid money on her promise to secure for him the decoration of the Legion of Honor. He wanted it to promote the sale of some kind of patent article in which he was interested. To the astonishment of the police, when they raided the residence of Madame Limousin, letters were found compromising two generals, General Caffarel, who had been high in the War Department when General Boulanger was minister, and General d'Andelot. author of a book much commended by military authorities on the siege of Metz. General Caffarel was a gallant old officer, and it is said the scene was most piteous when, as part of his punishment, the police tore from his coat his own decoration of the Legion of Honor. The War Minister tried to smother the scandal and to save the generals, but it got into the public prints, with many exaggerations. General d'Andelot took to flight. The police arrested Madame Limousin, her accomplice, Madame Ratazzi, and several other persons. The public grew very much excited. It was said that state secrets were given over to pillage, that they were sold to the Germans, that the government was at the mercy of thieves and jobbers. "One figure," wrote M. Monod, "stood out from the rest as a mark for suspicion. It was that of M. Daniel Wilson. He had never been popular with frequenters of the Élysée. He was a rich man, both on his own and his wife's side, and was an able man and a man of influence in business affairs. He had been Under Secretary of Finance and President of the Committee of the Budget." Many thought he had the best chance of any man for succeeding M. Grévy as President of France. He was, however, one of those unquiet spirits who may be found frequently among speculators and financiers. He had no scruple about using his position to promote his own business interests and the interests of the schemes in which he was engaged, nor did he hesitate to give useful information to leaders who favored his own views in the Chambers, and were in opposition to the ministers he disliked. Thus the son-in-law of the president intrigued against the president's ministers, and Jules Ferry, leader of the Republican Law and Order party in the Chamber, and his followers, could not forgive him for having thus betrayed them. Wilson belonged to the advanced section of the Republican party, the Reds, but he was not so popular with them that they were unwilling to attack him, provided they could thereby get rid of M. Grévy, and put a more advanced Republican in his place. No positive accusation, however, in the matter of Madame Limousin could have been brought against M. Wilson. Had it not been discovered by that lady's counsel that two of the letters seized and held as evidence, letters from M. Wilson to Madame Limousin, were written on paper manufactured after their date, an incident not unfamiliar to readers of old-fashioned English novels. The real letters, therefore, had undoubtedly been abstracted, and replaced by others of a less compromising kind. The ministry, which up to the time of this discovery had endeavored to keep the name of the president's son-in-law from being connected with the sale of decorations of the Legion of Honor, was obliged to authorize his prosecution, and the prefect of police, who was suspected of having given back to M. Wilson his own letters, was forced to resign. When the trial of M. Wilson and the prefect came on, they were acquitted, not by a verdict of not guilty, but because the French code contained no clause that constituted it an offence for a man to obtain possession of his own letters. The judge, when he acquitted the accused, stated that there was no doubt whatever of the substitution. Then from all sides information began to pour in from people who had paid money to M. Wilson to procure them ministerial or presidential favors, and such disclosures could not but reflect on M. Grévy. Instantly his enemies seized their opportunity. For once monarchists and anarchists united and endeavored to force the president to resign. But the old man stood by his son-in-law in his hour of adversity, and would not go. Then the coalition changed its base, and attacked M. Rouvier, the prime minister. He was outvoted in the Chamber on some insignificant question, and having no parliamentary majority, he was forced to resign. By no efforts could M. Grévy get any one to take his place. Once he thought he had persuaded M. Clemenceau, a radical leader, to form a ministry, but his party gave him to understand that they would not support him. The president, then 75 years of age, was in a position in which any one but a partisan political opponent must have been moved to pity him. He had been so long and so loudly extolled for his extreme respectability and his austere virtues, that he had never dreamed that public opinion on such a point as this could turn against him. He could not endure the idea of being dismissed with contempt less than 2 years after his re-election to the presidency, by the unanimous vote of all Republicans. He was willing to go, but he did not choose to be forced to go by the brutal summons of an infuriated public. Yet France, pending his decision, was without a government. Something had to be done. He employed every device to gain time. He had interviews with men of various parties. He grew more and more careworn and aged. His troubles showed themselves in his carriage and his face. By turns he was insinuating, eloquent, lively, pathetic. He showed a suppleness and a tenacity of purpose that amazed those brought into contact with him. If he could but gain time, he hoped that the Republicans would disagree about his successor and decide to rally round him. But at last he was forced to send in his resignation. He did so December 1, 1887, in a message which, by the confusion of its language, betrayed the anguish of his mind." A few days after giving up his quarters at the Élysée as President of the Republic, He was stricken down by paralysis. When the resignation of M. Grévy had been accepted, came the question, who should succeed him? If the Republican party split and failed to choose a president, the Monarchists might seize their opportunity. The candidate most acceptable to the moderate Republicans was M. Jules Ferry, but he was unpopular with the Radicals. He had belonged to the Committee of Defence and the Government of Versailles which had put down the Commune. His colonial policy had not been a success, and he was known to have no toleration for the Reds. Mobs collected in the streets shouting, "À bas Ferry!" He was accused of being the candidate of the Comte de Paris, of the Pope, of Bismarck. He was "Ferry the traitor, Ferry the Russian, Ferry the clerical, Ferry the Orleanist." The Radicals, with the ex Communist, General Eudes, at their head, swore to take up arms if Ferry were elected by the Chambers. The moderate Republicans were not strong enough, without help, to carry his election. It was a case when a dark horse was wanted, an obscure man, against whom nothing was known. The Radicals proposed two candidates, M. de Freycinet, who, though not a Radical, was thought weak enough to be ruled by them, and M. Floquet. But the Moderates would not lend their aid to elect either of these men. At last both parties united on M. Sadi Carnot. There were two reasons for his election. The first lay in his name. He was the grandson of Lazare Carnot, elected deputy in 1792 to the National Convention from Arras, at the same time as his friend Robespierre. This man and Robespierre had belonged to the same literary society in Arras, a club into which no one could be admitted without writing a love song. Lazare Carnot was the good man of the Revolution. Not a stain rests upon his character. He organized the glorious armies of the Republic, and was afterwards one of the members of the Directory. His son, Hippolyte Carnot, as the oldest member in the Senate in 1887, had the duty of announcing to his own son, Sadi Carnot, his election to the highest office in the gift of his countrymen. M. Hippolyte Carnot was a man of high character, who during a long life had filled many public offices. He was also a man of letters, and wrote a life of Barère, a book that will be best remembered by having come under the lash of Macaulay. Every cut inflicted upon Barère tells, and we delight in its severity. The second reason for Sadi Carnot's election was the popularity he acquired from its being supposed that when he was at the head of the Committee of Finance, he had resisted some illegal demands made on the Treasury by M. Wilson. The demands were resisted, it is true, but not more by M. Carnot than by his colleagues. "He was made President of the French Republic," some one said, "for an act of integrity he had never committed, and for giving himself the trouble to be born, like any heir of royalty." He is a good man who has made no enemies, either in public or private life. It may also be added that he seems to have attracted few personal friends. The Republic has grown in strength, and factious opposition has decreased during his administration. His republicanism is not advanced or rabid. He is rigidly honest. He has a charming wife, who, though slightly deaf, enjoys society and gives brilliant receptions. Poor M. Grévy passed away into sorrow and obscurity. He took up his residence on his estate in the department of the Jura, where in September, 1891, he died. M. Wilson appears first to have made all his own relations rich, and then by speculations to have ruined them. In contemplating the disastrous end of M. Grévy, we must remember that the scandal which caused his fall, after so many years of honorable service for his country, amounts, so far as he was concerned, to very little. The only fault of which he can be accused was that of too great toleration of the speculative propensities of his son-in-law. It was proved, indeed, that there were agencies in the hands of disreputable persons in Paris for the purchase and sale of influence and honors, but there was little or no evidence that these agencies had had any influence with the public departments. The existence of such agencies under the Empire would have excited little comment. That the trials of Madame Limousin, General Caffarel, and M. Wilson so excited the public and produced such consequences may be proof, perhaps, of a keener sense of morality in the Parisian people. Some one said of M. Grévy that he was a Radical in speech and a moderate in action, so that he pleased both parties. The strongest accusation against him was his personal love of economy, and his entire indifference to show, literature, or art. It was also considered a fault in him as a French president that he showed little inclination to travel. Socially, the polite world accused him of wearing old hats and no gloves. On cold days he put his hands in his pockets, which in the eyes of some was worse than putting them for his own purposes into the pockets of other people. Chapter 19. Section 34. Section 35 of France in the 19th century. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. France in the 19th Century, by Elizabeth Latimer. Chapter 20. General Boulanger. Up to 1886 the name of General Boulanger commands no place upon the page of history. After that year it was scattered broadcast. For 4 years it was as similar in the civilized world as that of Bismarck. A new word was coined in 1886 to meet a want which the general's importance had created. That word was Boulangism, though it would be hard to give it a definition in the dictionary. We can only say that it meant whatever General Boulanger might be pleased to attempt. Georges Ernest Jean Marie Boulanger was born in the town of Rennes, in Brittany, in 1837. His father had been a lawyer, and was head of an insurance company. He spent the latter days of his life at Ville d'Avray, near Paris, and as he did not die till 1884, he lived to see his son a highly considered French officer, though he had not then given promise of being a popular hero and a world-famous man. General Boulanger's mother was named Griffith. She was a lady belonging apparently to the upper middle class in Wales. She had a great admiration for George Washington, and the future French hero received one of his names from the American "father of his country." In his boyhood, Boulanger was always called Georges, but when he came of age he preferred to call himself Ernest, which is the baptismal name by which he is generally known. In 1851 his parents took him to England to the Great Exhibition. He afterwards passed some months with his maternal relatives at Brighton, and was sent to school there; but he had such fierce quarrels with the English boys in defence of his nationality that the experiment of an English education did not answer. At the age of 17 he was admitted to the French military school at Saint Cyr, and 2 years later was in Algeria, as a second lieutenant in a regiment of Turcos. His experiences in Africa were of the kind usual in savage warfare; but he became a favorite with his men, whom he cared for throughout his career with much of that fatherly interest which distinguished the Russian hero, General Skobeloff. When the war with Italy broke out in 1859, Boulanger and his Turcos took part in it. He was severely wounded in his first engagement, and lay long in the hospital, attended by his mother. He received, however, 3 decorations for his conduct in this campaign, in which he was thrice wounded. On the last occasion, as he lay in hospital, he received a visit of sympathy from the Empress Eugénie, then in the very zenith of her beauty and prosperity. Boulanger's next service was in Tonquin, where on one occasion he fought side by side with the Spaniards, and received a 4th decoration, that of Isabella the Catholic. He was next assigned to home duty at Saint Cyr, and when the terrible war of 1870 broke out, and all the cadets were drafted into the army as officers, he was made major of a regiment which was at Mézières, on the Belgian frontier, when MacMahon and the emperor surrendered at Sedan. Boulanger and his command escaped with Vinoy's troops from the disaster, and got back to Paris, where he kept his men in better order during the siege than any other officer. They took part in the sortie made to join Chanzy's army of the Loire, in November 1870, and in a skirmish with the Prussians he was again badly wounded. When the Prussian army entered Paris on March 5, 1871, Boulanger and the regiment under his command had the unpleasant duty of guarding the streets along their line of march to ensure them a safe passage. In 1874, when 37 years of age, Boulanger was a colonel, with the breast of his uniform covered with decorations; but he had taken no part whatever in politics, and was not known to have any political views, save that he called himself a fervent republican, and personally resented any aristocratic assumptions on the part of inferior officers. In 1881 he was sent by the French government to the United States, in company with the descendants of Lafayette and Rochambeau, to attend the Yorktown celebration. Amongst all the French delegation Boulanger was distinguished by his handsome person and agreeable manners, while his knowledge of English made him everywhere popular. He was already married to his cousin, Mademoiselle Renouard, and had 2 little daughters, Hélène and Marcelle. When the Minister of War gave Boulanger his appointment on the mission to Yorktown, he cautioned him that he must not shock the quiet tastes of American republicans by wearing too brilliant uniforms. Fortunately Colonel Boulanger did not accept the hint, and on all public occasions during his visit to this country he attracted the admiration of reporters and spectators as the handsomest man in the French group, wearing the most showy uniform, with the greatest number of glittering decorations. He was tall, with handsome auburn beard and hair, and very regular features. Even in caricatures the artist has been obliged to represent him as very handsome. After his return to France, Boulanger was sent to Tunis. a state recently annexed by the French, who were jealous of the power acquired by Great Britain on the southern shores of the Mediterranean by her protectorate in Egypt. Here Boulanger's desire to conduct things in a military way led to disputes with the civilian authorities, and he returned to France in 1885, where M. de Freycinet, then head of a new cabinet, made him Minister of War. He at once set to work to reform the army. He told his countrymen that if they ever hoped to take revenge upon the Germans, or rather revanche, for the words do not mean precisely the same thing, they must have their army in a much better state of preparation than it was in 1870. Instantly a cry arose in France that General Boulanger was the man who sought a war with Germany, and who would lead French armies to the reconquest of Alsace and Lorraine. The French peasantry have never been able to accept the loss of Alsace and Lorraine as an accomplished fact. They look on the retention of those provinces by the Germans as a temporary arrangement until France can at the right moment wrest them out of her powerful rival's hand. Boulanger's popularity rose to fever heat. The Boulanger March, with its song En revenant de la revue, was played and sung in all the cafés chantants of Paris. The general rode a black horse as handsome as himself. Some one has said, "As a political factor, Boulanger was born of a horse and a song." In 1886 he advocated the exile of the Orleans princes and the erasure of the Duc d'Aumale's name from the list of French generals. For this he was reproached with ingratitude to the duke, who had once been his commanding officer. His own letter of thanks for kindness, favors, and patronage was produced, and Boulanger could only defend himself by pronouncing it a forgery. He made many changes in army regulations, which increased his popularity with the army. One was an order to the men to wear their beards, and as in the French army soldiers had always been obliged to shave except when on active service, this was interpreted, in the excited state of public feeling, into an intimation of the probability of a speedy declaration of war. As war minister, the general also extended the time when soldiers on leave might stay out at night, and relieved them from much of the heavy weight that on the march they had had to carry. He broke up certain semi-aristocratic clubs in the regiments which controlled army opinion, and gave more weight to the sentiments of the sub-officers. But before long the ministry, in which he represented the War Department, came to an end, as indeed appears to have been the fate of all the ministries under the administration of M. Grévy. No policy, no reforms could be carried out under such frequent changes. The popular cry was that the popular favorite must retain his portfolio as War Minister in the new cabinet, and this occasioned considerable difficulty. The general had begun to be feared as a possible dictator. His popularity was immense, but what his place might be in politics no one could precisely tell. That he was the idol of the nation was certain, but was he a radical of the Belleville type, or a forthcoming Napoleon Bonaparte, an imperialist on his own account, or a Jacobin? The fall of the second ministry in which he served put him out of office, and the war minister who succeeded him proceeded to bid for popularity by fresh reforms, which the Radical deputies thought might be acceptable to the people. Those who deal with the French peasant should never lose sight of the fact that the peace and prosperity of himself and of his household stand foremost in his eyes. The Frenchman, as we depict him in imagination or in fiction, is as far as possible from the French peasant. If ideas contrary to his selfish interests ever make their way into his mind, they are due to the leaven of old French soldiers scattered through the villages. So when the new Minister of War proposed, and the Chamber of Deputies passed an ordinance that made it illegal to buy a substitute, and required every Frenchman, from 18 to 21 years of age, to serve in the army, the peasant found small consolation for the loss of his son's services in the thought that the son of a duke must serve as well as the son of a laborer. Boulanger had introduced no such measure. "Vive le Général Boulanger." Another measure, passed about the same time, brought great trouble into families. It was a law making education compulsory, and was loaded with vexatious and arbitrary regulations. Every child privately educated had to pass, semi-annually, a strict examination before certain village authorities. This gave rise in families to all sorts of tribulations. France is not exactly a land of liberty. Personal liberty is sacrificed to efforts to enforce equality. General Boulanger, after his loss of office, was given the command of the 13th Army Corps, and was sent into a sort of exile at its headquarters at Clermont-Ferrand. At the railroad station in Paris a great crowd awaited him on the day of his departure. It broke down the barriers, and delayed incoming and outgoing trains, as it pressed around him. At first the general seemed pleased by this evidence of his popularity. Then he began to feel the truth of what a friend whispered to him: "These 20,000 men will make you 40,000 enemies." and he grew embarrassed and annoyed by the demonstration. Finally he mounted a locomotive, and made a brief speech to the people, then the train streamed out of the station. The exile of the general to Clermont Ferrand, and the harsh measures taken against him by the man who succeeded him in the War Office, caused his popularity with the populace daily to increase. He was felt to be a power in the State, and this, when he perceived it, awakened his ambition. In November, 1887, when all parties in France were anticipating the resignation of M. Grévy after the exposure of his son-in-law, the majority of Frenchmen, outside the Chamber of Deputies, dreaded the election of M. Jules Ferry to his place, and prophesied that it would be the signal for another civil war. This was the opinion held, rightly or wrongly, by M. Grévy himself, by General Boulanger, and by the Comte de Paris. By the last day of November, when it seemed impossible for M. Grévy to retain office, because no leader of influence in the Chamber would help him to form a ministry, Boulanger, who had come up to Paris, met a small party of his friends, including M. Clemenceau, leader of the Radical party, and Rochefort, the leader of the Radical press, at dinner at the house of M. and Madame Laguerre. M. Laguerre was a deputy who supported Boulanger in the Chamber against his enemies. Two gentlemen present had that afternoon seen M. Grévy, who had implored them to find some leader who would form a ministry. Already had M. Clemenceau been thought of, but he was undecided. It was evident that if he would secure the out-of-doors support of Boulanger's popularity, his ministry must include Boulanger. It seemed equally certain that if it did so, it would be beset by enemies in the Chamber. In the midst of a heated discussion on the subject, General Boulanger about midnight was mysteriously called away. The person who summoned him was the editor of the Cocarde, the Boulangist newspaper, who had been sounded that afternoon by an agent of the Comte de Paris to know if it were probable that Boulanger would join the Monarchists to defeat the chances of Jules Ferry. The party of the Comte de Paris had recently gathered strength both by the death of the Comte de Chambord and that of the Prince Imperial. But it was also divided. There were those who called themselves of the old school, who held to the high-minded traditions which had caused M. Thiers to say to one of them in 1871, "You are of all parties the most honest, I do not say the most intelligent, but the most honest," and the men of the new school, men of the close of the century as they called themselves, who thought all means good that led to a good end, and were for energetic action. To this party belonged the Comtesse de Paris, daughter of the Duc de Montpensier and of the Infanta Luisa of Spain. She had been known to say emphatically, "I don't like people who are always going to do something to morrow, like the Comte de Chambord. Such princes die in exile." The Duc d'Aumale, on the contrary, despised crooked ways, and the hope of an intrigue or alliance with General Boulanger was not named to him by his nephew, especially as there was good reason to think he would never have consented to make a useful instrument of the man who had so ill treated him when Minister of War. The idea, however, had suddenly presented itself to the agents of the Comte de Paris, if it had not been previously suggested to him, that General Boulanger might be won over to play the part of General Monk, or failing this, that he might not be unwilling to ally himself with the Monarchists to defeat the election of M. Ferry. It was to hold an interview with the gentleman who represented the cause of the Comte de Paris that Boulanger was summoned from the conference going on at M. Laguerre's. The Royalist agent proposed that M. Grévy should be retained as president, and promised that his party in the Chamber would support any ministry which should include General Boulanger, and of which he should be virtually the head. In return, Boulanger was to give his support to an appeal to the people to see what form of government France would prefer. It was added that if Boulanger were Minister of War, he could do what he pleased with the army; and thus France, well managed, might change from a republic to a monarchy by the will of the people and without civil war. The general listened quietly to these suggestions. "There is nothing you could ask that would be too much to reward the services you would render to our country," said the agent of the Royalists, "and remember that the highest fortunes under a republic are the most unstable. Give us your word to do what we ask, and then at least M. Ferry will never be president." "I give you my word," said Boulanger. But the other then suggested that so important an arrangement must be ratified by some person higher in the confidence of the Comte de Paris than himself, and he went in haste for the Baron de Macau. That gentleman showed General Boulanger a letter from the Comte de Paris giving him full powers as his representative. The general was to support the proposal for a popular vote for or against the restoration of monarchy, and to use his influence with the people in its favor. If monarchy were restored, he was to be made head of the army. After a long conversation, the general departed, promising to sound the chiefs of the Radicals, and ascertain which of them would be most available to carry out the plan. But to his friend the editor of the Cocarde, who seemed alarmed at the extent of his promises, he said, as soon as they were alone together, "I would do anything to avoid civil war and the election of Ferry, but what fools these people must be to put themselves in my power." He spoke no more till they returned to the house where they had left the dinner party. The discussion was going on as before, only M. Clemenceau had made up his mind that he would not undertake to form a ministry, and M. Andrieux had been summoned from his bed to know if he would do so. He expressed his willingness to undertake the task, but said frankly that he could not offer the War Office to General Boulanger. "Anything else, my dear general, you shall have," he said, "and in a few months probably you may have that also; but if you formed part of the cabinet at first, I could not conciliate the Chamber. You shall be military governor of Paris, the noblest military post in the world." But this offer was incompatible with the secret engagements that the general had entered into not an hour before. The conference, therefore, broke up at 5 in the morning without a decision having been reached. The next morning the two gentlemen who had been charged by M. Grévy to procure him a prime minister, and if possible a cabinet, reported the failure of their mission. "Then all is over for me," said M. Grévy. "I shall at once send in my resignation." The resignation was accepted, and greatly to the surprise of the general public, for already the streets were full of excited citizens. M. Sadi Carnot was elected president, almost without discussion, and without disorder. His election put an end to the secret arrangement between Boulanger and the Royalists, and appeared likely to give France a more settled government than it had enjoyed since the Republic came into existence. The Exposition of 1889, too, was at hand, and Paris was very anxious that no political convulsions should frighten away strangers. The general was deeply hurt by his unpopularity in the Chamber, and by the way in which his former friends had thrown him over. But he still had the mob, the army, and the peasantry for his partisans, nor was he without the sympathy of the Bonapartists. It was not long before he got into trouble with the War Department for coming to Paris without leave. It had not been usual for a general division to ask leave of the Minister of War for a brief absence, nor could General Boulanger forget that he himself had been War Minister not many months before. The general complained bitterly of the way he had been followed up by the police, as if he had been a criminal. "From the time I left the Ministry of War," he said, "I have been spied upon and shadowed like a thief. Even my orderly has been bribed to report facts and falsehoods concerning me. My letters have been opened, and copies of my telegrams lie on every minister's table." He was deprived of his command, and retired from active service. This measure, so far from rendering him innocuous to the Opportunist party, brought him into Parliament, as the French Chambers are now called, and increased his popularity. He had been already elected deputy both from the Department of the Aisne and the Department of the Dordogne, the latter without his proposing himself as a candidate, although he was ineligible, and could not take his seat, since at the time of his election he was an officer of the Government, holding a command. Having now retired into private life, he stood for the Department of Le Nord, where he was received with enthusiasm and elected by an immense majority. From all quarters came telegraphic messages to him from candidates for parliamentary honors, offering to resign their seats in favor of the popular hero. Even Corsica was anxious to have him for her deputy. But it was not only his own election which concerned General Boulanger; he wished to secure the election of his followers. For that purpose election funds were needed, and the alliance with the Royalists was renewed. Whenever a Royalist candidate had a certainty of election, no Boulangist candidate was to contend against him. In other cases the agents of the Comte de Paris were openly to encourage their followers to vote for the nominee of the ally who was to assist the Monarchists to oppose the Government. There would have been great difficulty in raising the money needed for this electoral campaign, had it not been for a lady of high rank, the Duchesse d'Uzès, of unspotted reputation and of great enthusiasm for the cause of royalty, who poured her whole fortune, over 3,000,000 francs, into the joint treasury. The alliance between Boulanger and the Royalists was a profound secret. Very few Boulangists suspected that their election expenses were being paid by funds drawn from the purses of the supporters of monarchy. For more than a year the popularity of Le Brave Général kept the various ministries that succeeded each other in Paris and their officials all over France in perpetual anxiety. Boulanger made journeys almost like royal progresses into the departments. Everywhere crowds cheered him, reporters followed him, his name was in everybody's mouth, his doings filled columns of the newspapers in many languages, and his flower, the carnation, was embroidered on tablecloths and worn in buttonholes. All newspapers and reviews seem to have agreed that no man had been so popular in France since the days of the great emperor. He liked the position thrust upon him, and accepted gracefully and graciously the adoration he received, an adoration born partly of infectious curiosity, partly from a love of what is phenomenal, partly from the attraction of the unexpected, and above all from the national need of some object of idolatry. France had been long destitute of any one to whom she might pay personal devotion. Every peasant's cottage throughout France was soon decorated with his chromo. He has even been seen on his black horse adorning the bamboo hut of a king in Central Africa. Pamphlets, handbills, and brief biographies were scattered by his friends throughout the provinces. His very name, Boulanger, helped his popularity. A corn law passed in France was obnoxious to the country as tending to make bread more dear. "Boulanger is to bring us cheap bread. Long live our Boulanger!" became the popular cry. But all this enthusiasm seems to have been founded only on expectation. General Boulanger had done nothing that might reasonably have attracted national gratitude and adoration. Yet there was a strong feeling throughout France that Boulanger would save the country from what was called the parliamentary régime. France had become weary of the squabbles of the 7 parties in the Chamber, of the rapid changes of ministry, of the perpetual coalitions, lasting just long enough to overthrow some chief unpopular with 2 factions strong enough by combination to get rid of him. The Chamber, it was said, though unruly and disorganized, had usurped all the functions of government, and a republic without an executive officer who can maintain himself at its head has never been known to stand. In France, fashion is everything, and in France, in 1888, it was the fashion to speak ill of parliamentary government. "Why are my friends Boulangists? Because the general is the only man in France capable of carrying out the expulsion of mere talkers from the Chamber of Deputies, men who deafen the public ear, and are good for nothing. Gentlemen, a few hundreds of you, ever since 1870, have carried on the government. All of you are lawyers or literary men, none of you are statesmen." At the height of the popularity of the general, his career was very near being cut short by a political duel. In France, as we have seen in the history of the Duchesse de Berry, it is not an unheard of thing to get rid of a political adversary by a challenge. After Boulanger had insulted the Duc d'Aumale while he was Minister of War, a challenge passed between himself and an Orleanist, M. le Baron de Laurenti. Boulanger stood to receive the fire of his adversary, but did not fire in return. He was subsequently anxious to fight Jules Ferry, but Jules Ferry declined any meeting of the kind. After he entered the Chamber, his great enemy, Floquet, who was then in the Cabinet, called him in the course of debate "a Saint Arnaud of the Café Chantant." Boulanger challenged him for this, and the duel took place with swords. Floquet was slightly wounded, but the general's foot slipped, and he received his adversary's sword point in his throat. It was almost a miracle that it did not sever the jugular vein. For some time Le Brave Général's life was despaired of; but when he was pronounced out of danger, Paris amused itself with the thought that the most prominent soldier in the French army had nearly met his death at the hands of an elderly lawyer. Since the funds furnished to Boulanger for the election expenses of his candidates, and even for his own personal expenses, came from the Royalist party, he was more bound to it than ever. But he pretended to be guided by a body that called itself the National Republican Committee, which he assured his friends, the Monarchists, he used only as a screen. When Madame d'Uzès threw her last million into the gulf, it seemed expedient to the Royalists to exact more definite pledges from Boulanger than his word as a soldier. "If the present government of France is overthrown," they said, "and an appeal made to the people, who will fill the interregnum? Will General Boulanger, if all power is entrusted to him, consent to give it up, if the nation votes for monarchy? And with all the machinery of government in his hands, is it certain that a plébiscite would be the free vote of the people?" A general election was to take place in the summer of 1889, at the height of the Universal Exposition. Hitherto, the various elections in which Boulanger had contended had been for vacant seats in the old Assembly. He was anxious to test his popularity in Paris by standing for the workmen's quarter of Belleville; and in spite of his being opposed by the Radicals in the Chamber, as well as by the Government, he was elected by a large majority. The Government then changed its method of attack. It brought in a bill changing the selection of parliamentary candidates from the scrutin de liste to the scrutin d'arrondissement. Boulanger, therefore, would be eligible for election only in the district in which he was domiciled. Besides the National Republican Committee, which the general called his screen, there was formed all over France a Boulangist society called the League of Patriots. This league was now attacked by the government as a conspiracy. A high court of justice was formed by the Senate, before which its leaders were summoned to appear. Boulanger became seriously alarmed. He could not see how he could act if shut up in prison. His apprehensions were carefully augmented by the heads of the police, who had placed one of their agents about his person. This man showed him a pretended order for his arrest on April 1, 1889. The question of his retirement into Belgium, if his liberty were threatened, had been already debated by himself and his friends. Nearly all of them were against it. "Let not the people think our general could run away," said some. But others answered, "They will say it is a smart trick, that the general has cheated the government." After seeing the false document which was shown him, with great pretence of secrecy, by the police agent, the general hesitated no longer. On the evening of April 1, accompanied by Madame de Bonnemains, a lady to whom he was paying devoted attention, pending a divorce from his wife, he went to Brussels, followed by his friend Count Dillon, the go-between in financial matters between the Royalists and himself. The cabinet of M. Carnot had learned the value of the saying, "If your enemy wishes to take flight, build him a bridge of gold." The departure of the general threw consternation into the ranks of his followers. "It cannot be," they cried. Then they consoled themselves with the reflection that he must soon return, as he had done once before under somewhat similar circumstances. But he did not return. The government had triumphed. Boulanger's power was broken. Like a wave it had toppled over when its crest was highest. The High Court of Justice condemned Déroulède the poet, Rochefort, and Dillon to confinement for life in a French fortress. The sentence, however, was simply one of outlawry, for they were all with Boulanger. The exiles did not stay long in Brussels. The government of Belgium objected to their remaining so near the frontier of France, for in Brussels a telephone connected them with Paris, and they went over to London. There, at the general's request, he had an interview with the Comte de Paris. But their conversation was limited to useless compliments and military affairs. Boulanger's power as a political leader was at an end. The friends of the prince would advance him no more funds, and in the elections, which took place very quietly in France during the summer, he and his friends suffered total defeat. The government of Paris, strengthened not only by the success of the Exposition, by its great triumph at the elections, and by the discomfiture of its enemies, but also by the conviction forced upon parliamentary leaders that the country was weary of mere talk and discord, and demanded harmony and action, now became the strongest government that France had enjoyed for a long time. The Republic had passed the point of danger, the 18th year, which had been the limit of every dynasty or form of government in France for over a century. It rallied to itself men from the ranks of all its former enemies, but its greatest victory was over the Monarchists. The wreck of their cause by the alliance with a military adventurer was a blunder in the eyes of one section of the Royalists. In the eyes of another, it was a dishonor that amounted almost to a crime. Boulanger had rallied to himself the clerical party in France by the promise of a republic strong enough to protect the weak, "a republic that would concern itself with the interests of the people, and be solicitous to preserve individual liberty in all its forms, especially liberty of conscience, that liberty the most to be valued of all." Such a republic it seems possible the Third Republic may now become, especially since it is on all hands conceded that there is a reaction in France in favor of religious liberty, for those who are religious as well as for those who are philosophers. President Carnot has been an eminently respectable president. He has committed no blunders, and if he has awakened little enthusiasm, he has called forth no animosities. The worst that can be said of him is embodied in caricatures, where he always appears ready to serve some useful purpose, as a jointed wooden figure that can be put to many a use. The French army is now stronger and better disciplined, and more full of determination to conquer than any French army has ever been before. But no ruler of France can be anxious to precipitate a war with Germany, and judging from the present state of feeling among the French, there appear to be no serious political breakers ahead. Of course in France the unexpected is always to be expected, and what a day may bring forth nobody knows. Sir Charles Dilke tells us that in 1887, when a friend of his was going to France, he asked him to ascertain for him if General Boulanger were a soldier, a mountebank, or an ass; and the answer brought back to him was, "He is a little of them all." The general, after his interview in London with the Comte de Paris, took up his residence in the island of Jersey. He cannot but have felt that his popularity had failed him, and that his enchanter's wand was broken. From time to time he made spasmodic efforts to bring himself again to the notice of the public. He offered repeatedly to return to France and stand his trial for conspiracy, provided that the trial might be conducted before a regular court of justice, and not before an especial committee appointed by the Chambers. Meantime his domestic relations must have caused him poignant anxiety. His wife was his cousin, a lady of the haute bourgeoisie in a provincial town. She appears to have felt herself unequal to what might be required of her as the wife of the national hero. She entertained apprehensions that her fate might be that of the Empress Josephine. When her husband became War Minister, she declined to preside over his receptions, and withdrew herself from his official residence, taking with her her two daughters, Hélène and Marcelle. Thus deserted, Boulanger became open to scandals and reports, some true, and some false, such as would inevitably be circulated in France concerning such a man's relations with women. It is quite certain, however, that at the height of his popularity he became infatuated with the divorced wife of a Baron de Bonnemains, a lady well connected, and up to the time when Boulanger became her lover, of unstained reputation. She was also rich, having a fortune of 1,500,000 francs. She was not very beautiful, but was tender, gracious, and womanly. M. de Bonnemains had not made her a good husband, and her friends rejoiced when the law gave her a divorce. General Boulanger and his wife seem to have agreed to sever their marriage tie under the new French divorce law, which requires both parties to be examined by a judge, who is to try if possible to reconcile them. But at the last moment Madame Boulanger refused, upon religious grounds, her assent to a divorce, and the marriage of the general with Madame de Bonnemains became thenceforward impossible. The story is not a pleasant one, but it is necessary to relate it, because of its results. Madame de Bonnemains, whose constitution was consumptive, drooped and sickened in Jersey. She removed in the spring of 1891 to Brussels to try one of the new schemes for the cure of pulmonary trouble. The remedy seems to have hastened her death, which took place in July. General Boulanger never recovered from her loss. His friends and his funds had failed him, and the death of this woman, whom he had passionately loved, completely overwhelmed him. He spoke constantly of suicide, and in spite of precautions taken by his friends, he carried his purpose into effect upon her grave in the cemetery of Brussels, October 2, 1891. Whatever General Boulanger's faults may have been in relation to other women, he was devoted to his mother. The latter, who was 86 years old at the time of his death, resided in Paris, and when he was in the city he never suffered a day to pass without visiting her. A lock of her white hair was on his breast when he was dressed for burial. End of Chapter 20. End of Section 35. End of France in the 19th Century, by Elizabeth Latimer. Recording by Kathy Barrett.